think we're looking good. So I think it just goes to show how good both these teams are on cobblestone. I think the second map could be an absolute cracker of a map. First one being, let's have a look, Train. What's your take on that? I'm going to be honest, I haven't really seen Conquest play Train before. Is this a map that they're known for playing in the NA scene?
I mean, I'm sure they've been playing it in practice. They've probably worked on it a bit. They've probably played it in some scrims. But as for the maps they've played in the last 3 months, Train not even recorded as one of them. We got Cobble, Cache, Inferno, Dust 2, and Mirage. So it'll be something new for Conquest, at least playing it officially. So that'll be interesting. Luminosity, of course, we already kind of ran over their results. They've played it. I'm sure they've worked on it. If they're going to pick it, you better hope that you've worked on it at this point. So Train will maybe be a bit more of a wild card, but you would kind of favor Luminosity. But going into Cobble, Cobble's going to be... I'm glad it's the second map and Cobble didn't maybe come up third or something, because I really want to see it between these two teams. And also, we already kind of went over what Luminosity, I mean, playing against Mythic yesterday, covered those results. But Conquest yesterday played versus Orgless. They were the two previous sponsorless and Orgless teams, but now, of course, Conquest coming into the mix. But that was also on Cobble. That was the first map where Conquest won 16-6, and they picked it yesterday against Orgless. And then on to Dust 2. That one was much closer. It went into double overtime with Conquest winning 22-20. And while the third map there was Train, but it obviously wasn't needed since Conquest won 2-0.
Yeah, so, I mean, off these 3 maps, obviously we've already discussed somewhat about the teams picking their own map, but Inferno as well. Where do you see this best of 3 coming down, Joey? I mean, are you, alongside me, expecting Luminosity to pick up this map? Or, sorry, not this map, but indeed all 3 maps? Or do you think Conquest could cause an upset today?
I think Conquest, I mean, maybe they can take Cobble. I would expect Train, just, with the results on paper, Luminosity having some, Conquest not really having any. And I haven't personally got a chance to see either team play on Train. I would just have to edge it towards Luminosity. I would like to see a Conquest win on Cobble, so we could have a third map. But then going on to Inferno, I have had the pleasure of casting back when they were still Keyed Stars, so who knows if they've changed up a bit. Their Inferno and Luminosity, I mean, they were very good on Inferno. They were able to get that map control Banana, either get it in the early round right away, go back to it later, and then have these executes into the B site. And they seem to favor B quite a bit. But they were they were definitely good for 5 or 6 rounds in their T side against even solid teams. So I think most likely 2-0, but a possibility that it's 2-1 and Luminosity favored in both of those scenarios.
Got you. Yeah, I think that's pretty much dead on what I feel as well. And CSGO Lounge seems to agree. 77% right now, the last time I checked it, although I may need to refresh those stats, but I don't think it'll be too different to LG Conquest of 23, of course. And then after this best of 3, as if this wasn't enough, by the way, we have action going all the way through the day. It's going to be a lot of best of 3s today. It's CLG against Liquid, which should be a fantastic game. I think it'll be a very close game as well. So I'm really looking forward to casting that as well, Joey.
Indeed, it's going to be fun. And the matches are, I mean, only going to get better, right? Since it's a single elimination tournament, Dust and Misled will be taking over with the kind of 3rd, 4th place consolation match and then the finals. And at this point, with 4 great teams left, I mean, all of the games today are going to be great. But let's take a look at some of the player matchups in this series, Luminosity Conquest. Which one's coming up first? It's going to be the Oppers here, and these are the stats, as you can see, from the Fall Invitational. And Fallen versus Shazam. Shazam actually quite a bit closer than I would have thought in terms of just the raw stats.
Yeah, that's very true, actually. I thought that it would be kind of a blowout for Fallen. Fallen did play very well yesterday, but I would say as well, players like First stepped up. We saw Bolt pull off a couple of crazy plays as well. But Shazam is right up there, and I think that's maybe indicative of how this best of 3 could end up going, because you look at Train, it's a pretty AWP-centric map. AWPs can definitely have a lot of dominance. Same can be said of Cobblestone. Inferno can be a map where AWPs can light things up as well, get the opening pick. So I think these 2 players are going to be absolutely crucial for their respective teams.
Yeah, actually, Fallen had kind of off day yesterday on the first 2 maps on Overpass and on Cache. Well, on Cache, since it went almost, I mean, it went 29 rounds on Cache. It was more of a team effort on Cache, but Overpass, no one really showed up. Colds was doing the best there. Colds also had a really good performance on Cache, but when you got to Cobble, that's when you saw the Fallen that you expect. I'm pretty sure that he got both of the 3Ks and probably both of those 4Ks just on Cobble when they won 16-8 because he was absolutely wrecking it. He had, I think it was like 111 ADR. And then for Shazam, personally, I didn't get to see him play, but you can see the numbers are, I mean, basically the same. So that'll be a fun matchup. But let's move on. We got, I think, some riflers now coming up. We got Rix, who was definitely the standout player for Conquest yesterday. He had over 100 ADR in both maps that were played, which I feel like when you win 16-6 on Cobble, that's not really that impressive. Like not too many rounds. But when you go into a double overtime on Dust 2, 22-20, 42 rounds, and you still have 100 average damage per round, like that's actually an insane stat.
That is absolutely crazy. 16 efficacy as well. Well, 16.05 to be precise. Like this guy clearly is on form right now. And after getting the
he really wasn't
MVP,
yesterday.
Yeah, he got the MVP for NA last week in the Season 8
Pro League,
CVO
yeah.
Pro League. And now, I mean, he's got more deaths than kills. So I think that just goes to show how off the boil he's been. So yeah, Rick's just ticking all the boxes there. He is definitely the standout player between the two. But, you know, maybe it's just a rough day at the office for Fur. Maybe today he's going to bounce back again. And you can never quite count players of his caliber out, honestly.
Yeah, Fur was... Yeah, he wasn't there yesterday. I don't know what was happening. I was expecting Fur to just absolutely step up and destroy Mythic, and he was non-existent. But who did kind of step up yesterday was Colds. Colds was, I mean, he was the best player for them on the Overpass match, where they kind of got it handed to them, which was again very surprising. He was also very good on Cash. He was the top player in both of those maps. And then, you know, he kind of went down to where you would expect on a Cobble, which is when then Fallen stepped back up. So today, it's definitely some eyes trained on to Fur to see him back in form and getting some big frags. But, I mean, there's a good chance that we might be watching a bit more of Rix if he pulls out these numbers, if he can replicate that up against Luminosity on a map like Train. And then, of course, we expect, you know, good things from both teams when we get over to Cobble, as a lot of the, I mean, what do you call them? The outsider maps, the new maps. I think Launders calls them the custom maps. Overpass, Cobble, and Train. So seeing a lot of those today.
Yeah, that's very true. You know, we pretty much got, other than Inferno, which is kind of, you know, it's been a staple map for a long time now.
Pretty old school.
Yeah, and that goes way, way back. But that is the third map. I mean, not even need to go there. And of course, it was the randomized map as well, such as the system here. So I'd be very interested to see. I mean, for me, I think Cobblestone is the map that I'm really looking forward to the most. Train, though, is another map that we haven't casted a great deal of, I would say, over the last few weeks. So it's always a pleasure to cast this map and to get kind of understanding of how the teams approach this and their strats and the way that they're going to set up against each other. But I think it's a very explosive map as well. Typically, you're going to see a terrorist playing slow steady, then you're going to see the executions coming out onto the A and B sites with all the smokes flashes, and then the initial charge. So although AWPers are key to this map, they can get smoked out, and that's where the aggressive riflers come in. So again, if Rix is dropping the 16 efficacy and 100 average damage per round, I mean, this guy could just light Train up.
Yeah, and I believe it was me and you. We cast that Titan match in the Pro League for Europe. Can't even actually remember at this point who they were playing, but Titan was getting super aggressive with their riflers. You know, getting some smokes, pushing up into ladder, pushing up two people into inside, pushing into the mid room, and pushing one Ivy. They were just pushing everything. They wouldn't even let the terrorist off their side of the map. I think it was actually Dignitas. It was Titan versus Dignitas right before the Schneider change up. So it was still Nico with the C playing. So maybe we'll get to see some of that today, as I think we've both admitted to not really having had a chance to actually watch these teams play on Train, just kind of going off the stats on paper for Luminosity, as Conquest don't really have any. But before we get into it, I actually did kind of want to recap yesterday. Mythic obviously started things off with the qualification round, beating Games Academy, the other Brazilian team. That was 2-0. And then we had Luminosity Gaming versus Mythic, was actually a pleasantly surprising series. It was pretty close all the way through. That was Luminosity taking it 2-1, and that'll be Luminosity playing against Conquest. Conquest beat Orgless 2-0, and that's kind of in this side of the bracket. On the other side, we had Team Liquid beating Threes Up 2-0, and they'll move on to play Counterlogic Gaming, who beat Complexity 2-0. So Complexity not able to have too much success going for them recently. Hopefully we'll see it soon. So your semifinals, Luminosity Gaming versus Conquest, Team Liquid versus CLG, myself Helium, and with me Metas. We will be covering these. Players are almost ready. We're going to take a quick break, but before we do, we've got a giveaway. Look for the links in chat. You can get entered to win a ton of stuff, gaming computer, gaming laptop, some peripherals, and also there is a point of view stream. You can vote in the main Twitch chat here on twitch.tv/iBUYPOWER for the player to watch in the next round on twitch.tv/iBUYPOWER2. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Stay tuned. Map 1 train starting soon. I didn't lie. It was a short break. It was a very short break, and we're already live now into train in the pistol round. Luminosity Gaming. It's their pick versus Conquest. I like the Canadian flag. You get to see the U.S. one a lot, not so much as Canada. So Brazil versus Canada. We're gonna hype it up that way into the pistol round as some windows have been slashed, and now the terrorists are moving out.
That's definitely not a nation matchup that you see too often, is it? But hey, this is one of the many reasons why you gotta love Counter-Strike. Now looking across, only the one smoke on the side of Luminosity, which suggests to me we're gonna have a pretty much a Glock train rush coming in. I'm just curious to see where that smoke is gonna be coming out. You can see it's in the hands of Fallen. He's currently just outside B, circling around Pop Dog. Very slow from Luminosity, almost like they're waiting for Conquest to push them and try and get a couple of free picks, get that information across. But both teams are holding fast here, and if they're doing it in the pistol, you only have to assume the rifle rounds are going to be very similar.
Yeah, of course that can just change so fast, right? You start taking it slow, then immediately you can just hit outside explosive with a couple of flashes and smokes while running, and it looks like with the bomb chilling out towards the mid room, they are just going to explode onto the outer yard here, and that's where they're going. You got 2 players back in towards Ivy for Conquest, 2 over there in the Z connector as well. The current Bolts opening up with the first 2 kills. Bolt's also going to continue to push in towards Z. Hits another player down somewhat low. I think that was Riggs. And Fur trying to push onto Ivy once they get Nafly out of this position, and he'll do it successfully. Daps, however, does find Steel, but Bolt is right there to put him down, and Luminosity will take the pistol round with the bomb plant. It's 1-0.
Yeah, can't read too much off the pistol round in terms of players that potentially stepping up, but the fact that Ferd just dropped 3 kills there gives me a bit of confidence maybe that he is going to step things up today as opposed to yesterday. Well, we already discussed this, but for the people that have just joined the stream, he had a bit of a rough day yesterday, I think it's safe to say. You can see right now that Conquest not going to be going for that full force up. They still got themselves no Kevlar, just upgraded pistols by and large across the board. Do you have a Deagle in play? CZ, 3 P250s. This is good enough to maybe get a couple frags, but the fact that Fur's just gone in and taken down Rush first off, and then the smoke on connector as well is going to make things a bit rough here for the CTs. There's a beautiful 1 dig though from that fly, and that gives Conquest a slight glimmer of hope, pushing in with the CZ. The bomb was planted though from Steel. He's been picked off. It's a 2-on-1. And now it's all on taps with that P250. He just tags Bolts there, I think, to 32. So he's still fancying LG to take this round, but a lot of damage has been done.
Indeed it has. I mean, no kit right now. Bomb planted there on the backside with both Bolts and Colds having ease of access to kill the diffuser, but it won't even come to that. Colds will just take him down. So nice couple kills, forcing a few rebuys here onto Luminosity going into the 3rd round right now. Expecting full pistols. Do we see, as I say, some more submachine guns going to come right out? And as I say it, Cold will go straight for it. Steel, though, pulling out the... And I always get it wrong. What is it? The G3SG1?
Yeah, I'm just a noob, so I call it the auto sniper.
That's like the auto sniper, yeah.
Yeah. The other one's the Scar 20, right?
Yeah, Scar 20 and the G3SG1. I got it.
As if you buy A glass cannon auto sniper in the 3rd round, though. Is that a misbuy? Like, I have no idea.
I don't know, but to me, this is going to be like a really weird comparison. If you just run around no-scoping the auto sniper, it's essentially a Tech 9 where you move slower. Like, that's what it feels like to me. You don't have a crosshair, but...
A Tech 9, but it costs like 10 times
Which
the price.
is even crazier, right? Because if you're comparing that to the Tech 9, then clearly the Tech 9 is just an auto sniper without a scope.
And much cheaper.
And much cheaper. And you're faster. But yeah, that's a crazy buy. I mean, this is the map of the auto sniper, but generally you think about it from the defensive SCAR 20 counter-terrorist position, not the terrorist pulling it out. And, well, Rush will find the first kill onto Fur, so that'll put Conquest in good shape. Well, for a couple seconds, but Colt will get the trade, and Steel's going to open up with the T-auto from ladder room. He'll bring down Rush. That's a 4-on-3.
Yep, 4-on-3. That auto sniper still in play, and Shazam jumps up and gets taken down from Fallen. A bit awkward there. And that's going to leave Nafly on the lurk. One of the last 2 remaining players is going to take down Steel and also Fallen. Bomb's been planted, though, and both the CTs do at least have defuse kits, so going to be able to push onto that site. The question now is, can they flush out? Cold, so unlucky for
very
Daps.
awkward.
He looked away at the worst possible moment, and now Nafly, without a smoke, is going to try and retake A, which is such a difficult scenario in a 2v1. There's so many angles to check. It's such a fidgety, frustrating sight. And there we go, Bolts. He's going to silence him. Luminosity pick up their 4th round on their choice of map.
Even in a 2v2, it's so hard for the CTs to work their way in. Like, there is so much ground to clear, unless you have a smoke to maybe go get on the bomb, and then obviously that's going to take some fire, so then the other person who's not defusing on the CT side can try to then fight back. I don't know, it's so hard. You just got to go fast, got to clear everything around you at 360 degrees, and something I was going to look forward is how did Luminosity, the rest of the team, feel about the auto sniper? No one went back to ladder to pick it up after it had fallen, so maybe just a one-off thing. But so far on the T side, let's keep in mind, CT-sided map here, and it could be very, very rough when you start off losing the pistol the next 2, dropping the first rifle. That's never a good sign for counter-terrorists on any map, especially Train, one of the most CT-sided ones in the pool.
Oh yeah, definitely. And the fact that Luminosity are about to take a 5-0 lead on a map like Train on T side, I mean, it simply couldn't start better for them. And this is constantly going to have Conquest in a pressure cooker situation. And to be fair as well, Luminosity, other than that first couple rounds, haven't lost a great deal of players either. Like, they've still got so many fans to play with. 7.5k on Bolts, 6.2 on Cold, and of course after this round it's just going to go up even further. So, 5-0 for the Brazilians. And Conquest back to the drawing board here. I mean, what have you got? Because you're going to start to run out of funds again if you lose this round. So, they'll be going in hard. Shazam, of course, with the AWP. Let's see if we can get the better of Fallen this time. And an auto sniper on Rix. So let's see if it pays out for them.
I mean, I guess that's what, when you buy an auto sniper so early on the terrorist side, it kind of, it deserves a response, I suppose, from the CTs that go straight out for that SCAR 20. Where is Rix going to be taking that? He's actually going to be playing the left side of the old bomb train, waiting for people to run out of the ladder room. I believe more often than not, you're going to see that go inner. But we've got Rush playing outside on the outer bomb train. Dap over towards Ivy, pushing, getting a little bit aggressive, but not aggressive enough to peek. And it will be Daps who actually gets the first kill there in inner, but is traded out by the op of Fallen. So 4-on-4. And oh my gosh, Shazam unable to hit that shot. Fur is just too quick, sneaks right up on him. And Rush almost takes out his teammate as he's trying to push into Z here. And Fur's set up in a pretty nice spot. That'll allow him to bring down Naf. So it's going to be Rush and Rix trying to push their way in here. Bomb hasn't even been planted. It's a 4-on-2. Rush will find a kill onto Fur. But look at this. The bomb has just went the other way. It's outside.
Yeah. Indeed. Planted on A. You can see the position as well from Luminosity Gaming is pretty solid. They have control over connector. Bolt seems to realize it's a good chance that they're coming from CT spawn. Down the back towards Ivy. And there's Rix landing the auto sniper shot onto Bolt. So maybe, just maybe, there's a glimmer of hope, and they need one of these rounds to get converted eventually. The issue now for Rix
is... Did you see the barrel?
I think he did, but that's only half the battle, right? 'Cause it's a 1v2. So he's going to try and save this.
And I don't know if it's going to work out. Is he going to expect Colds to be so close? Actually, Rix will just hide himself in the hallway. Won't even give a peek out of either side. But Colds expecting it. Doesn't go for it. All right. Colds not a fan of the auto. Steel is probably like, please grab that. Please grab that. Please grab that. And Colds is like, no.
Well, I guess, you know, the mentality could be we're smashing them with AKs and an AWP. Like, why change it if it's working for them? Because they are 6-0 up already, and this seems to have been lightning fast rounds as well for Luminosity.
Well, besides the pistol, yeah. The pistol was super slow and methodical, but since then, now here's that fast outer push with those Molotovs going down to the key positions of smoke in response from Shazam to try to stop these guys coming out of ladder, and it'll work out. Shazam and Rick with the FAMAS able to spray them both down. But just like that, quickly after the dust settles, it's into a 2-on-2, falling on the ladder, somehow still alive. Maybe just because most people are not going to be as comfortable controlling that FAMAS spray. Could be the only reason that he's alive. As Fur pushing himself in there, nicely done by Shazam to take the head off of him, and it's falling with an op and a 1-on-2. And yeah, when you have to aim at the very tip top, basically the forehead of a CT with an op, you're probably not winning that battle.
Yeah, this is why you do see a lot of players will drop out the AWP for an M4 if it, you know, or an AK or an assault rifle of some description in these kind of clutch situations, because it just makes it so much easier. But first round for Conquest, and the important thing is that they don't get into the nightmare scenario where you win a round after being on the receiving end of a battering, and you just go straight back and lose, because then your economy is down the drain for the next couple rounds. So it's important that Conquest, especially if they want to salvage this map, because the score's at 6-1, this is definitely not a T-sided map. So they need to start getting some rounds. I'd even say they need to get 9-6 from this point on, which I know is a bold claim, but anything less than that, and I think they'll be really struggling on their T side.
Yeah, it's just how the cookie crumbles here on Train as Bolt's get himself pop flashed in. Now Fly's been pushing up a little bit kind of into the alley there, but he's never, I guess the hallway, he's never really pushed into the alley where Fallen and the rest of his team was standing, and it'll be Fallen up on top of those green bins there that'll find that first opening pick of the round. I'm not sure how much was spotted from NAF before he went down, maybe just seeing the one player, not realizing there's actually 3 hiding back there, ready to go for this split onto the outer yard. 1 ladder, 1 mid room, and 3 through Ivy.
Getting that opening pick when you've effectively done nothing from Luminosity's perspective, like they haven't pushed in, they haven't really shown their hand, to get a pick is just the perfect start. You know, you can see the Conquest desperately trying to maneuver themselves, transition themselves into a position where they can fend this off. The issue now is there are players behind and they have poor weapons, but there's Rush and Rix both chiming in with frags. Rix pushes in while switching weapons on like 16 HP. Maybe just slow things down a tiny bit. You've got the picks. That being said, the Rush does come in with another 2 kills of his own. That's going to leave Fallen all by his lonesome. He's got 10 seconds, and this should be the second round to Conquest. It's important now they at least keep these weapons. There's no point hunting Fallen, but they are going to get the better of him anyway, and they do pick him off just before the round ends. But if they lose like another player or 2 there, it's going to absolutely screw their economy up in this round. So it's a bit of risky play, but they get away with it.
Is it still, yeah, still even not enough to break the economy here of Luminosity, despite, you know, having ops and most of their rounds, they will be able to buy up with a ton of utility. It will be 3 Galil, so it's maybe a little lackluster, but of course they're still going to have a chance. And let's see where they want to go. Haven't really seen them go for just a straight up intertake yet, but we might be seeing it here in round 9. Flash is going to go in for now. We'll stop waiting for a player to push in the upper catwalk, but it won't come. Daps posting up underneath. And Shazam actually very far back, and I mean playing the inner bomb site, he's got that op trained on the upper catwalk. Rush.
Still getting that smoke away, and look at the set play from Luminosity. They smoked and flashed every conceivable angle. It forces the tunnels that 2 Conquest players at the back of the site make that 3 to hold off angles. So they are going to have to give up that ball to start off with. Yeah, it's fantastic smokes and flashes there from Luminosity on a pretty poor buy in terms of weaponry, but the bomb's been planted. They have no Molotovs to bank off the wall just yet, so they can't stop the defuse coming in, and someone is going to have to take that first step for Luminosity Gaming and keep this side, otherwise this could get defused. Shazam is holding down onto the defuse right now, and he could be picking this up. No, he gets taken down with just a second to go, and that's going to leave Rick all by himself. He's been picked off. That was so close from Conquest, but they go 7-2 behind.
Very nice round. I mean, they get there They set off their nice flashes, Molotov smokes. Luminosity able to take into the bomb site. They get the bomb down. I think they left Fallen in the site. Everybody else, though, was able to retreat up into the back halls. And then Fur even takes it a step further. He goes down the ladder room, flanks outside. And for the very last kill, he comes in through Z onto the flank of some of the remaining CTs in the site. And Conquest getting outplayed there on that round. And I mean, the CT side, immediately they are broken, but the one man with the CZ and Kevlar pushes in, finds a kill, gets himself an AK. Shazam as well going to find a kill. Rush with that AK finds another and another. 3K on the round for him, and maybe some overconfidence. Luminosity thinking they couldn't be tested against those pistols if they went outside. Fallen will keep the dream alive. 1 HP with the 3 kill. He's on for the ace. He'll have to get the ace if he wants to win the round. He cannot do it, so Conquest getting a free round there. They've got to feel very good about that one.
Absolutely, yeah. Allows them to build up their economy. You can see they also pick up an AWP and an AK from that round, so it's going to be thrown straight to Shazam, who's not really done too much with the AWP, I'll say. I mean, he's 3 for 8 with 4 assists. That being said, though, of course, when your team's 3-7 behind, it's not really giving Shazam too many opportunities with the AWP. But I want to say that he's had it 2 or 3 times so far, and not really got too much from it. That could be a worrying sign for him. And now Luminosity finally are back into a situation where Tech 9's a Deagle and an AK is the state of play for them. But we've seen them do much better with much worse. So Conquest still need to hold on here. Because if they get broken back again, you're just going to see all of these weapons trade hands back into Luminosity Gaming's. And then things could get rough once more. And honestly, even if Conquest win the rest of these rounds, I don't think A7 is enough.
Well, Luminosity better go. They've finally pulled that man inside. That's going to be Shazam finishing Z, dappling at the coils. That's like, at best, a 1-kill spot, and he will get 0. Shazam making up for it, but then Fur has already pushed on the right side of the fuel tanker, able to bring down Shazam. So inner bomb site opened up, and the Tech 9 pistol push has resulted in the bomb going down and a post-plant 4-on-2 situation. The Fallen has also scooped up the op from Shazam. Bolt's waiting in CT's spawn. Actually going to push through, hoping to catch someone on the flank. Instead is now actually not even being flanked. Rush will back off. They're all moving out towards Ivy to save these guns.
What a strange map this has been. One of Conquest rounds came from a complete eco, and Luminosity come back with 4 upgraded pistols with an AK and keep themselves alive. 4 players, but Conquest escaped with 3 rifles. Very, very odd map so far. But I don't think there's any way of denying that Luminosity Gaming are going to be the much happier of the 2 teams here, Joey. I mean, 8 rounds already is phenomenal from them. And it could get a lot better as well.
Yeah, most likely will. We saw a couple players pour here, but since they saved, the drops come in. I think only Naf. Oh, no, even a gun on the ground for him. So he's got the CZ and an AK. So a full buy, and I mean, everyone's got the smokes, utility, and full for Rush, Naf, and Rix. We'll see what they can do with that. And what is Luminosity going to be up to? That's maybe what matters a bit more, since they've been the one dictating the pace of the game. And it's Fallen to get that open and kill. Very close range. Rix is trying to push into ladder room, and Fallen will take him down. So now 3 outer and 1 inside. The 1 man inside will be Daps.
It will indeed. We need someone from Conquest to get inspired here. Someone to start landing those shots. We looked at Rix's stats before this, and the dude had crazy stats. Seems like 100 average damage or more per round and 16 efficacy, like all the huge stats. But so far, he's not been able to do a great deal. 5 and 10. He is the only player that's dropped so far. The only casualty of war. 55 seconds left, and the terrorists completely fanning out across the map. There's no possible way of knowing which site that they're going to attack right now. I would say the fact they've got more players stacked towards B would suggest a B hit. Potentially they could push down Pop Dog and try and get up through main as well. And with 40 seconds to go, the CTs just have to try and hold on. And because they've lost that early man as well, they're going to be spreading themselves thin, and that's what Luminosity Gaming are hoping for. Here comes Fur, taking point. He gets picked off from Shazam. A bit odd that he pushed down by himself, but it was the interference play. Here comes the rest of the Brazilians pushing on through, but Shazam has already read the situation. They line up for a rush, he knocks them down like dominoes, and Shazam gets his 3rd, so much better haul from Conquest, and maybe that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, that's big, to be a man down and stay that patient, but still be able to hold off on the sites, so that's very nice. That's a big 4th round for Conquest. I mean, already it's not a good half, because obviously Luminosity with 8 rounds have won it officially. But if Conquest can get up to 7, maybe try to end it with some momentum. So you got momentum going into your pistol round on your T side. Still going to be a long way back. But this should, I mean, that was the 2-for-1, right? That was enough to break Luminosity. Unless, of course, the trend continues and the quick pistol ecos just continue to win rounds here for either team.
It's a really strange strat though from LG. Like just running Fur out by himself and nothing else, and Dap's gonna get caught! No one was watching his back, there's no avenging frag there. Conquest, and Shazam's at the back of the site with an AWP and a pistol, and he's being charged down from P250s. There's very little he can do to miss that first shot. In fact, I think he may have landed the shot and he just got overrun anyway. 2-on-2. And the pistols are looking like they're going to come out on top. Nafly is your last remaining CT. He's going to be throwing in that Molotov. It's not going to do a great deal.
And Steel found the up.
Oh my goodness. How can Conquest lose this round? This is such a crucial round for them. He's going to fake this out, try and bait Fallen. And he just turns around at the worst possible second again. And now here comes the replay from Luminosity Gaming. The AWP is not going to land, but they're forcing Nafly back, and he can't defuse this, and he's going to die anyway. Luminosity pick it up in an eco round. 9-4.
Well, I guess some vengeance there from Luminosity for when they rushed outside. What was that round? That wasn't the first round. I think that was round 10, where Luminosity pushed outside real quick against the full pistols. I think just Rix had Kevlar and an upgraded pistol. And Conquest were able to win that, so now Luminosity get one, but that's obviously something that should never be happening. And just look at the way this game went. You had 6 rounds in a row, and then since then it's been, you know, it's been a seesaw. It's been back and forth, back and forth, back and forth the last couple rounds, and that's not good for the CT side whatsoever. CT side, if you can win an eco round, it's such a big boost to your economy, but if you get eco'd, it's just, it hurts so much. So already right back down to being broke. And even in this next round, it will not be a very strong buy coming out with the bonuses just reset. Yeah, there's some slow ladder climbing there.
Oh, it's so awkward. Daps is like, what's up, bro? Just right in the face in the ladder. So Luminosity are poised now for their 10th round. And they will indeed get this. Now Flies wants to save the AWP, go through into the last round of the half. And when you go through to the last round of the half, and the best you can do on the CT side of the train is 5 rounds, something's gone horribly wrong, and he's not even going to save that AWP either. So, I mean, the Brazilians have just been dominating the Canadians so far. And I mean, in fairness, it is their choice of map. You know, Conquest are going to be moving across the Cobblestone, but we've already spoke before about how Luminosity are pretty happy to play Cobblestone themselves.
Yeah, I mean, the second map will be a lot more telling with the skill that Conquest have, because right now Conquest with, I mean, after the reshuffle, after not being sponsored, then finally getting one, it's more or less a new-ish team, and they don't have as big of a map pool. And when you're in a best-of-3 veto process where you each ban one map, you each pick one, and that leaves 3 left over, you're actually, I mean, if you don't have a big map pool, that's really bad. You're kind of just relying on RNG to not have that map land on that you don't want to play, right? Because Conquest don't play Overpass or Train, so they ban Overpass. They can't ban Train, so obviously the pick comes out. Or even if it wasn't picked, it would have still been left in the pool to have been random and could have been landed on. So I think the problem that you're seeing here is maybe just not the map pool that Conquest wants to fully have yet.
Yeah, maybe give them some time, they can start to compete with the likes of Luminosity on maps like Train. But today, seemingly not that day. I was going to say this before as well, actually, I just remembered. Whoever called the seedings out for this tournament was on point, because the top 4 seeds are all the 4 teams that are in the semi-finals right now.
I hope.
So it's... Did you really?
Yes.
Wow, Joey, take a bow, bro.
I will. No one can see it, though. What's the point? This round going good. The last round here, well, is going good. There is maybe still potential here for Fallen. You'd think Conquest, doesn't really matter that Daps is too low since Fallen is still running with the op. Although the shot going to ring out. Fallen will now know where Naf is. Well, kind of. Naf trying to sell it. We're seeing this 1v1 on the ladder, though. That would have been quite a shot, and it is actually from the other way. Naf, as he lands, able to hit Fallen as he's fallen. Good I did there.
I did. Very good.
It's hard not to, actually, but
made a pun
that time I
yesterday
actually meant it.
I can't remember what it was. Can you remember? You did like a pun yesterday, and the chat was like all fail fishing.
You know what, chat? I've had enough of your fail fishes.
Kappa.
How's it got to be a fish, huh? Can it be fail something else? Anyways, looking at some of the stats that we have up on screen now for the box score here. Also reminding anyone, if you're just joining us, of the maps: Train the first, Cobble the second, Inferno the third. Well, we need Inferno is kind of the big question after seeing this first half on Train. Luminosity now moving over to the CT side. We see bolts, colds for pretty much everybody right on point. Everyone 12 to 13 kills. Just Steel down there a little bit. I guess that's what happens when you buy an auto sniper in the 3rd round. You only come out with 8 frags. Rush up there with 12, someone you always kind of expect to be doing well for Conquest. But like we said, Rix yesterday, he had like 105 ADR over the entire best of 3 series, which I guess was just 2 maps. But he was doing very well, and so far hasn't been able to show up on the CT side of Train. But again, not a map that Conquest really play, so we'll see how much longer they can hold on here on map number 1.
I'm sorry, mods. What have I done? Twitch chat just turned into an absolute minefield. I shouldn't have said anything, Joey.
Okay. That's what Twitch chat is for.
That's true. That is very true. Like, realistic conversation? Nah. It's all about the cappers. And speaking of which, Bolts is there, spots 4 players jumping across, so instant information is gained. You can see that the CTs instantly just back themselves away, get into better positions. Bolts is going to come around the back of Nafly, drops him to 8 HP.
Whoa,
and he will get bested though. He just spins around and headshots him, and this is a round of Luminosity should be winning. They had all the information thrown to them, but in credit to CQ, a huge round for them, and they will take it as well. So 6 to 10, and this gives them a chance to potentially pull it back to about even, or at least 9 rounds.
That's pretty much on Bolts, right? Never really like to say it's a player's fault, but Bolts has the perfect flank onto Nafly. It was shooting and shooting and shooting, can't hit him. Naf, and then credit to Naf, right? Like, that wasn't an easy shot. He knows he's getting a shot in the back, throws a flick, immediately gets the headshot, then kills another person when he was on like 4 HP, and then you had the 2-on-1. They're both peeking that player in the ladder room. So I thought, wow, this is over. Luminosity just dominated on that pistol, but it unravels there at the end. Naf with the 4K, very nicely done. It is now 6 to 10. But you're not out of the woods yet, right? The CT force buy is just terrifying. And on a map with so many angles like this, and enough sight lines so these scouts can start to tag people up, put the blood in the water, as the scout skin is so perfectly named.
It's a pretty sick scout, but it just costs way too much, I think. Pretty ridiculous price, and he's going to get dropped first. He's absolutely decent trade out though, and you can see that Steel was desperate to pick up that a little bit. In doing so, he gives his life. It is fallen with the shot into the face of Nafly, who had a blistering round last one, but he is going to get silenced here. Bomb's been planted, but this retake is doable. There's no defuse kits, there's no grenades in the hands of Luminosity just yet. Maybe they can pick up a grenade or 2 off the fallen comrades of Rush, who is on the site with the MAC-10, but it's the P90 that comes in. The Pro 90 living up to its name, and it's all with that scout. That's all that remains now from Luminosity. Beautiful first click onto Rush, but that's going to be all she wrote. And Conquest do navigate their way through that force by 7 to 10.
Rex taking out some of his frustration there on the dead CT players. So he's happy to have found some frags. 2 on this round. Can maybe instill him with some confidence. He can maybe find some more eco kills here, which, you know, don't count for much in terms of the stats or, you know, what you really think of a player. But as for the player, you kind of get them out of a rut. Just, you know, get in some frags, get your confidence back up, and take it into that rifle round, which will be round number 19. Or maybe we're going to see another 4 on pistols from the CT's win around, because Fallen has started things off. But, okay, there it goes. Conquest quickly with 3 frags, now 4. We'll leave Fur all alone. He's going very James Bond. He's up here ready to stop the terrorists in their tracks with this silenced pistol. And he will actually somehow find 2 kills. I don't think there will be much more from there, but the fact that he gets 2, that was wrong.
Yeah, like, Channels is in a James Bond, and moreover, it was a case of, like, Conquest channeling their inner henchman. They just couldn't hit him. Couldn't hit the side of a barn there. So he just gets 2 free kills. Like, it's not really going to make a whole bunch of difference, and Conquest can force up anyway, but still, that's a bit of money across the Fur that you really shouldn't be picking up. Bit of confidence as well. Fallen with the AWP this round. 17 for 13 is top fragging on the entire server. Not by too much though. A couple players hot behind him. Look at this aggressive pushing from Rix. He seems like he's finally started to wake up from his slumber. This is more what we were expecting coming to this. Nafly as well. He started to fire all cylinders. A second frag for him, getting round the back of Luminosity. And Conquest seem a much more proficient team when it comes to their T-side strats. Like, they looked a bit unsure on their CT side, but this all-out aggression is paying out dividends for them.
Yeah, or maybe Train will be a terrorist-sided map today.
Confirmed.
Because they've looked fantastic. They've got, I mean, they just lost, I think, a P90 on the side of Conquest. I think Steel expecting a P90 to stay around, even went for one himself. And so far the CTs, I mean, not doing too great of a job of holding on to anything on either side of the map so far. Of course, Luminosity have really only had one chance and have still got to be kind of hating on themselves for having lost that pistol, right? It could very easily be 13 and maybe even 14 to, what would it have been? 5? And then you're looking to close it out, but instead they drop that pistol, and then Conquest will not falter in the next 3 chances that they have, and one being the first rifle round. That's great stuff. They're about to tie it up here, unless Fallen, with this op, can do something.
And that really is the reason why us as casters speak so much about pistol and the importance of it, because it really does give you a huge advantage going through onto the start of that first or second half. And we can see the Conquest, I mean, they still have to convert the rounds, right? Luminosity went for the force buy. They got knocked down with Conquest surviving with 2 players. And you can see here now Fallen is the only player to still have a weapon in his hands with Kevlar here in round 20. The Conquest are just on the brink of pulling us back to even once more, which would be 5 consecutive rounds on their T side. I'm just going to hold my hands up. I thought this game was dead and buried at 5-10. I thought there's no way the Conquest can come back into this. I would love to be proven wrong. And there is Rush with the first crack. Fallen!
Ooh.
Again, that looked like it should have been a kill for him. We saw some cobblestone yesterday as well.
Yeah, when it looked like he had a 2-for-1 with the players rushing into A, but it doesn't
dead
land.
on to me.
There you go. He will make up for it with 2 now, with 3. The 1 op from Fallen and just the upgraded pistols from the rest of his team. Are they about to pull it off here? I mean, Conquest did walk into a little bit of a stack up on this inner site, and Fallen will be caught out, switching his pistol. And Daps is able to get 4 frags.
Yeah, for people that weren't watching yesterday, me and Joey were casting a game on Cobblestone where Luminosity were playing Mythic. And Fallen, I think he was on A site, right? And he was looking towards the wooden panel stables, whatever you want to call it, on the left-hand side. 2 players lined up for him, and he shot the AWP, and it looked dead on to me and Joey. Like, we were both speechless at how it missed. Another day, that would be a 2-for-1. So he's kind of unfortunate when it comes to that hitbox reg, whatever you want to call it. 20 for 14, though. You can't really argue with those stats.
Or the quick switch up thing. Did they ever fix that? Wasn't that a problem? People said. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. And like, what a problem for the ops to have, because after you shoot it, everyone quick switches just to get out of the scope quicker. Anyways, 10 to 10. I mean, the fact that this is 10 to 10 is blowing my mind right now.
Me too.
But I am kind of surprised that, I mean, with what was working out, now immediately the terrorists will go to double ops, and maybe it's just because NAF wanted to go towards Ivy. Bolts is very spatially aware, knowing that he is not peeking any part of his body. He's like a millimeter away from showing himself to the opposite NAF line, but is not doing it, and the nade will come through, so it's like Bolts will back himself off a little bit. But 3 outer and 2 inner will be the setup here for Luminosity. A little different from Conquest, who more often than not just had Daps inside by himself, with Shazam or Rick's going to be a rotator in to help.
Yeah, it's interesting that Conquest would pick up that second AWP from Fallen in the previous round. Whereas we saw when Luminosity was playing, they didn't want to get 2 range weapons, so they had opportunities with auto snipers and AWPs, they didn't go for it. Meanwhile, as I'm speaking of, Daps is just going to go straight for the throat, get that bomb planted, and force the CT to retake scenario. Rix does miss the first couple of shots. In fact, I think he did tag up Fur and not able to finish him off.
There it
Shazam, and there's the one. Oh my goodness, that's exactly what we were looking for. And he picks both those frags up in quick succession. Daps finishes things off, and Conquest. Is this the first time they've had the lead this whole game? I think it is.
Yeah, it is. And clearly they've played the game, right? You see all those sets, the map is what I mean to say here on Train. I would hope that the professional Counter-Strike players have played Counter-Strike before. If not, that's very impressive. But they throw that set smoke out onto the outer bomb site. The smoke pyramid is, I've now just come up with a term because that's kind of what it looks like. 1 towards Ivy, 1 to block off. I think it's the red train. And then 1 on top of the back of the bomb train where you're going to plant the bomb to cover everything. So they throw that down perfectly. They get out to get the bomb down. Shazam then finds that 2-for-1 with the op. And there you have it. That's Conquest in the lead, 11-10. And, I mean, you would expect them to take another here, but Colts has found the opening kill onto Rix. But there are two players with, well, 5 and 1 HP.
Seems like Conquest got more confidence flowing through them now on their T side. We're seeing players who are eerily quiet on the CT, like really stepping up to the plate, playing aggressive. And we talk about this quite a lot as well. Some players just shine on certain sides. It's more comfortable for them. They just kind of feel more free and confident. We saw Nip actually channeling some of this at Dubai as well. They looked a lot more free, a lot more confident, and in doing so they played a lot better. And Conquest definitely looking similar here. 3 players through Pop Dog. Shazam is still residing through main. But there is a player coming up round the back, and that is going to be Bolts. And he's got himself a deagle. He could cause some serious damage. Meanwhile, though, Shazam gets himself the barbecue kill onto Colt. And in actual fact, Bolt does get picked off, so Shazam's spidey senses are tingling. There's Shazam's second as well. He seems to be landing all the shots now. It's all on Fallen and Fur now all by himself with 1 HP to his name. Looking for those exits. He's about to run right into Shazam. And Shazam will pick up his 4th of the round. Great round from Conquest. It was an eco, though, from Luminosity, so can't get too carried away. They will have weapons now in round 23.
Yeah, it can still always be scary. I mean, Rix goes down first to a CT, you know, upgraded pistol round. You start to get nervous, you start to sweat a little bit. But Shazam will pull him out of it. Well-placed Molotov, 2 op shots, and closes it out with the Tech 9. So that's 12-10, and Conquest, you know, getting over here on the T side, not really showing any sign of stopping. It looks like they will be going right into the outer yard. Very, very quick. Nice smokes going down. Will they catch the man on the back of the red train? They will. Nafly moves in so fast. He's also trying to peer around these Molotovs. Rush going to open up with a kill. Fallen, the only CT defender so far to find himself a frag. He will bring down Rick. Rush is just waiting for this player to go through the flank in ladder. He'll have to dodge that flash. Meanwhile, Nafly going to get another. He will bring down Fallen. Now trying to fight Bolts. Will at least push him off of that old bomb train and back towards CT. It's a 3-on-2. Bomb has yet to go down, though. It is actually down in a fairly awkward position, and I think Bolts and now Steel, realizing this, is rotating back around to keep eyes on it. But Naf with another nice shot. 3 kills on the round for him.
All on Steel. He is bottom fragging right now for LG, 10 for 18. Does just pick himself up that frag on Daps, though. And still has 100% of his HP. 45 seconds, got enough time to rotate himself through. That bomb's been planted anyway. Rush is below 50. Nafly on full. Nafly has been pretty damn good on this T side, so I would not favor Steel in this kind of scenario. He has to go and make these 2 1v1s. He's been spotted on the cross. Now Rush knows exactly where it's coming from. He picks up the first frag. Pretty much for Cleveland, switches to a Molotov, and Nafly repeaks him to take the 13th round for Conquest. Very unfortunate from Steel. If he gets that Molotov out, there's a good chance that maybe he can clutch that round, but instead, his team now into a force buy and 10 rounds to 13.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the idea of the Molotov, but at the same time, if he just had his gun out and Naf obviously gave him a repeat, like maybe he just hits the shot and then you can just defuse. But I don't know. I don't know what the thought process was there. Probably thinking more about having to defuse the bomb than killing Naf. And I mean, big shout out to Naf, right? He got a 4K on the pistol. He just got a 4K on that round, so that's the second 4K of the half for him here on the T side. I think Shazam also got a 4K. So things are starting to work here for Conquest, and Conquest is, I mean, showing no sign of stopping. I was going to say they're creeping towards the victory, but in reality, they're actually sprinting towards 16 rounds. This marks, I mean, how many rounds is that? I can't even count this high.
Yeah, it's 8 rounds.
So the 9, if you count the last round of the first half. Many, many rounds in a row.
Yep.
I almost need 3 hands to count that high. 2 more rounds than I would need another hand. So start using toes.
It's pretty ridiculous to think how many rounds we've had today on train go the T-way. And normally this is such a CT-sided map. You're expecting, you know, huge scores to be posted up, maybe double digits for the CT side, but that's just not been the case. From 5-10 to 13-10 we currently reside, and 13 Pop Dog is not going to hear anything because Conquest are ninjaing their way through, making no noise. They have lost the first player, so maybe Luminosity can get something done here around 24. But look at that timer as well. That grenade could do significant damage. Bounces up, only does 10 to Shazam. I thought it'd do a lot more. from Steel's perspective, but here comes the push. They're going to know this. The flashbang as well. It's perfectly played. So far from Luminosity, this is much better. Follow with the double spray on the FAMAS. Third from behind. And that's more like it from the Brazilians. Better late than never. They can still salvage this map.
And now the question comes, well, I guess one, can Luminosity hold on again? Can they do something like this again? And now that Conquest has finally lost around and it's still a pretty close game, are they going to be able to kind of muster the confidence that they've been displaying in this half where they've just been pretty much running out into yard and just getting frags? Can they replicate that after a round loss? Or will they have to make an adjustment? It looks like two players going up to the white halls very quickly and another few holding back. Just kind of spreading out and looking to control. I wouldn't really even say map control on Train, just looking to control their side of the map. Waiting for some CT aggression as they were quickly flanked in that last round.
It's a weird one, isn't it? This map has been back and forth so many times. You never can quite count either team out, which is very odd. Like, it's just been one of those kind of games. Steel's in a great position, holding the off angle. Probably could have had that cleaner. His crosshair was a tiny bit too high, and that cost him a tiny bit of HP, but it's Conquest who are bouncing back here with a vengeance. They picked up themselves 2 frags. Both Steel and Shazam are low. Below 10 HP. And that fly just runs in. This guy is so aggressive.
I couldn't figure out why he was doing that. And then I realized that he has to, after he gets the kill, he's got to go pick up the bomb. That was the problem. The bomb was left up there. And Naf just, you know, he probably didn't even think about that. Because if he thought about that, I doubt you fly up the ladder. You'd psych yourself out on that one. But here's Bolts. He will bring down Nap, who was actually the player with 100 HP, so it'll fall onto Shazam. Both these guys very, very low. Looks like the call has come out because Shazam with the op is going for the Tech 9. Also maybe due to the fact that there are just so many angles to clear on Train here. And Shazam, he will go for the fake, and that's going to work out perfectly. He hears the footsteps of Bolt starting to push up, and I think at that point Shazam's got to know that I've done it. I've won the mind games.
Crucial round for Conquest as well, because it gets them 3 rounds ahead and forces Luminosity now into another bye. Fallen with a scout, rest of the team is going to be getting what they can. FAMAS, couple CZs, Mag 7. Last chance for Luminosity Gaming to bring us back. If they lose this, it's another forced bye, and very likely Conquest will be taking this map, which is Luminosity Gaming's choice of map as well. And then we'll be heading to Cobblestone. Now, I should mention that Luminosity Gaming lost the first map yesterday against Mythic on Overpass, and then came back to win the next 2. So I still wouldn't count the Brazilians out even if they lost this. Let's jump back on board with the action. Steal the Mag 7, tries to close angle, from behind with 2 kills with the CZ, nearly a third as well. And we'll be backing away. The only downside for Luminosity is unable to pick up any of those weapons, so he's still only got a CZ and 15 bullets to his name.
Maybe we can just kill one more person here. Because Bolt was able to pick up a FAMAS. Font still has a scout, and 2 players are within, you know, 1 shot of the scout. Naf is starting to throw some of these weapons away. I'm not sure really how well they're hidden, but who knows? Maybe he's been playing the new Metal Gear. He's like, I need to hide these things. I can't leave a trail of evidence. The guards might find me as Bolts. That shot might have landed, but not the case. Or actually, that was Fallen, excuse me. Bolts, meanwhile, the FAMAS spray down doesn't work out. Naf will take him down. So we're into the 3-on-3. They have managed to even it up, but for another CZ kill ringing out. And Fallen with a beautiful scout headshot. I think that's actually his 3rd so far on the CT side. He has been pretty good with the scout when he's had it. And that'll leave it all up to Rush. Does have the bomb planted, but the player's on it. They're just sticking it without a kit. Rush hasn't even heard. He didn't hear it. Or maybe he was hard counting to 9 in his head, because you did see him peek. You saw the bullet flash there as it connects with the train.
Man, the balls of steel, though, for Luminosity to go for the full defuse and have full confidence. I think it was Fallen who got the last kill, right? It's like holding the angle with a scout or something. Oh my goodness. So Conquest, around they will be kicking themselves over, come out behind, and now Luminosity have another chance to potentially pull this back, and now it's Conquest who are in a position where if they lose this, they're onto the eco. So again, the seesaw in effect. Fallen goes for the fast peak. The 2-man death squad is there. Shazam beforehand did pick off Coles, who's not quite had the same impact as he did yesterday. And look at this boost as well. Rick completely caught unawares. both the frags down on Ivy from Luminosity, and now they can pull themselves back. You can see the bombs dropped towards the T-spawn. Shazam's going to pick that up for his team. Still a lot of time to play with, but Luminosity in prime position to strike.
I mean, it's a 3-on-4. Steel does still just have a Nova. I mean, if he's tested, I guess he's in a pretty good spot. That's the thing with shotguns, right? Like, if they actually run at you, it's fantastic. But if they happen to dodge you, then you're caught rotating over, and then at that point, the shotgun becomes worthless. It looks like Daps would be the only player that could fall into the trap of Steel, and he won't be doing it. Daps is starting to get spammed. People know exactly what's happening when those windows break, that the smokes are going to be coming out, but Daps able to dodge the bullets. Throws that smoke. Where did that even go? Was that back towards Ivy? But the players have pushed through anyway, so it will not be very effective. And Fern bolts here in the back of the outer yard. We'll just lock it down. 3K for bolts, nicely done. And this is going to be very, very close. This might be the full 30 rounds here on Train, maybe even more.
Very possible, because Conquest have to eco here. There's no real need for them to force up. They can force up the next round. So you're expecting Luminosity. Well, you know what, I say that. We've had so many ecos win, I don't know anymore. Although it is 4
Although
Glocks.
with all Glocks and 1 P250, probably not.
Yeah, 4 Glocks and a P250 against like a full buyout? Nah. Surely Luminosity don't throw this round.
And since it is Conquest on 14, it would actually really behoove Steel to get tons of $900 kills under these Glocks to make sure that if they lose, they'll definitely have some guns, and he's actually put himself in a fantastic spot to find the frags and the money. Oh, wow, he actually takes a ding to the face so quickly, and Fallen now trying to throw a grenade into lower will actually help out Steel with the assist. Fallen getting the kill with the nade. Steel won $900 frag, and still going to be holding close, so we'll might find another. Probably saw the hands there up. Shazam will go in for the frag. Doesn't want to die, though. Fallen will take it.
No deaths, just what Luminosity were hoping for. And Conquest, I mean, I feel like the best situation there that they could hope for is maybe get a frag or two, maybe in like an ideal world, a bomb plant. But no, it's just completely shut out. You can see though, because of that eco, they've got themselves AKs, they've got themselves 5 smokes, which is huge for Train. That is more than enough to work off, so game well and truly back on. But again, if Conquest lose this, they'll be enforced by in the 30th round, and then Luminosity would have pulled off the comeback. Which is so weird to say, because like 15 minutes ago when they're winning 10-5, I'm thinking, okay, we're moving to Cobblestone, easy peasy for the Brazilians. But nope, Canada would not go down without a fight. And here we go now, still plenty of time. Flashbang comes through, but I think that actually landed off the teammate.
It hit Daps and
Awkward.
then didn't fall down ladder, but the player will still move down and no one was there, so...
The good old team flash.
That works out. Here come the terrorists creeping slowly through the mist. And Steel and Bolts are there to stop them. Hold still on the site. We'll find Shazam on the left side, or the right side of the E-box, and we'll actually just push past the player who was hiding in the smoke. That is Rush. 1 versus 4, and Will be sprayed down. Don't think he was even spotted. Someone's just like, someone planted the bomb. There's one more out here. We don't see him anywhere else. Let's shoot at the smoke.
Counter-terrorists win.
And wow, if Conquest, I mean, where do they find themselves with the money? Okay, I mean, good enough to do one of their quick, fast strats, but without some of the Molotovs and the smokes that they've liked to have thrown when taking the outer yard quickly, I mean, they've got a chance to take this into OT.
And that's
a team that went from having no chance in everybody's mind, I'm sure, in everybody's mind, having no chance, probably even their own. Well, maybe not their own, because their T-side seemed, you know, very, very intense. But to get this close and then not be able to close it out with starting off with the T side with 8 rounds in a row, I mean, it's got to hurt.
Oh, it definitely will. In this round, they're able to just get these grenades purely off the back of that bomb plant, honestly. And yeah, the nade just wrecks on Conquest. So they lost the first play as well. Daps was taken down comfortably. And there's Rush, though, answering back in kind. And Conquest fighting for their survival. Taking to overtime. They line up for Bolts, but he only gets 1. 3 on 3. If the terrorists relocate, reposition, get themselves together, they could mind game Luminosity here. Look at the positions from the CTs. Like, they're all banking on this being an A push. And if the push does come in, you're fancying LG to take this pretty convincingly. Coldzera is just hiding right now. In the smoke, gets that frag onto Shazam. What a position. He gets traded out, however, 40 seconds to go. It's a 2-on-2.
It's been a pretty beautiful round so far. Every kill has been met with a trade almost instantaneously down to the 2-on-2. That's the first one that is just complete highway robbery. Falling gets the frag, and then another without any response from Conquest. And that probably just comes down to the nature of the outer yard, those 2-on-2s. And there it is, man. What a ridiculous back and forth game. 10-5 half. Luminosity getting the 10 rounds on that terrace side. You're like, surely this is just over. And then you've got a pistol round that is somehow won. The 4K from Nafly is able to convert on it. And then after that, winning another, 7 rounds in a row they had to make a total of 8 on the T side in a row. A one-off win from Luminosity, and then they just close it out with 5 in a row. They finally had adapted to that T side of Conquest, or the fact that they just won round 9 kind of shook up the confidence that Conquest had when they were kind of just rushing out and doing whatever they felt like getting these frags. So that was crazy. 16-14. Never would have thought we'd see the full 30 rounds.
Me neither. And Fallen finishing the game with 34 frags. Where would Luminosity be without him? That would have been a guaranteed loss if not for Fallen. He just stepped up to the plate and played crazy, out of his mind. It goes to show again, you get a good AWP on train, they really can dictate the pace of the action and just straight up win it for you.
Yeah, one of the players we highlighted for Conquest. I mean, as well as they even ended up doing, the fact that Rix was 12-25 doesn't really bode very well. He was absolutely the player to watch yesterday for them up against Orglis. But I guess Orglis quite a different beast than a team like Luminosity, who we're going to get to see them again here on Cobble, the map that I think both of these teams might even refer to as their #1 map. So, I mean, if the train match happened to be that ridiculous, then I'm thinking Cobble's going to be about the same. Although the things that we have thought have been pretty wrong so far throughout this tournament. Lots of surprises coming out, and that train, the first map here, definitely being one of them. But we're going to take a quick break, guys, before we get into the second map. It shouldn't be long, and actually, as everyone started to ready up, maybe we don't even take a break. But I think we need to run some commercials. So we'll run them real quick. It'll be a very short break, guys. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Map 2 Cobble going to start now here in the semifinals of the iBUYPOWER Fall Invitational. It's Luminosity versus Conquest. And you can see with the blue mark there on the left of the best of 3 indicator on your endgame overlay, Luminosity or the victors of that first map train, but not in the way that I don't think anyone would have predicted. But here we go. Conquest already now starting on the T side where they were very explosive on train, running out here into the B bomb site, but here's Bolt with 2, starting to get dinked up, or Goose rather, from the other side, but still able to find a third from behind the rock there. And now it is only Rush all by himself. Oh my gosh, Rush getting rushed, but he will pull open line fur. He tries to work his way out towards that bomb, and Bolt is there with the 4th frag.
Close line, nice. You wrestling fan?
Not really.
Oh,
but I mean,
me neither, to be fair.
When the
Not for a
ragdoll
long
physics
time.
look like that, you gotta
You got to throw some of them in there.
exactly.
So good hold from Luminosity. And for those of you that maybe aren't too familiar, Luminosity is Cobblestone. This is actually Conquest choice of map, which should be mentioned. I know there's a lot of you that are here that weren't before when we were going through the veto stage. Luminosity yesterday brutalized Mythic. It was 16-8, and they're a team that are very good on Cobblestone. So coming into this map, me and Joey were looking forward to this one the most. We had no idea Train would be that close overall. On paper, I feel it's going to be close, but again, we kind of discussed this in a little break there, Joey. You never quite know. Like, predictions in CS are so hard because either players can stand up tall you're not expecting, or a couple can have a quiet game, and something that changes the whole dynamic of how it plays out. But Luminosity starting well with that pistol, and a Force Spike coming in for Conquest with Tech 9s, a Deagle, and Armor. looking to land those 1Ds, looking to just rush in with the Tech 9s, but so far Luminosity have given nothing away.
Yeah, still just, I think, waiting for that flash. Now probably going to throw that incendiary over towards drop, as it does look again to be a split onto the B site here for Conquest. Probably just in an effort to get that bomb down. They're starting to drop off now. Well, both off the platform and through drop, but here's Bolt once again from pretty much the same position, starting to find some frags, and we'll find another long range onto Nafly. Rix is able to get the kill onto Steel. And the 1v4, will we find any more? Nope. It'll be Fur with the UMP. Close it out.
Great haul for Luminosity as well. That was a force for Conquest. Just losing the one player is perfect as far as they're concerned. So now see the Tech 9 on Fur with the UMP. Same with Steel. A couple of MP7s from Ass. This is going to be farming the frags, getting that money in the bank. You can see a couple P250s, but the rest is Glock. So it's kind of formality. Luminosity should be 3-0 up here. I'm curious to see what the strap we're going to see thrown into the mix. Here's a push onto long. Trying to catch Fur. No one checks the corner though up on the hay bales. And he in turn will get fragged. There's two. There's three actual tag. Fallen comes in to seal it up nicely. An explosive round goes very firmly in the way of Luminosity, but was expected. Here come the rifles.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just an effort of, hey, let's go A, let's kind of check out, see where people are playing. They don't get to see very, very much, as two players were out there towards long A. I don't think that you'll see onto the rifle round two players go out there again. And yeah, we won't. So the information that if that's what they were doing, the gathering didn't really help too much, because it's a very different A setup on this round. It's actually Fallen who will move in and find the opening frag onto Shazam. And that was from the mid room. Now we'll fall back up towards A.
Double ups for Luminosity in good positions. Cold behind the statue on the B site. Rips Nafly a new one. And now Rix is going to be dropping down into the zone and very nearly got himself a frag. Forced him out there. He pushes straight through. Fur holding the off angle behind the pillar. And that drops us to just two players remaining. And getting a sense of deja vu from that first half where Conquest went 6-0 behind. They should be 4-0, and it will be Conquest back onto another eco, so they're going to be following a very similar path.
But this time I'm telling my brain to hold off on jumping to conclusions, right?
Yeah.
Of course, it's just the first 4 rounds, I guess, unless something crazy happens with Daps and Rush. But the fact that, I mean, on the CT side, it's very important to start off. I feel like it could be so easy to let the pistol round and, of course, the next few slip away. On the CT side, just because the nature of that B site, but they lock it down, and then coming into the first rifle, Luminosity win it again. So, I mean, I guess what I'm really trying to say is Luminosity once again starting off strong on the side that, while definitely not very much disfavored, I think the CT side is a little disfavored on Cobblestone. But if they win 10-5 on the CT side, it will be nothing like what happened on Tran when they won 10-5 on the T side on one of the most, CT biased maps in the pool.
Exactly. That's the thing as well. In Cobblestone, like, T should be picking up a fair chunk of rounds. Again, saying Fur is going to get completely unchecked, and there's the first one giving his position away, but he's got the M4. He should probably have done better from there, especially a player of his caliber. He'll get picked off, but more importantly, that's Conquest with an assault rifle now in the hands of Shazam. Now, I was about to say, I'd like to see him switch to that with Rix, because he has the Kevlar, so the aim punch will not be an issue for him. That's exactly what happens. Shazam's going to keep with the Tech 9. And yes, Luminosity with a double assault rifle should win this round, but it's how much damage can Conquest do before they do fall down.
I'm kind of concerned for Fallen here. He's at that connector door, but he will be spotted when the player's coming out over towards the stables, but still might just have his back, starting to bring down these players. Keeping his range, but I guess not far enough. Nafly is able to work his way in, find one headshot, but that'll be that. And Cold with 2 op kills to close it off. So Luminosity keeping the double ops here on the CT side. It is 5-0, but another rifle coming out, and an op for Shazam going into round 6.
Now, Shazam had a really quiet first half on train with the op on CT side, but then started to show up, like, big time when the roles reverse. So I'm curious to see if he's going to keep that form coming forward, because I think he could be a key player. We saw Fallen just taking over on train. If Shazam can have a similar performance here, there's every chance that Conquest could win this and take us into Inferno, which is the third map, for those of you that were asking in chat before.
Don't
But-
answer them, Meadows. It says it on the screen. Very
Oh, does it?
beautifully in the bottom right corner.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. It's cool. Wow, I'm getting trolled. Rip.
Yep.
Good old
I
Twitch
hate
chat.
to break it to you. You thought you were doing
Always
something
trolling me.
nice. In reality, you were just being trolled.
Just being a good guy. I just get trolled again. Sad times. Either way, 1 minute deadlock has not been broken just yet from both teams. It's just going to be biding their time. I can understand this from Conquest. They've tried the aggressive plays. They got shut down. They've tried the fakes. They got shut down. So maybe just the all-out push through B tunnels is the way to go. The issue now is that Bolt is in a great position. Is that Molotov going to spread enough? It is. It forces him out of position into the open. And they will be picking up that frag. Pretty big one, but he got all the information. These Molotovs are there to counteract the push. Probably smoke's going to come down. No, they don't try and extinguish that smoke. They're going to wait afterwards instead. And in doing so, walking into the crosshairs of Coles. They're not going to use any of these two smokes that they have. And Coles is going to get himself another one, looking for a third frag. He finally goes down. There is Riggs with one as well. 20 seconds left. Riggs has to go for the jugular. And they are somehow getting this round back, Conquest. It's all on Fallen, and Riggs picks him up. That is a round I was sure was going to Luminosity when Coles just tees off with 2 early frags.
Yeah, and even before that, almost the bigger deal was, I mean, everyone in that site was getting pretty blind or forced out from flashes and smokes, but those Molotovs, I think it was even double Molotovs, go down to stop Conquest from pushing in after they had used all their flashes, so then they've got to go in without, anything. They just try to work it. Cold gets 2. Immediately you think the round's going to fall apart, but they're able to drop off. Rick's pushing forward, getting some frags, and Conquest. A hard-fought round, but they will find the first for themselves on the T side. But not enough, of course, to disrupt the Luminosity game, and they go right back into double op setup and 3M4s.
Hopefully that's the start of something special for Conquest so we can get a close map here. I see Shazam's already been tagged down to 35 at the early stages of round 7. Double ups again for Luminosity, one of which has fallen on long. And the other up is on statue for Coles. And he's been there a few times. It's going to get predictable. But the issue is it's such a difficult position to flush out with smokes, flashes, Molotovs. So it's, you can just stay there pretty much all the time. Nice peek from Fur, but he gets traded out from Shazam. Now the flashes come in from Steel. That will stop the push for now. But to be honest, the terrorists are okay with this. They can rotate. You can see the bombs drop there in Connector. And looking to work on towards the B tunnels once more.
And it looks like Naf will be the man with the challenge to go out and try to open up the site up against Colds, who has been doing a pretty good job with the AWP from behind the statue. He's going to be quite blind, though. And Naf worked his way around pretty wide, is able to spray control and find that frag. So the site will belong to the terrorist. Bolt's going to work over. He's been pretty deadly from this rock position, but he will only be able to get one. Now it's going to be Steel and Fallen. Steel going to get one through the smoke. That'll be Ricks taken down. So into a 2-on-2. Op versus M4. Op AK, excuse me, versus Op M4 is what I was going for there. 2-on-2 pushing in. Steel will find Rush. And that'll leave just Shazam over in KFC all alone. Didn't go there with his buddies. He gets shut down. The buffet is closed.
A bit weird that Conquest would go peeking there. Shazam, you could see at the back, was not in a position to help his teammate out, and so effectively it became 2-1v2s in favor of Luminosity. Even if he's got 35 HP, I still feel like peeking there is a good play from Shazam. Instead, he just waits in and you see what the result is. So Conquest let a round slip by that they probably should have had, on all honesty. I like this P90 pickup from Fur. Realizing it's likely going to be an eco, this allows him to get some potential farming, and also the P90, depending on where he wants to run with this, is a pretty good weapon, even in rifle rounds. He's going to be going up long A with it, so yeah, you get into a good angle, you can spray down multiple players, there's 50 bullets of doom and misery, but he's not going to see any action here because Conquest, for the time being, are stacking 4 players towards drop zone.
I mean, it makes sense. You got these pistols. You want to try to work in against maybe some of the... Oh, but look at that. It's the M4 that has the extra bullets. Steel playing in there towards drop. Bolt now helping out. Will go down. It's actually being very, very costly here for the CTs. The fact that they've lost 3 players and, it's going to be nice for the terrorists able to get the bomb down here. And I mean, Daps picks up the ops. So maybe they've even got a chance. And this time on the retake with these long ranges, it's actually just going to be Fur with the... I think as the fans of Luminosity will often refer to as the Fur 90. You will get the kill on the Daps. That was maybe too close for cover for Luminosity, but they will get out with the round victory.
Yeah, retain both the AWPs as well, so another victory for Luminosity here at 7 already. Very similar scorelines to what we saw on Train, although obviously completely different map in how it works. Cobblestone, I feel like Cobblestone is the map that even, well, actually we saw this on Train, we saw a lot of eco wins, but especially on Cobblestone, if you can exploit the likes of Drop Zone, if you can exploit long and try and push through and pick up the one defender, because typically you're going to have one player up long, things can get pretty interesting from a T's perspective. The issue for me is that just Conquest have been shut down, and they seem a bit indecisive as well on their plays. Like, they're often pushing up one at a time, getting picked off, and then suddenly, like, Luminosity have a huge advantage. But look at this all-out aggression as I'm speaking about indecision. That's why it's like, no, bro, I'm just going to rush out and pick myself up 2-3 frags, looking for a fourth, but Fallen shuts him down. Damage has been done. Conquest, you have to win this round. If they let this slip, things are going to go from bad to a lot worse.
Yeah, they would like to be able to retake onto the site, but once again, the bomb gets planted in the B site. The Brazilian squad was probably pretty happy to be actually leading 7-1, but that might start to collapse here. Or will it? Fallen getting hit that op shot. Now it is all going to fall to Fallen, who will hit another. Now Fallen versus Rix here, but I think realizing his beat, the time has run out. Fallen with a 3K will take it and retreat to the hills. Conquest with the second round.
Terrorists win.
Great entry work from that flight. Is going to secure Conquest their second round, albeit very close. Riggs gets the AWP away from Fallen as well. That's such a cheeky shot. And that's got to be depressing. Do they go for the buy AWP anyway? Did someone have a load of funds? I didn't quite catch that. I'm going to watch this back on the stream. Yeah, Fallen had 7.6k, so he just buys himself an AWP to equalize the economy somewhat.
He did this once on Train, too. Or he was super rich. They actually won that round on Train. Let's see if the success won't find it. He won't find the success over here on Cobble as well. Now pushing around the right side of that rectangle will be able to get one and a second into drop. So, I mean, while the op can be powerful in and of itself, you do still kind of want some commotion to be caused by those pistols that allows you to get the op frags, you know, kind of from the shadows. But instead, it will be Conquest, 4 people alive, planting the bomb again, and both of these guys with Kevlar and, of course, the op to save are retreating.
Yep. And you can see that 3 players from Conquest are so low. So if he positions himself right and he does get Conquest to line up for him, he could take down a few players and convert that across to an AK-47. I'm going to be very interested to see what Conquest do. Because they're low, they have to push pretty far away from the site. In doing so, Fur can hear noise. He's got a beautiful angle here, and players are going to run into his crosshair. He's going to peek. There's the first one, and a second as well. Looking for a third. Runs out of bullets, but does at least take 2 weapons down with him. And Fallen keeps the AWP in his hands as well. Conquest with their 3rd round.
Yeah, and some of these players left with only about 4K, having to rebuy, so that was even still somewhat costly to Conquest. Although I think, I mean, 2 Daps and Nap both with $0 because some of those kills come out. Shazam only with 1,300. Losing around here could put Conquest actually onto a save or kind of a weird, you know, some with Tech 9 armor, some without, just to even up the money a little bit between the 5 players. But 7-3, Conquest slowly starting to work their way back into this. I mean, you want it no more than a 2 to 3 round spread, I think, on a half and Cobble. So Conquest does definitely have some catching up to do, and, you know, are doing it quite well. About to find another round here, more than likely. Still a broken up Luminosity Gaming. Conquest storming up. They've only lost 1 player. That's Rix, who will fall. It's a 4-on-2 right now. And Bolts is, yeah, I'm going to say, no, he's got no chance of escaping with the op, so. He goes down. It is now just Bolts trying to cause some more damage.
And he could get it.
To a nice spot. We'll go for the shot. And will the native Daps actually double back? That nade might have even killed him. But luckily that wall is separating him. He doesn't take any damage from it.
He had enough time to like line up and take a picture of him there. Just aiming at him forever, right on his head. But Conquest, you know, fair play to them. They were looking dead and buried again, and they've got 4 rounds. That may not be enough, and I don't want to get too carried away. Maybe this is Train speaking, you know, from previous performances, but Conquest are at least on the right track. That's 3 rounds in a row. And the 2 rounds before that they lost, they at least got the bomb planted. So there are good signs here for the Canadians. Player just dropped for Luminosity, which is the reason for the pause, of course.
Yeah, a screen bug, they said. I don't know what that
think-
means. Maybe not being able to click on the buy menu is the most
Yeah.
likely one because that seems to be an epidemic these days.
Kind of annoying. I think it was Fur as well. So he's back now. We should have this unpaused coming in. There we go. And another P90 for Fur. Last time he used this, it was on long. And I'd expect to see him go back there again. I mean, it's a viable choice, I'd say, the P90 to go long, drop, maybe even like B long as well, if you're feeling like it. But of course, Fur is the long player on A, and he will be going back there once more to his home.
Alright, so let's see Rix going very, very fast out towards the deep site. Bolt is close, an extremely blind rush, though, maybe not realizing that, or just kind of trusting Rix to get the kill, but Rix maybe letting him down, not finding it. Bolt is now coming away on this round with 2, now 3 kills, so it's only Shazam, and I mean, just as quickly as the Terrace running to B, the round falls apart. It will be Luminosity. Took a while for them to find it. It's been 3 rounds since they've got one, but there it is, 8-4 now. And the double ops come right back out.
I've got to say, how in the actual hell did Bolt survive that round?
He's
lives
had a
with
couple
2.
where he's lived on like less than 5 HP.
Yeah, and he was the guy that saw the first couple of moments of action as well. Like, he was in the little drop-off point off plateau as they run in on him, and somehow he gets a couple kills and survives. Look at this from Fur. He's pushing up aggressive. Now, in an eco round, this would be completely fine. I'm not sure if this is a miscall from him, but being in a position like that against AK-47s, that could cost you your life. The problem is, though, for the T's, there is smoke screening him, and he is maybe going to get the drop on Shazam. The smoke clears, and Shazam with the headshot. And that's the issue with playing aggressive, and now that puts LG really on the back foot. You can see this two-pronged attack coming in onto A, and the only player that can fend this off is Fallen. He's got an AWP, which is not a fantastic weapon to do so. Rix again, very aggressive through, and there is Fallen with the aforementioned AWP. Can't do anything. And that's a round all off the back of Fur just pushing in through mid, because if he doesn't die and the Conquest get round the back and come onto A, Fur can still hold an off angle with the P90 and spray down a couple players. So I'm not a huge fan of that. Conquest will have their 5th round anyway.
Also, I mean, you're running a double up setup too, so when you make the site so much harder to defend, I mean, maybe that's why he does it. I can push out with the P90 even if I go down, there will be the ops. But even that being said, Fallen was pretty pushed up too. He was like in danger, I think, or even the mid room along with them. And then players had already gone all the way around into the A site. Fallen, I guess, is the A player, but was hardly even playing A in that case. He goes down, everything falls apart. And look at this, man. I guess Luminosity with the 8 rounds feel comfortable enough. I mean, we saw yesterday that the T side on Cobble was much better for Luminosity. So having 8 rounds, having officially won the half, not too worried about making smart economic decisions. That being said, the CZs and the Mag 7s on Cobble can actually be pretty scary. But, I mean, just looking at the weaponry from the start of this round, you'd think Conquest would be finding themselves another round. And then another because the CTs will be broken completely going into the last round.
Yeah, things are starting to look a bit more promising for Conquest now. 2 Mag 7s, though, I mean, this again, it's one of those maps where you can definitely get away with this. Drop zone is an absolute must. In fact, you see JW from time to time running with that kind of weapon around here. So, clearly, it's a weapon that's good in the right hands. Fallen, I think, just traded out with Colds there. I'm pretty sure they switched across weapons to relocate. You can see a very aggressive push from Bolts. Now, this makes a lot more sense when you've got a pistol as opposed to like a P90 or an AWP. When you're holding these very aggressive angles and hoping for the best that the T's don't check a spot, you can get yourself a couple of taps across with a 5-7. Fur up on the tree, one of the first times we've seen this spot used on the boost, and he's spotted himself taps, and you can see that CQ completely caught unawares. Probably should have had that second frag, in all honesty. It doesn't matter though, because Fallen comes in with that Mag 7.
From a mile out, too.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that Mag 7 shot onto Rix was beautiful from Steel. Just peeks around the corner, claims himself the frag. 3-on-2, 20 seconds to play with. Conquest have to go in right now for this bomb plant. Fallen's been spotted. Shazam lands the shot onto Steel and still alive. From the back here with a second kill as well. 10 seconds, bomb will be planted, and now Coles can't afford to push this because he's up against the AWP. Shazam should have this. He misses 2 in a row. Coles is somehow still alive. He refuses to go down without a fight. And Shazam, after picking up 2 sensational frags, unable to hit Coles, who in fairness has just taken down Rush. If Coles somehow wins this round, this is going to be Shazam with Egg well and truly speared on his face. Mag 7's picked up. Close angle now from Coles. He seems to think he's up on the plateau. It's not the case. And the Tech 9 point blank range finishes off Coles. But Shazam, I mean, I think his butt's going to be a bit clenched after that round.
Probably. And I gotta say, you mentioned it, Fur up on top behind the tree, a position we haven't really seen before in this game. And I mean, he goes up there with the rifle, letting the Mag 7s and the CZs cause some confusion. He finds the opening kill, and with the silenced gun, and they didn't even realize it. He's got another clean shot on that player that he assists on, but he goes down and was actually falling with the Mag 7 to get the kill. If Fur just kills them both, stays alive, I think there's no way that Luminosity would lose the round from that point. And then even then, it was still very close, right? Like that could have been coin flip of ring around the kind of rectangle. If that CT player was looking the right way, it could have went to Luminosity. But as I say that, are you serious here with the Mag 7? And that's where you want to see that gun being played in drop. He got 1 frag with it last time. This time he brings home 3 in the round that you would really expect Luminosity to not win. Could be the one where they find it. Fur with the AK will bring down Shazam, and now it is only Daps. Over looking at the art on the wall, the big dragon. He's got to go for the bomb. The bomb is right here. They will smoke and then boost up. He's going to Molotov down, only to be... Oh, okay. Well, pushed into, but told looking the wrong way. Daps trying to get it done, but way too tall of an order for just one man. It's 9-6. Luminosity winning the CT half.
I was just sat here laughing my ass off watching that Mag 7 wreckage unfold, and I'm glad that Twitch chat felt the same way. Just spamming of laughing and ha-has and Steel God. Like, pretty ridiculous.
Yes, he still got a lot.
Mag 7. Yeah, 14 for 9 he currently is on. And those 3 Mag 7 kills were huge. And 6 rounds... I mean... Overall, I think Conquest will be a bit disappointed with having only 6 from their T half here on Cobblestone. But when you take into consideration, at one point they were trailing 7-1, I think it doesn't look too bad overall. If they win the pistol, of course, they're right back in this. So, game's still on here. This has the makings of potentially going the distance once more. Now I've said that, I'll jinx it. It'll be like a 16-6 blowout.
Yeah, I mean,
Rip.
I was about to say, at this point, I think I've learned not to doubt Conquest, because I didn't see them doing much on Train, and then especially after, the Terrorist Luminosity took 10 rounds in the first half on Train, I was like, nope, it's over, and then Conquest nearly wins it. It goes to the full 30 rounds, and they were even leading, and it looked like they were just going to run away with the game for a little while there, up until, I think they had about 13 rounds, and things got a bit shaky. They only got 1 more, of course. But here we go, into another pistol round. Fur very quickly into the drop room. You know that if there's going to be close in here, that's Rush. He will be taken out. Now over towards the rock. We saw Bolt on his pistol round on the CC side do very, very dirty things, and now Nafly repeating those. He'll find 2 kills, and now it is a 3-on-2, but the bomb is going down here. So win or lose at this point, the pistol round for the T side has been somewhat effective. Of course, they want to win. Fallen still fighting from the back of the site here. And it's going to be Bolt from platform, who now has to do everything himself up to kill, I guess, all 3 of these people at this point. Actually, he'll be on for the 4th day. He's trying to spam. He does have the Glock. He's got those bullets, but he can't get through the smoke. He can't stop Shazam. And the bomb will be defused.
I love that from Daps as well. He's actually jumping up, trying to fend off the angle that the Glock's tapping through, so he just soaked up all those bullets, like the quintessential good guy Daps. But I was watching from Nafly's perspective there. That double 5-7 frag was huge, and he just snapped across, like a perfect flick shot across, one tapping that second player with a 5-7. That was beautiful to watch. But Conquest, we said they need a pistol, they picked it up with style, and now we have 3 FAMASs, a P90 and a Scout in play. Whereas Luminosity, after that bomb plant, are going to be saving their money by and large, just going for pistol upgrades. They will have AK-47s through into round number 18.
Conquest pulling out the boost under the tree very, very early on. You'll see some teams kind of just throw this boost up when they feel like they desperately need a round, and they'll kind of use it. And then other teams will just actually play a person here every single round. So maybe Conquest is one of those squads. Because they're pulling it out pretty early against the pistols, and it's actually not going to fall because they get hit from behind first, from the drop room, and now Fallen and Bolt here were pushed out onto the site. Unfortunately, the bomb was traveling through drop, so even though they've got control of the, I guess, the site, the fountain there, or statue rather, they can't plant.
So here come the AKs for Luminosity. Conquest. Oh, are they going to fall into the trap of going for another SMG here? I'd like to see if FAMAS picked up from Nafly or something similar to that, and that's what he's going to go for. Okay, good stuff. So only the 1 P90 and the Scout. This is still good enough to play with. Let's see where Daps runs with the P90. Now, we saw Fur going long, and that's exactly where Daps is going as well. So it makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, it's Shazam with the scout who goes through mid on A, looking for the opening picks. Nothing being seen just yet. Boost up as well from Conquest onto the tree. A good setup so far from them, but here comes the flash, then what you'll see is the push afterwards. So here we go. Flash is going to come in, it's very likely going to hit Rush in the face. It does indeed do that. Fantastic set play,
So
and I've seen LG do this so many times. It's so solid with that strap. Yeah, Rush was completely blind. There's nothing he can do. You'll see a lot of players will hide behind a little wooden pillar to try and fend off some of that flashbang effect, but regardless, they're through onto the A.
Drop is such a hard position. It's really frustrating to play as a CT.
It is. It's really rough. And this is one of the reasons why I think Cobblestone slightly favours the Ts, because areas like that are so difficult to successfully hold off. In fact, you do see a lot of the top teams will often just give up drop and hold the angles outside instead. They'll be like, okay, we'll give up drop, but we'll hide outside the window, we'll hide outside along, we'll just do our best to fend it off as soon as they push through. As I'm speaking though, this retake has been sensational so far. Conquest have got themselves all 3 frags in that 3-on-3. Rix picks himself up too. And the defuse will...
Rix?
Oh,
Rix?
There we go. This is going to be really close, actually. Surely not. Oh my gosh.
0.2 seconds.
And that's because they were like, oh god, Rix, get here, and he so nearly derped it. Imagine if he fails that first jump, and he gets there a second too late. The most awkward loss of round you'll probably see live on stream.
Yes, it would have been. And I mean, it almost was. At first, you're like, oh, the retake was beautiful. I'm sitting here like, I think they lost. I don't think they're going to defuse this bomb, but Rix is able to get there in just the nick of time. Here come the flashes and the Tech 9s. See what they can do. Not so many flashes actually really coming out here. I guess they'd already thrown over. It didn't seem very effective. None of the CT players all that blind. And I don't even think one of them is going to go down. Rix will find a triple kill and Nafly to close it out with his P2K. So Conquest now, again, you're coming into the second half. Conquest losing the first one, but now they find themselves leading. Can they keep pushing this lead? Or will they once again get very, very close, slip up, and allow Luminosity to take a map? Having that happen twice in a row would be heartbreaking, I would think, for this Conquest lineup.
Oh yeah, absolutely would be. But they just got to put that previous map in the back of their mind now. Take one round at a time. They realise, they've drew blood from Luminosity. They know they're mere mortals after all. They can be beaten. They can be dethroned. This is Conquest's choice of map as well. They're solid on this map. They can do this, and they know it too. So let's see if they can execute. If they can start to play to the high standard we know. Again, it's Nafly who is top fragging for his team and really just charging in a lot of the times. Even on CT side, he's a very aggressive player. I would love to watch players like that. But regardless, Luminosity playing this very slow, very steady, just waiting for the potential picks. You can see again, aggressive push-up from Daps holding the angle with the Galil. And then on the site is Shazam with Yorp. Eyes trained onto long. He's going to flash in there. Maybe Daps is going to have a quick peek after this one. No, he's actually just going to wait. That was a deterrent flash, stopping LG from going in. They're going to go for their counter flash, though. Doesn't really hit Daps. Doing so, that's going to cost for his life. Yeah, that one misplay is potentially going to cost them 2 more lives as well. Shazam's connected. There's Daps in mid. This was an AK round from Luminosity, and it is being shut down with authority from the Canadians. It's all on steel. He's landed himself a headshot. Maybe he can sneak away a bomb plant. That's not going to happen. Rick's too fast on the trigger. And that one flash, Joey, that cost so much for Luminosity.
Yep, I mean, you put a set play on the back of a pop flash, and it turns out that pop flash doesn't actually work. I think it would have been far enough for a player on the other side of that mid door, but the fact that there's a little bit of an extra ledge there on the right side, able to hide behind it. So Luminosity, I mean, maybe thinking that where I think that player just turned back, or why wasn't he blind? Why can this guy see through flashes? Might want to rewatch that and realize that needs to be thrown a little bit further. So here we go. Yeah. I mean, they're terrorists. They're losing. They got money. Planted the bomb a couple times. Here they go onto another round, this time though with 4 Galils and an AK. And a big set play. It looks like missile defense over there with all those nade trajectories going out. And here comes the smoke wall into the B site, but Nap and Rush. I mean, what good's the wall if everyone's already on the other side? Man,
if you're going to go for that set play, you need somebody to either Molotov out the box, and this is something we saw Conquest doing. It was Bolts that was hiding there. You either need to Molotov it and force out that player, or you need to push one player through and just make sure someone's not on plateau. Because you saw them jump down, The flashes came in, there was fantastic grenade placement as well from Conquest, did a lot of chunk damage, but then it was just a player up on plateau. It was like, cool, it's like shooting fish in a barrel, right? I can just hide up here, I've got all the advantages, I've got an M4, ripping pepperonis. He gets himself 2 or 3 kills. You've got to check that spot if you're going to go for that set play.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like they might want to go for it again. This time the Molotov, looks like they hear you, Meta. The Molotov is there. Nafly, you know, that smoke goes down. You always expect Sarius trying to work their way through those wooden boxes. And Nafly will land a lot of early damage on default. And actually the Molotov was for KFC, the back of the B-bomb site here. Frying up some chicken with that Molotov. And now a 4-on-4, the retake situation. The bomb going down here for Luminosity. But they'll have more money coming into the next round. I mean, with the max bonus lost, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to come out on top. Unless Fur hits some really nice one-taps, but actually comes out with no kills and bullets. I mean, he's been a survivor on low HP round after round, but a 1v4 with 11 HP? A little too much to ask.
I don't know why, but when you said that, it reminded me of the Destiny's Child song, you know, Survivor?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna burst out and sing it, but I'll spare all of you that horrific.
We'll save karaoke for the drunk stream after this. The after party stream.
I don't want to blow anyone's ears out, which will definitely happen. But Luminosity have yet to pick up a single round on their T side, and again I'm getting deja vu from Train. Now what ended up happening around this point is when Luminosity started to bring it back and ended up winning 16-14. So again, is history going to repeat itself? They've got the AKs, they've got a lot more grenades in their back pocket this time around. A bit of a derpy potential boost there, but they finally get it from Conquest. Better late than never. And Luminosity, again, setting up for a potential B plateau push. Grenades, that's 2 HEs and a Molotov thrown down onto the box.
Box is
absolutely nothing.
Clear.
The hatred on that box is real.
Well, I mean, this is what you wanted to see, right? You wanted to see them clear that out with the Molotovs. It looks like they want to... Oh, I guess they've run out of smoke. So if anything, they're just going through with some pop flashes.
Yeah.
But Rix is going to beat him to it. I mean, a couple players drop down. Rix playing outside of it will bring down Fur. So Steel is there. He'll bounce a Molotov off over towards the rock. Naf is going to be back there. And find 2 here from KFC. I'm really trying to push KFC. I'm just saying it. And hoping, I mean, it makes sense, right? Everyone calls it the chicken coop. I call it KFC. People should be able to figure it out. I don't want people to be too upset, but I'm calling it KFC, so deal with it. 14-9. It might not be for too much longer if Conquest are able to push out here and get us onto map number 3. That will be Inferno, a map that just wasn't banned and came up to be the random 3rd map.
I talk about this premise quite a bit, and it's throwing grenades with a purpose. If you're going to throw HEs, you're going to throw Molotovs, there has to be an idea behind it. And you even said this, Joey, and you hit the nail on the head as well, as Fur completely rips that smoke. That's pretty significant as well. But they used a lot of HEs, they used Molotovs, they used smokes, and at one point, with like 30-40 seconds to go, no smokes left to push onto B site. So if you're going to throw those mollies and those HEs, you need someone to back that up. You need someone to do something off the back of it. And again, we're seeing these Molotovs come down. Nafly in Taz's spot. I'm going to keep pushing that as well. Completely undeterred. Nothing hits him. Like, he's still there. And this could bait LG into such a bad position as well, because they're like, cool, the angle's covered, right? We threw 2 Molotovs down. There's no way someone can be there. And then Nafly peeks and gets the frag on Fallen. They have to draw their attention towards that spot. So then Rix gets 2. This is a comedy of errors from Luminosity Gaming. They're shooting themselves in the foot here.
Oh, if it's such a comedy, why ain't I laughing, Metas?
Good point.
I've never really understood that phrase. Oh, another nice little Molotov. Shooting Molotov. It's like a spy car that just put like an oil slick on the road as he was rolling out of there. And they will find another round here, Luminosity, despite, I mean, a nice spray down for Rix. The fact that Nafly went unchecked, was able to get 1 kill. They're still able to come out on top there. 10-14, and I mean, they're going to have to keep coming out on top, or they're going to be faced with, you know, a match point for Conquest. That would mean no more mistakes. Only room for 1 right now, but it's a mistake. It's that 1 mistake that you don't want to make.
Again, all the pressure on their shoulders. But to be fair, they did a pretty remarkable job on Train of just shaking their shoulders and being like, nope, not going to fall into this. Again, it's taking each round at a time. If you look at the overall score, things can definitely start playing against you. Like, psychologically speaking, you can start talking yourself out of certain peaks, like pushing aggressively, and that's what Luminosity for me did fantastically on their Train comeback. Very aggressive on their CT side. Now, obviously, on T side, there's much more call to be aggressive. You kind of have to get onto the sites, of course. You have to go for that bomb plan. And they have been, time and time again, going for these B plays. I wonder if it's getting predictable.
Wow.
The thing is, their execution this time around is too good. Fur comes in, he's finally found his form. There's 2 frags, and a third as well. Huge from Fur, stepping up and delivering fatal blows across the board. Daps, though, is going to get the better of Fallen. Now he's in a pretty good position to maybe fend this off with his teammate, who is Nafly, who's about to get pushed from behind.
Gets it.
And Fur gets the ace. What a beast.
Yo, what a round. He sees that Molotov go down and drop. It might have even been theirs. I thought it was a CT one to say, don't drop, you're going to be landing in fire. And immediately Fur just, jumps on through, lands, takes out the player in window, moves up through the AB connector, gets another couple. Found 3 frags at that point, gets into the A site and kills the 2 players, making that initial kind of retake decision from Conquest. And Fur just comes through with the ace. And that's something that you expect from Fur, I guess, to maybe happen every once in a while. But we saw none of it yesterday. Fur was like the most lackluster player yesterday for Luminosity, despite, still winning 2-1 versus Mythic. But now when they really, really need him, he steps up. That gets the 11-14 scoreline, and hope still here for Luminosity to for them to close it out in 2-0. But of course, Conquest still on the quest for a map win.
They are, again, these Molotovs gonna push back the CTs. We can see Rush on the little ledge is gonna get himself the cheekiest frag on Fallen, who will be kicking himself. He'll be so mad about that. Colts, however, spotting himself Rex, he goes behind the boxes. The issue is they've got one more Molotov to play with, and the trades come back in the CT's favor. Now the bomb has been dropped. That's gonna be called for Rex. He's gonna throw down that flashbang and have a quick peek. Fur from the side, however, needs to land his frag, and he's missed his spray. He missed his opportunity. No, he just turns around and one-tap stabs. Get Rex on 13-14.
Wow, he was so low already.
12-14. I can't count. Rip.
Yeah, whatever. Is it counting or reading at this point? I don't know. Either
Both.
way, we're not very good at either of them here.
I failed maths and English. I actually didn't, but we'll
I was
we'll
going to
just
say,
go
did
with
you
that.
actually?
No. A's, mate. Mad?
No, I'm not actually. I also did well in school.
Wait, now we have a pause. We can kind of go off topic a tiny bit. Don't they have SATs? Or is that completely different, like to grades? I don't even know.
Oh, SATs are like you take them. It's I guess kind of like an exit exam, but it's not really run by your school. It's kind of just like a federal. I guess it's a federal thing, nationwide thing. You take the SATs, but you can take them before your final year, which we call the senior year, and it's kind of just like it's a test. So when you apply to colleges, they've got a standardized test that they can look at and gauge your performance.
All right, go yeah.
I don't know. It's dumb. It's like, oh my god, I did so good on my SATs, I got this score, and then as soon as you get accepted to college, that number will never affect your life again.
Well, speaking of numbers,
Do well in school, kids. It's important.
do it.
If you want to be a CS pro, you got to get the good grades as well.
You've got to learn to count, basically, to know when you won the game. Because
Yeah, you got to have a
clearly
good
I'm
understanding of
struggling.
economy if you want to play Counter-Strike, so...
Yeah. Well, you actually do, in fairness. Although you can have a smart guy on your team call that for you. Now, we are into the 27th round. The unpauses came in. Luminosity paused a couple times yesterday as well. There were tactical pauses in situations like this against Mythic. And to be fair, once they called the pause, they won. So they're kind of the king of pauses, I would say, so far in this tournament. Conquest, though, in decent positions, have no open play, but do have M4s and defuse kits. Only one smoke, however, and flashbangs. And now Dap's position could be absolutely crucial to how this entire map goes. The first player down after facing the bolsters. The security and Daps can't do anything. Both the players on long have been neutralized. There's still a player on the site, though. That's going to be Rush. Are they going to expect a triple stack on the A side? The way they're pushing in, I don't think they are. Rush now peeks out, maybe a bit too early. Gets the first frag, looking for the second. Connects it as well. It's a 2-on-1 with 20 seconds to play with.
Yeah, the fact that was he there from the start of the round, or did he start making that rotation very early on after Dap started hearing those flashes? I'm not sure of which, but the fact that you don't check that spot in the site, you plant the bomb, you go down afterward, that's got to be a heart-sinking like kind of feeling that you didn't check it and that cost you the round. How often do we see that? It's so awkward to clear that back spot out too, because when you go to check the back spot, you show yourself, you then show your backside to the balcony and vice versa. It can be very, very awkward.
I watched the stream back and I still don't understand how Conquest win that round. Like, after the first two lone players die and Rush peeks out a bit too early for me, he did get a 6-second frag though. I think that was on Fallen, who was at the back. But still, I'm thinking, okay, Luminosity have got this round. Like, there's no way they can lose. And then suddenly Conquest just land shots. Left, right, and centre. It's just unbelievable play. And now Luminosity, they've got enough to buy up at least with decent weapons, decent amount of sort of grenades. But they lose this round, and we are going to Inferno in the third map. It is that simple.
Let's see. LG once again going to go for the flash over. Working their way out. This time Daps is not sitting on the little mini castle. Also want to call that position the Rook. That's a good name for it. Shazam playing at the van here. It does have his op trained onto long A, and there is actually a man, Daps. This time, I mean, in another kind of easy position over here. Will have to be cleared out. Will that pop flash be better? Actually, might not be required. Everyone is coming up. Nice wall of smokes here. Set execute. But Shazam jumping up and looking over. Will be able to bring down one. Almost finding a second. Will he give that another repeat? I think he's wise not to. And he will back off. That's a 5-on-3 for Conquest. Man advantage as they look to close out this map. But Cold is going to open up with a frag onto Shazam. So he gets the first blood drawn for the side of Luminosity, and just after that, so many frags. He opens up the floodgates for the frags. He gets one, and then everybody else chiming in. Almost everybody else. Holds with 2. Only Fur going fragless on that round, and that gets it within 2, and will also break up. I mean, it's round 30. It should go to round 30.
Oh, man. Again, 2 maps in a row have gone down to the wire. First map, if you just joined us, was Train. Luminosity just about holding on and winning it 16-14, and we could be looking at overtime here. As you say, Joey, on paper this should go the distance. Now, barring a miracle from Conquest, they have 3 P250s, which are obviously capable of getting those 1-taps, but they're stacking on the A side, and very aggressively as well. I like these kind of plays. Yes, it's a bit gimmicky, but you have to throw out these strats when you've just got full pistols, especially on a map like Cobblestone. Now, unfortunately for them, it's going to be a B hit more than likely from Luminosity. But I can definitely respect the aggression here. Ball's gonna get the frag. He's been tagged though. Will be finished off, so that's gonna be an AWP at least. But retaking with an AWP and B250s, that's still not fantastic. In actual fact, how's the economy looking like for Conquest?
It's really bad.
They may just
the fact that they got that up.
Yeah, just save
really
the AWP. If they go in with this AWP and die, that is a huge misplay for me.
Nah, they're not. You can already see that. Actually, wait. That's Rush that's backing up. I don't know why Nafly is going for this.
Exactly. Just save the AWP, guys. You're not going to take this round back. You've got no defuse kits. You only got a HE. That's it.
Yeah, they want some more. They're actually just setting up, it looks like, for a nice little crossfire to maybe find some more guns on the retreat. Because the money is pretty bad. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, a couple 1.5 on Rix, 1.8 on Rush. This op is possibly light for them, and actually a very good chance of going into. I mean, Shazam nice frags, but it won't really matter. Actually, terrorists aren't doing incredibly well either, but Bolt's living and has about 6k, 5k for steal, so they will be fine to have a full round with utility. And pretty underfunded CT side. I mean, they'll still have a decent shot. But it's a big round to be relying on 3 FAMAS.
It is, but at least they do have that AWP that was saved. Rix 30 for 18. Nafly 27 for 21. There's quite a big drop off after that. 9 frags and then Rushing on 18. So just goes to show how these 2 players have been performing today. The Conquest, and to be fair, Nafly in particular was one of their talisman on Train as well. Like, this guy's been having a solid best of 3 series. The Conquest, they need to hold on to this to take us to the third map. Luminosity with their, I would say this is their standard setup. You know, 1 player watching mid, the rest of them trying to work on platform / plateau here on B.
They're trying to go for a fake, and they're all going to push drop. Like, I guess that's what they're going for. I think they're going to go towards A. They still have that man out there. They will run over the top of Rush, and now Rix from the backside as Fur has got his eyes focused on maybe a bit of tunnel vision there on the window where Rush again will strike, and it's going to come down to a 2-on-3. Conquest have got themselves in a pretty good position, but Coles is there, and Shazam will miss that shot.
That's huge.
That is massive. Shazam probably covering his face right now. Probably can't even watch this now that he's been taken out of the round. Into a 2-on-2 we go. The bomb, though, is down, and Cold's having to check everything. Will be caught off guard by Naf. It's all going to go on to Fallen. He will be able to bring down Naf, and he's going to run over to the B site. It's going to come down to the one-on-one. Fallen still has a bit to clear, but he will just drop the smoke and plant. Maybe they had the information that Daps was at A. Either way, the bomb has gone down at this point, and it's going to be into the 1v1. FAMAS versus AK. Fallen, though, is on 50 HP, and is going to go ahead and peek. But Daps, he can't get the frag! Only hits him once, brings him from 50 to 31, and here we go into overtime on map number 2, Cobble. Luminosity leading the series 1-0.
I hate pointing players out and like saying you're the reason, but if Shazam lands that shot from behind, it should have been a kill. If he lands that, Conquest have that round, no problems at all. The fact he misses that and then dies gives Luminosity the opportunity to pull back the last 3 rounds, take us into overtime. And I just hope that Conquest don't crumble. I hope they don't push that self-destruct button, because they should have had this map multiple times, and they will know that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Daps, happens to be that player there who isn't really been the top fragger so far in the series. He's 9-20. I mean, he does have a FAMAS, which is never great, but can't find that kill. That's a bit rough. Could have possibly won it there, but we're off into overtime, and things will change up a little bit now. Actually, we saw, as we still have the box score up, it was kind of interesting to note how the CT started off so well early on in both halves. So Luminosity doing all right, Conquest actually doing even better on the start of their CT side, but then it's the Terrace that I guess finally start to adapt and start winning Terrace rounds later on in the half. And of course, they both end up with 6 rounds on the T side, both teams getting 9 on the CT side, and now pushing it in to overtime. So I just kind of wonder if the T sides have kind of figured out the CT sides, if we won't see the overtime be a little bit more T sided, or will it still kind of go like 2-1 towards the CTs that you might expect in the MR3 10K overtime halves? We'll find out soon. Waiting on 2 more players to ready up here, I'm sure. I mean, it's actually both. It's Nafly and Shazam are waiting on, so maybe they're talking. It's Conquest, I think, that has to do a little bit more of the talking right now, to have been in the driver's seat near the end of the round and to have lost the first map and then have this one be pushed into overtime and still be up against the wall.
Yeah, I think for Conquest, it's probably a good idea to take a little bit of a breather here. Maybe just, I don't know, put your head under a tap of water or something and just try and cool off, because there's probably going to be quite high tensions on their voice comms right now after that last round and after the last few rounds as well. It's important that you do get yourself back in the game, And this is a huge part of CS gaming, I would say, at the top level. It's how do you react to defeats? How do you react to being ahead and letting it slip? Because they're still in this game, right? It's easy to look at this like, oh my god, we just lost our chance at winning. But it takes like a very positive person in this scenario to say, hold on guys, but we can still win this game. It's overtime, right? Like if we still wreck overtime, we still win this map. Whatever happened in round 30 is distant a memory. It's history. It doesn't matter anymore for us. So I think it's important they bounce back strong here. And if they need a little bit of time to do that, and to have Shazam and maybe Nafly just chill, go for a smoke, whatever it is that they do, then go for it.
I wouldn't recommend smoking, kids, for anyone watching.
Same. But, I used to play with a lot of people that smoked, and after every game, they'd need like a 10-minute break.
That's super annoying.
Kind of, yeah.
I always tried to kick them off my team as fast as possible. Like, I don't care if you're the star player. I'm trying to play more games, and I gotta wait 10 minutes every time so that you can go smoke. It's ridiculous.
But if it, like, in this kind of case, if they do, I don't even know if they do, right? Maybe they don't. But if they do, if it calms them down, whatever. Like, Conquest need level heads right now. They need to come back into this game and just get back in the zone.
And the economy, I mean, having the 10K in the first round might change things a little bit. I mean, the CTs are going to be completely funded here. They've got a full-on round. We saw how Conquest, how well they were doing when they started out strong early on. They had a good economy going into some of those rounds. They were able to get, I think it was 8 in a row in regulation on their CT side. So maybe that'll change things up. I mean, faced with some awkward rounds there. We're actually both teams, right? We had Luminosity on their CT side with Mag 7s, 5-7s, like 2-3 rounds in a row. Conquest with a couple FAMAS. And some lack of nades, but here we go. And I think that's also going to help out Luminosity. We've seen that they are capable of making these set plays, sometimes lacking the Molotovs to clear out the spots when they're throwing their smokes. But here they will have everything. I guess they've already used the smokes. Just the Molotovs coming in now towards the A side. There the smokes go. They're going to land. They're going to set up that wall. Shazam has done this before. It's like deja vu for him, jumping up onto the A site, trying to find that first frag over the smoke. Doesn't quite cover it, and he will actually find the leg there of Steel, maybe just getting him through the boards. Molotovs going everywhere, but Shazam is still set up with a good angle. He needs to get a frag here, but he actually cannot. He's going to go down. He backs over into the fire, and he will burn from Fallen's Molotov. And wow, the man advantage is here, but this is the most winnable 2-on-3 I've ever seen.
Yes.
Look how low these players are for Luminosity.
And how low the time is as well. Like, they have to push in, and in doing so, they're walking into the rush, and that fly as well. A huge round for Conquest, not just because it starts them off in the overtime, but it's going to settle their nerves a tiny bit as well. It's going to settle any tensions that are in. They've started well, but they have to carry this on. And you saw 2 Molotovs land there and do so much damage at the start of that round. Luminosity lost 2 players, pretty much down to about 30 HP, just off Molotov placement for Conquest. So here we go, into the second round. Conquest, can you pull this off?
They're going out 3 towards B. The man in the connector will be Shazam. He's opting over towards the middle room. Daps to play in the site. And it looks like Naf and actually everybody. Are they going to boost 2 up there? They are. Putting 2 people onto the back platform. That will be both Rush and Rix. Let's see where Nafly wants to go. They're all trained on the platform. No one's even playing drop. That has got to be scary.
That's a very good point that you raise.
I mean, it's scarier for the A guys, right? It's just that no one's watching it. I guess Daps kind of is, but he's obviously going to be more concerned about the mid room and the stables too as well.
Man. But they're getting so much information here, Joey. They know this isn't a hit, and they could potentially, if Shazam and these Molotovs keep the T's at bay for long enough, they'll get round the back of the terrorist, and it will be an absolute slaughter. Rix is coming in, there's flashbangs landing in mid, and they're lining up the Brazilians, and they are absolutely pummeling them. Bolts gets taken down. What a call that is from Conquest. It's so risky, but it pays off. Unless Steel can go crazy with a 1v4 clutch with 30 seconds, with the bomb down in mid, coming through the smoke. Pretty much this is, I would say this is almost an impossible situation for Steel to clutch. But if he does, oh my goodness, what a call from Conquest.
Get ready for the spam.
Do it. That was just, whoever called that, whoever called to rotate through is an absolute god on the side of Conquest. That was fantastic. And the balls to have that in the back of, you know, your mind to pull that out in an overtime, unbelievable.
I mean, I think it's even more ballsy to just not play anybody at drop. The A guys were completely, you know, undefended, right? Like, had they went drop, Conquest would have come out of that round looking, you know, looking like dum-dums. But the fact that no one goes drop, they go up on the B platform, they make that push to go aggressive, they read the information, they come out looking like geniuses, and that sometimes just is the nature of those risky plays in Counter-Strike, and here it works out very nicely for Conquest and Luminosity going on. Even with 10k, it's almost too much for the terrorists to sustain 2 round losses in a row, and Shazam with another great opening pick on this round. That's, I think, 2 in a row now for him.
Yeah, I thought Shazam may crumble, you know, after that missed shot that cost him so big, but all the kudos to him in the world, all the props. He has been landing. I say that, and he actually doesn't even pull the trigger there. He switched his weapon too quickly. Cost him his life. Here come the Molotovs. Very passive defense on the A side once again, and it is paying out for Conquest. Rix turns his back. No one's there to help him out. They seem to have sniffed out that to the back of the site. He lands a grenade right by his feet. Bolts comes in as well. It's going to come down to that. Can you land a shot? The answer is a resounding no. Rush now pushing up from 25 HP. Gets picked off. And Conquest don't quite get the perfect first half, but a solid one nonetheless, and are moving across to their T side.
I mean, a 2-1 is about what you expect, I guess, for the CT side, based on kind of what we saw in regulation, at least. Having that money makes it quite a bit easier to defend, although that first round was pretty shaky. I thought after Shazam went down to that Molotov that it might unravel, but of course, you know, able to hold on to the site was Luminosity, and even to retake it there. And then the second round, they looked like geniuses, Conquest, and then Luminosity finally able to get 1 on the board, and now they get to flip over to the CT side. It is overtime. You are looking for 19 up on the top bar there to have that victory here in the overtime system that we use.
Yeah, again, though, a couple small mistakes that cost Conquest big in that last round. I think Shazam flicked too quick. I didn't quite catch it because I was switching over to a different player. I think he switched too fast when he saw a player coming through long, and that's something a lot of AWPers will do. It gives you the extra movement. But, you know, you still need to pull that trigger. It's like a timing thing. Unfortunate it happened there, but nonetheless, good half for Conquest here now on the T side. Both teams opting for an AWP. Very different style and play, I would say, as well. Like, Luminosity can... I want to say, like, 80% of the time, I'm pulling that stat out my backside, but still, most of the time they're going B. Whereas Conquest, for me, most of the time we're kind of having split approaches, or maybe even pushing through mid on A. So I'm quite curious to see if Conquest switch anything up this time around.
Yeah, I mean, they look very focused towards B right now. Molotov's going down to clear out that box. It's not quite spreading yet. There it goes now. Bolt is, you know, realizing it takes a few seconds to start spreading, then just moves back. And now that the smoke's going to go down from his teammate, he moves back right up into the wooden box, something that Conquest are going to want to think that is clear. I'm getting worried that Bolt has shot a lot of ammo out of his gun, but still, with just 9 bullets, he's able to line up a double, does even find a third there onto Daps. Now steal from KFC, and Cold's playing real close. Steel's able to grab one more, and it'll be Rick's 30 HP, and a 1 versus 3 bomb is down. He'll Molotov up. That's going to land on the tree, just to make sure no one's on the booth, trying to make his job a little bit easier, as he will find Colds. I'll go for the op. Low HP, going for the op. Can't really criticize that decision, but even still, it's going to be so hard, and Fallen will shoot him down.
That kind of highlights the importance of having a two-pronged attack here on Cobblestone. You force out of long, and it's just Bolts holding down the trigger. Take nothing away from Bolts. That was fantastic play from him, but if Conquest have like a player or two coming through drop zone as well, it's a lot easier to get around the back of the CTs and cause more havoc and devastation. But that being said, good hold from Luminosity, taking us to all even once more. AK-47s across the board for Conquest. Not going to be running with another AWP, I should say. Didn't really pay out too well for the last round of fairness. Shazam didn't have a chance to fire anything across, just constant smokes down in long. They're going for it again, it would appear.
And they're going to want to work Daps out. It looks like they are much more focused on drop, though. They got 4 people over that way. They're all going down now, and they've actually got through without much confrontation. Still holding on to the back of the B-side, though. Steel will kill his teammate. Then quickly flick over and find down. And trying to spray here in control to get another, but he cannot. And it will come down to Fallen. Going to have to retake here onto the site. Throws an incendiary in. Will it? No, it's going to go right into that smoke. Will find the first shot, only taking a little bit of damage there. Now it's going to come down to the 1 versus 1. And it's going to be ring around the tree here in the B site, perhaps. Fallen going to go for the quick peek, but he will miss. And Rush is there, able to spray down. A very, very close round.
I was about to say, Rush, please use your Molly or HE. He had a Molly and a HE right until the end of that. I was a bit worried that he was going to die and not throw either of them, because it could have fallen into a position that makes it much easier for Rush to then fend off. But I guess maybe he's worried that he switches to a Molotov or a HE as he gets pushed. It's always a timing thing. But great round for Conquest. That team kill definitely didn't help from Steel's perspective, but he did get a frag afterwards. You can kind of let him off for that one. It was just a case of great entry frags. Again, look at Rick's, man. 35 frags. Absolute monster. And we did see before coming into this, stats-wise, he was the player to watch out for in this best of 3. 16 efficacy so far, which is pretty ridiculous. What was it, averaging 100 damage around as well, I think you said?
For Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, in the previous series versus Orgulus.
Crazy.
He had 111 in one game and like 102 in the game that was 42 rounds long, which is pretty crazy to have ADR over 142 rounds.
Absolutely crazy. Now, the buy-up here from Luminosity in this final round of overtime, potentially, unless they win this and we'll be into second overtime, is not great. They do have an open play, but they got a Mag 7. We saw what Steel was capable of doing that on the role reversal, though. Bolts could be key here. And it's going to be Steel again, a carbon copy with 2 frags in the same position. Bolts is holding it down on plateau, and it looks like we will be going into second overtime. Strap yourselves in. Oh my goodness. What did I just witness?
The Swag 7. I feel like if they ever get to the point when there's CSGO Cologne, there should definitely be a scent called Swag 7. Throw that out there. Any marketing people watching, in a
What
position
would
to
it
make
look
that
like,
product.
though? Like, what? How would you make the skin
Oh.
look with swag?
What do you mean?
Are you saying there should be a skin that's called the swag?
No,
soap?
a scent of cologne.
Oh, sorry. Right,
And then the
right.
bottle would just be a shotgun, and you gotta, pump it, and then, and that's how you'd spray it on. It'd be sick. That's $1 million idea. Someone can take it, run with
So you're
it.
saying pump it
Theo
and
could
spray
be
it.
the front man. He could be in the commercial.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around the use of words there.
All right, well, whatever. Maybe it's an American thing. Do you not have ridiculous like perfume and cologne commercials?
No,
Like,
it's the fact you said pump it and spray it. That just kind of caught me off guard.
It's a shotgun. What else are you gonna do? I don't know what imagery you're trying to pull out of your head there, your dirty mind. But here we go into the second overtime. It's 18-18. You're looking for 22 rounds to get the victory here. Steele keeps him going with that swag 7, and now Fur here. A bit of a cheeky spot. We'll find one, and we'll actually find two. Also spotting the bombs, and the information comes in. The players can start to make the rotations over to this A site. Conquest, I guess, still kind of have an out here if they wanted to turn around, but 3 on 4. It looks like they're still just going to go ahead and go for it. Nice little pop flash through, but they cannot catch Fallen as he falls back.
Well, Conquest again, kind of on the back foot here. They have started, honestly, their previous overtime super well, but now that they find themselves on the T side rather than the CT side, things not going quite as well. That's going to be Daps getting dropped, bolts as well. It's all on Shazam. Can he pull off some heroics? 40 seconds. Has the bomb and an AWP, of course, with the Tech 9. But surely not.
Good luck, Shazam. You'll need it.
Definitely will. There's the first one. Nice flick shot. And of course, now his position's no. And a second as well. Hold the phones for a second. We could see something remarkable. I think that's just baited him into believing he can take this. Goes for the jump. Falls on the other side of the wooden panels here.
Well, the smoke might allow him to cross still.
ISIS giving his position away with that shot. How is Shazam still alive? He's going to get this bomb planted as well. He's going to get pushed from his side. Oh, so unfortunate. I was beginning to believe towards the end, but Shazam will get taken down from Fallen's, what was that, 5-7 or P2000? Yeah, P2000. And Luminosity do pick up their round eventually.
Man, I went from sarcastically wishing him good luck to believing in about 2 seconds right there. I was like, he's got this. Able to drop that smoke, nicely done. Lets him cross into the site, and even still getting the bomb down. Might not seem like the biggest of deals in overtime, but we've seen without getting the bomb down and losing 2 in a row, your third round on the T site isn't actually very strong. So, I mean, that could be a pretty important play that he made. I mean, to take a 1v4 like that and kill 2 and get into a bomb plant, that's pretty nice. And of course, they'll still have the money to go into the second round. But Luminosity are, I mean, maybe it's time that they just step up. We expected them to be favored in this series, but the maps have been so incredibly slow. The tournament has actually been pretty solid in terms of the way these maps have been going, at least in the games that we've been able to test, that's for sure. But out here towards the B site, Conquest not faring too well, but wow, Ricks. I mean, talk about this guy. Didn't expect to open that first map as much, but here he's about to drop a 40 bomb. 2 more kills and he'll be there, and he finds 3 to bring this round back from nothing into a victory.
Just run out of things to say about Ricks, man. The guy is ridiculous. His entry frag potential is crazy. His clutching potential is crazy. I can't really see any weaknesses so far. At least not on this cobblestone map. On Trainee was quite quiet. Double AWP setup coming in for Luminosity on this, the final round of this half of our second overtime. 19-19, could not be any closer. It has been back and forth throughout. Nafly with the fast push on long, spots himself, bolts. He's just going to be backing on away though. I can see there that Shazam with the AWP is up mid. He's looking for a pick, and it could see some action on Fallen. It does take him down as well. Just switched across to see that shot. Pretty nice flick shot there. And that will put Conquest in an advantageous position, but their work's not quite done just yet. Unbeknown to them, there are no players on A now. The bomb is dropped in a position where maybe they're going to be forced into B, and that would be into the hands of 4 CTs. So although they did get the opening pick, if they push A, that may not matter.
Bolts on the position at long plat. We've seen him be so good there in quite a few rounds. And once again, I mean, are we going to have a deja vu again? Steal with the Max 7, Bolt on the back of the plat. He dodges that Molotov. This time he doesn't line up any players. Rush will find the opening frag here. That's when I thought that Conquest might be backing off to switch back to A. They do pull the trigger towards B. Steal, though, with the FAMAS is going to get 2. Rush will find Fur. It's a 3-on-2 Conquest man advantage. And wow, all those frags exactly at the same time. 3 on the board, and that'll be round 20 for Conquest.
Could bode well. They got 2 rounds, pardon me, on their CT side in the first overtime. So if they can do that again, they would be winning this map. Of course, 22 now, the magic number that both teams are vying for. Let's see if they're going to pick it up.
And no hesitation on that halftime to just flip things around and start it off. So Luminosity once again on the T side. Actually, I got to pull it up myself since the in-game doesn't keep track of it anymore. How exactly the overtimes have been going. We've got, let's see. I went 2 for the CTs. That was Conquest, and then 2. Okay, so 2 on CT each time. So this is the first time that 2 rounds for the Terra side of Conquest will mean Luminosity, of course. If they want to stay in this, well, if they want to win it, they got to get 3 terrorist rounds. If they want to stay in it, they got to get 2 themselves. For the triple overtime. Let's see, Rick's going to go up for that boost. We'll find another frag, and he is 1 away now from the big 40. As players are looking to pressure in towards drop, and the smoke goes down, and Steel will have cold feet and go the other way. And Rick's is going to go right back up for the boost and just chase them out of here. He still hears, I mean, Bolts is making steps on the wood, so he knows that people are down there.
And this is like the first time that we've seen Conquest do this, and they're pulling it out in what, like the 40th round. That is such clutch play from Rix. He's picked himself up 2. That's going to set up Conquest perfectly to potentially win this overtime now. Bolt's getting flashed in long. Rush is going to be peeking across. I'm not sure if he caught a glimpse of Steel. May have just been smoking the way, but he's in such a good crossfire position with Nafly. There's Nafly locking down the angle. Bolts comes out peeking. Colt has managed to push his way through drop zone. Has picked up the first frag, but will be traded out 4-on-1 against Bolt. 26 seconds to play with. Chances slim to absolute none. And Conquest likely 21-19 ahead, just 1 round shy of taking us to second overtime victory and that third map. 21-19, Conquest looking good here. A good buy up from Luminosity though. Are they going to go for an AWP? I'm curious to see if Fallen is. No, he's not. He's going to go for the AK-47.
Well, if things are going to turn around for Luminosity, it's got to be here. Steel bringing out the P90, money a little bit tight, but they've all got their nades, flashes, smokes, Molotovs ready to go. Let's see here. They're going to go towards B once more. It'll be only Cold. Sarah going out towards the middle. B side of middle, and 4 over towards B going. Oh, wow, that nade was disastrous. That hurt very, very badly, but 3 people able to drop in. Rush to the bottom part of the window. Spraying down 2. Zam with an up shot, pulls out the frag 7 as his secondary. He finds another frag there, so it will be Cold's the one man who went towards A that's got to do the 1v3. He throws a flash up out of danger towards that long hallway, trying to bait someone in. Daps is being kind of forced to watch that as a result. But Colds doesn't have the bomb. Bomb is down the in drop. They've got to know this. And Colds is just going to try to... I mean, you can try to waste some time, but when the bomb is down, CTs are less likely to split up and just play, you know, at each site. Although Nafly looking the other way could maybe get caught, but Daps will strafe across there in the back of CT spot at the perfect time. That'll be the final kill. Daps, you know, it's kind of, he gets the final kill of the game. He had a chance earlier, of course, in regulation to close it out with the 1v1. He doesn't do it, but he does find the final frag there to get 22 rounds on the board for Conquest, and they will win Cobble 22-19. We're going on to Inferno.
We'll be moving to that Inferno map, and what a best of 3 this has been. Both maps pretty much going the distance. First went the full 30 rounds, 16-14 to Luminosity. Double overtime victory. Unbelievable for Conquest and now Inferno. And I'd expect the players to take a little bit of a break here, Joey, because I think they'll be pretty exhausted after that action.
Yeah, and us casters as well. So we are going to take a quick break, guys. I want to remind you of the giveaway. There will be a slide up for that explaining how to get involved in winning some sweet gaming swag, computer, laptop, some peripherals as well. And then, of course, check out the point of view stream where you can vote for the player to watch in the next round. That's twitch.tv/iBUYPOWER2. Myself, Helium, and Metas will be right back to continue on in the semifinals of the iBUYPOWER Fall Invitational. Stick around.
WD Black Performance Storage represents a new breakthrough, designed specifically with content creators, gamers, DIY system builders, and creative professionals in mind. WD Black's stable track technology reduces vibrations so you can create more, and it's backed by an industry-leading 5-year warranty. WD Black Performance Storage. Higher capacities, more possibilities.
Seek paradise, won't change your mind. Can't shake the light, I'll take the chance and roll the dice. Just wanna feel the stars around, the atmosphere never to come down. I'll stand alone, whether right or wrong. It takes me home, right where I belong. Back down, only one way out. I'll let you run my life. Now you won't get me down. Untamed, guess I lost my mind. You turned me inside out. No one can stop me now. So turn up the light. Turn up the light. This is what I waited for. 'Cause the clock keeps ticking, hard for me to keep up. I can't take it
Welcome back, everybody. A little bit of a break there after 2 very grueling games, and of course the combo going to double overtime here between Luminosity and Conquest in the iBUYPOWER Fall Invitational. It'll be Inferno now, coming out. Now, again, a map that, I mean, both these teams, not too much data for Conquest. I kind of, we're looking at their map history earlier on, jotted it down as maybe their third best map. But of course, generally a European caster, so maybe some of you out there know a little bit better than even we do. But I expect this one to be close. I know that Keedstars had a lot prepared, and this is quite a battle. Red Rover, like, son someone over so that I can knife them, please. Like, I suppose it is a very important knife round. This is one where they actually, I mean, someone's probably even calling strats on this one. They just want to put one forward, try to get a slice, try to back up. Maybe a knife round worthy of actually casting.
CT is absolutely huge on this map. Like, absolutely massive.
Oh, nicely done, actually, by Rix to get in there with the left click and then Dabs to close it out. But, they run out of time, and it will actually be Luminosity that... Conquest have won the knife round? Oh, no, sorry. Conquest was on the right side. Yeah. Conquest had... It goes by HP, so it was 4 on 4, but there was more damage done to Luminosity. So Conquest wins, since they took so long.
That is so awkward.
A bit awkward. They probably weren't thinking that was about to happen, that's for sure. I doubt anyone was looking at the time.
They're getting ready to bayonet charge each other, and then suddenly rounds win. Like, just goes straight to Luminosity. So, wait, was it to Luminosity? No, it's to Conquest, right?
It's always confusing because the top is never correct.
Yeah, that's what confused me as well.
At least the in-game top is correct. We obviously have in-game overlays that may or may not have been on at this point. I don't even think they were, because again, the top is always kind of off at the start. But yeah, it was Conquest that won, because Shazam wasn't the one that was able to pick the side. And shocker, they went for CT.
Yeah. So the limited information we have, just to let you guys in chat know, is for Luminosity, they have 2 wins, 1 loss. They lost against Enemy 16-12. Before that, they beat 3s Up 16-7 and Follow Esports 16-6. So some pretty crushing defeats before there for the enemies they're up against. Whereas on the side of, and again, there's not too much stats to work off here, but just to give you a general idea, Conquest of 3-0 on their Inferno. They beat Games Academy 16-14. They went into overtime and beat Mortality 19-16, and also beat Maximal Effort 16-10. So I don't think there's too much we can take away from those stats, but clearly both teams pretty comfortable in Inferno.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was unsure where to rank Conquest for them. It's like, yeah, the recent results are okay on it, but they haven't really played, very many top teams on it. I guess Maximal Effort probably one of the harder ones there. And I guess that's just playing all right. But here we go, Cold with the Glock will open up onto Shazam. I mean, you do kind of expect that is Shazam's position, and he will even be playing it true on the pistol round, so they know to fire. They are happy to have caught him out, I'm sure. Steal, and Steal again onto Rix and Rush, taking all 3 big players out of the round. I suppose Napline is still left and can be a star here coming onto this new Conquest lineup. But Daps and Napline probably just setting up to save these nades.
Yep, 5-7 and nades can still be useful going through into the next round, especially if they want to try and force something up. So they're going to save this on the site. They should be able to do so as well, although the Terrorists will be charging them down. But Luminosity Gaming starting this 3rd map in a very solid way without losing a single player. So what we have seen, though, I think in all 3 maps is that Luminosity Gaming start much quicker than Conquest do. They'll typically rack up 3, 4, 5, even 6 rounds, and then Conquest will start to come back. So I want to see if for the 3rd time we're going to see that again here from Luminosity. They have the foundations to do it. Is there going to be a force buy from Conquest?
Of course.
I feel like there should be on Inferno. Yeah, MP9's thrown out. Here comes the armor as well. Will be a force buy, especially after saving that 5-7 and the nades.
Yeah, it might not seem like a lot. I looked over at the chat, a lot of people saving nades, LOL. Well, actually, in real Counter-Strike, in a team game, in a match of this magnitude, in a series that has been so close between these 2 teams, like, little things like that actually are going to matter a lot. And this is more than you normally see on a CT force buy, though, of course. Daps has a full nades at a CZ, but Napline has sacrificed having no armor. He has a 5-7, but he's also the person who dropped that MP9 over to Shazam. So still favor Luminosity a little bit, but the CT force buy always scary, and especially on Inferno. This is the map where it can really be the most potent, at least in my point of view.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. Saving nades is a viable solution there for Conquest. Gives them a little bit more power here in their force fight, but Fallen through the smoke. Bolts also gets the assist. They have picked up Rix, who was the standout player for Conquest on Cobblestone. Cole's now coming in, does get dinked, but able to survive and put that Mac 10 to good use. So Conquest, after they go for that force, not quite paying out for them just yet. May just start to back away towards B and try and save again if another casualty comes down. As soon as that bomb's planted, I'd like to see them maybe just back on off. Now Fly's been picked off. Shazam with the MP9 coming through Speedway towards the arches, and Rush is doing damage on the site, so there's a second frag. He has been picked off as a result, but there's Shazam, and I feel like if Rush dies without getting any frags, Shazam probably pulls himself back and saves that weapon. But as it stands, Luminosity get the 2-0, Conquest are going to get an eco.
I mean, Rush is pretty lucky to have even found the 2 frags. I'm sure they would have liked to have saved, but since he was kind of already pinched and cornered there in the A site, he didn't have much of an opportunity but to fight. So the force buy won't work out. And Luminosity, once again, off to a strong start here. I earlier on said I had seen their Inferno before I liked it. They generally have pretty good set executes, specifically over towards the B site very often, and would think they're good for, 5 to 6 rounds here. But we did see them take 10 on train. They faltered there on that map. Overpass as well, getting pretty close down to the wire. Or sorry, Luminosity didn't. Luminosity finally did close that one out, sorry. But they faltered for a bit on train. And then, of course, on Cobble going the way of Conquest to get us here to the 3rd map of Inferno, where once again they start off strong. About to go for the 3-0. Although a bit of a B stack here. Bomb over towards A, so if anything, maybe Fallen and who else is here with them, that's going to be both. Maybe they go down to give away an MP7, but the bomb being planted over towards A, probably somewhat soon, although it hasn't even budged yet. They're still just trying to get this information at the B site, and they'll do more than get the information. They'll kill the information.
Yep, which leaves Rix now all that stands. And he at least is going to the right side. Needs to connect those dots and get the first frag if he has any chance. Does get it, but not clean at all. 3 HP. And although he takes weapons away, they're very inexpensive weapons. Easy to replenish from Luminosity. And they are going to go for the AWP as well in this round. Still an MP7 in play from Bolts. I'd like to see him drop that and go for the AK. He must realize that there is going to be hefty buys on Conquest. Although that being said, no head armor for Conquest. So that MP7, if they go for head armor, absolutely useless. But without head armor, yeah, this could actually be huge for Luminosity.
And where does he want to take that gun? I would expect... Oh, he's actually just sitting on T-ramp. Is he going to be the one to maybe sit here and watch the flank? Well, he can't really do that because he's also the bomb carrier. And Rush will take down Coldzera almost immediately. And Bolts, I mean, he's got some nades to pick up from his fallen comrade. He might want to throw a few of his. Thought he might drop a Molotov over towards the Nook or the porch side and pick up the one from Coldzera, but won't be the case. He'll move back over towards B. And he'll be the point man, the bomb carrier, everything over here until his team can, I guess, rotate back to his system. What's Luminosity up to? Trying to look for a pick. Fur's up in the apartments, falling over towards middle, but still smoked off. And now Steel started to go back towards Bolts over here in Banana. They split up 2-2. I guess they're going to try to sell a bit of a fake on the A site.
It's like Coldzera just gave up on life there, rushing up mid. It was weird. Rushed up, changed weapons, I think, and then just got absolutely slaughtered. So it's...
The game's getting to him.
Yeah. The mental fatigue is maybe setting in. I'm pretty sure it's just a case of a bit of a mistake or lapse in concentration. But Shazam is going to make this a 2-player advantage now for Conquest, a round they desperately need to get on the board. The bomb currently residing in Banana in the hands of Steel, next to Bolts as well, 2 players strong. Fur, meanwhile, is trying to come round the back, channel his inner get right. And he has got himself a frag onto Shazam, so that makes this round a bit more interesting. Good crossfire down low from Conquest, that is beautiful. Pixel perfect stuff. Fur last player, 20 HP, trying to save that AK-47 in ruins. Is he going to be able to get away with this one, though? I feel like he should be A-OK. Good half, though. Sorry, not half. Good round, I should say, for Conquest.
The new 4-round half system.
Yeah.
Brought to you by iBUYPOWER.
The herp derp is real.
Of course, just going into round 5. That was a bit unfortunate timing there. They threw a beautiful Molotov back into Dark where Nafly was playing in B. But then another player went down. That took Steel's attention, who was ready to just intercept the player coming out of the dark room, but instead he looks over towards oranges, towards second oranges, and ends up getting shot by the player that was Nafla running out of the Molotov. So just some timing over there. And I mean, that'll happen when you're racing up against the clock as a terrorist and also a little undermanned and just trying to just open up a site. It can be very difficult. So Conquest getting that first rifle round, and I mean, on time there, only for able to keep his gun. But even that does still kind of affect their money a little bit. Another rifle round for Luminosity, so it'll have to be second for Conquest before they're going to get any rounds for free.
Yeah, it's going to be a grueling round, this one. I appreciate Twitch laughing at my mistake as well. Thanks, guys. Thanks for having my back, boys. Oh, here come Luminosity. 3 players strong on A. Bomb is still a banana. There was an aggressive push down from Conquest, but that smoke is going to stop them for now. But more importantly, from their perspective, it stops the terrorists from getting into the B side. Is this fake going to work, though, from Luminosity? I think the key player is Nafly, because he's the guy that could potentially rotate. But again, they've given up Archer's control, and Luminosity are going to oblige in time, but they're walking into the crosshairs of Shazam. There's the first frag, looking for the second one as well. Hasn't landed it just yet. Oh, misses it again for the 5-7. I thought he was going to get himself a double, but instead he falls down. And that Molotov on Daphne walks in out into the open. He's died as well. 12 seconds. Nafly is the last remaining player. He's picked up 2 kills. There's 10 seconds, a third as well. Nafly could clutch this right now. Peeks out once more. All he has to do is play the time. First coming around the corner, and Nafly with the 1 versus 4 clutch. Conquest with their second round. Oh my goodness.
Well, I thought Cold Zero was going to be the player to come out of that round with the best play, getting the 3-co over there towards Arch, and he immediately gets one-upped by Nafly from the back of the site, once again playing in that dark position. I think Luminosity, we see them going towards B at any other point in this game. They are never going to walk by dark without checking it. That has got to be for certain. Nafly getting a kill there in the last round, I guess the previous round. And then in the last round, getting 4 kills from that position. Absolutely nuts from Nafly, and Luminosity Gaming this time put down onto a save. I would say I would call it an eco round. I've kind of got into saying anything less than $5,000 in equipment value is still an eco. So just the eco coming out, but kind of a big one, I guess.
Yeah, I guess in this sense, it's, you know, you're not spending all your money, you know, in that sense of an eco, but completely agree with you. This is going to be a round, once again, Nafly has been taking down the hero of the previous round, 3-3, Conquest. Just about holding on. Bike going to be coming up for Luminosity, and it's going to be AKs with a couple of Glils as well, maybe, just to get the extra grenades out there. It's been a solid 3 rounds, though, for Conquest. You know, that the last one, fair enough, Nafly pulled off a 1v4, like, ridiculous stuff from him, but up until that point, it was looking pretty good for them.
Yeah, and every game has ended up being close between these two teams on the first 2 maps, but this is the first one that's actually been close at round 7. It was generally 5 to even 8 rounds in a row for one team before the other one started mounting a little bit of a comeback. But here, you know, we're tied up 3-3, and that could just be the nature of Inferno. Apparently, Train, between these two teams at least, not very CT-sided at all. Inferno, I don't think between any teams is that really going to change. It's going to be CT-sided. This map is so old school. I mean, so is Train, but of course Train has seen a ton of changes coming into CSGO, whereas Inferno is more or less the same. Give or take some props that may or may not be very annoying.
Yeah, one of the key reasons why this map is so CT-sided, in my opinion, is because there's so many bottlenecks for the terrorists to try and get through. Like, just one well-placed smoke stops you from pushing through. A couple of well-placed HEs chunks the HP bars down. So, yeah, I think it's just one of those kind of maps where it's really rough for Ts. There's very few teams, like, maybe E-Frag at one point were incredibly strong on their T side, but not so much on their CT side. But apart from that, I can't think of too many teams that have a more polished T side than their CT side is. It's a very easy map as well to strap for on the CT side. Just a couple smokes can pretty much get you the round solid.
And here's the Molotov retake round that I expect to see from Luminosity, but it's been greeted with a beautiful pop blast from Shazam, and of course Nafly there from behind the fountain. Only good for 1 on this round. He's good at his magic in the 1v4, and nice lurking around there was, I believe that was Cold Zero over towards Arch once more, lurking, catching the rotator. That was Rick in this case, and that was a position where he wants to scurry off and save, but he cannot. He's completely pinched in over there by the well. If only you could go down the well. But of course you can't, and that's another round to Luminosity.
Yeah, I guess there's two ways of looking at when someone pulls off a crazy clutch. Like, one is to just say, oh my goodness, Luminosity should have had that round. The other is to say that they were in a good position in a 4v1 that should have been a one round. Like, in theory, this should be 5-2 right now. So their T side clearly is pretty strong. And the fact that they've now taken the lead and forced Conquest onto upgraded pistols, they're potentially on their 5th round already. And for a lot of teams, that's good enough. There are a lot more rounds to play with, so they could be finishing this half 6, 7, maybe even 8 rounds, which is more than good enough in my opinion, going through into that CT side. So the pressure is still and truly on Conquest. Yes, the momentum up until the last round was in their favour, but it can quickly shift back into the hands of the Brazilians, which is what it's doing right now.
Yep, and Cold Zero, even in response of this, goes for that Mac, and Daps will actually find the opener. Bolt is there quickly, they're traded out, so no guns, no rifles, that is into the hands of Conquest. I guess in Counter-Strike, there's pretty much always a gun in your hand, so. And here you go, Nafly rush and Shazam left. Shazam hoping for a one more chance at a 1D rush, hoping somebody comes up close there in the apartments. Well, peek onto Bolts and will actually find him. That is an AK. If he can maybe go ahead and get it. And I mean, he's able to save that, right? The bomb's going towards A, and there's even a bit of a crossfire here. Maybe there is a glimmer of hope yet for Conquest on this round, but as Coldzera, you got the Max 10, you might as well run and jump with it. Be extremely hard to hit. Definitely impossible with the Deagle. And there it is, Nafly to pick up the one M4. And there's the AK that I talked about earlier, so we will pick that one up.
Man, does that AK have 70,000 frags on it? Am I reading that right?
I mean, that's one of the like more original AK skins, right? Okay,
yeah. And I guess with the stat track shift overs as well, it's easier to just like, you know, shift across.
I mean,
yeah,
of course,
70,000.
you can just straight up fake those by joining servers that
well, yeah,
kills.
That's also true.
I'm not very surprised that there's 70,000 kills on one gun, but yeah.
I don't know, it just seems like a crazy amount of kills, but I guess when you play at this level, you know, you pretty much your heart and soul, all your time is put into CS, so just kind of caught me off guard a tiny bit, but that AK is going to make it through into the 9th round for Conquest, and that's going to be joining 4 M4s as well. Good buy-up from Conquest, the hearty buy-up, but really, so far, Nafly is the only man that's been performing on Inferno, and indeed he has been throughout. I mean, for me, maybe even calling up for the MVP of this best of 3. Maybe a pretty big thing to say, but he's consistently showing up for Conquest, at least on the Conquest side. Fallen maybe taking that for Luminosity, but let's see how the rest of this map plays.
Man, look at this round right here. Extreme aggression for Conquest. They pushed 3 players down all the way into Banana. Even Dink Bolts as he's standing on 2 stairs. And then they will throw that smoke down, leave Nafly to play far down the Banana on his own. If he spots them, he's got a good chance of getting a 1 kill, and also early information, early warning system for those A players to rotate on over to B. We see that so often. High level Inferno, and actually Naf will be good for a frag. That one might have even come through the smoke onto Fallen there.
Someone just said in chat that Bjarly has 160,000 kills on his AK. I don't even.
That's a bit extreme.
I don't even comprehend. That being said, though, Conquest in a 4-on-3 with 35 seconds. The bomb is in the hand of Ferg. Bolt is coming up, does get the frag. That could very well throw a spanner in the works for Conquest, because that opens up the avenue of arches. And that will now force 2 players' attention to come onto this area. Shazam is one of those players. He will silence Colds momentarily. Bolt's just on 7, 15 seconds. Going to walk straight past Nafly. There's the first one of Mr. Rating, and the second as well. Well played from Nafly. Biding his time. Patience does pay out. 12-4. And now Conquest could be against the forced buy-up of Luminosity, and indeed they will be.
Someone should make a montage of terrorist teams, you know. Obviously, they went down a man early. They were trying to play slow work picks and executed slow. But just teams on the T side executing with 20 seconds and running past and not checking spots that you'd check if you had more time. It would be, I think it would be hilarious. Just the carnage that would ensue. So many CTs spraying down these terrorists, just running by with their knives out.
I totally misread the economy as well. I thought it'd be like a force buy with a couple of AKs and maybe a tech mine or 2. Nope. full AKs with the Galil. This is much better than I was expecting. So I stand corrected. So Conquest, again, they're going to have to fend off against a pretty decent buyout from Luminosity.
Yeah, still not a bad round. A lot of smokes this time. I mean, they've been pretty B-focused, the side of Luminosity. This time, though, you can see the bomb over towards alternate, wanting to work it into A. And they've got the smokes. They take control of alternate, smoke off this big pit. But as I say that, they've got 3 people now over towards Banana. So it does look like they're going to try to throw a big fake here. 3 people over towards B. Are they going to try to hit the entries? It looks like they might just be tossing these smokes. 2 smokes obviously means, oh, there's got to be at least 2 people over here from the CT call. And maybe, you know, Conquest, you know, loose on the comms or something, and kind of end up calling for a rotation without seeing the bomb, which they obviously won't. And, well, here is the rotation. You got 1 man has already slid all the way over. It leaves only 2 at A, and Steel will get the entry out of the apartments right now. Rush on the arch side does find Bolt, but the bomb going to be planted in default. And look at Cold Zera, having pushed through that smoke over towards B, will now be brought down. Didn't expect a third. Luminosity is still, I mean, going to be a tough round for them to hold on to the post plant 2 on 3, but then again, it is still the A site, right? See what they can do. Rush. It'll be up to Rush to hit the first shot, but I don't know what that was. He kind of aiming at the ground. I don't know if he was going for a weird jump. He gets caught off guard and Steel from the pit from behind. Shazam coming up on top. Her down at the truck is spotted by Shazam. Do they actually have the time, though? Looks like they will.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Close, but he just about take it. Bomb plant, though, for Luminosity with 5,000 on foot. Are they going to be suckered in to go in front of the force here? I'd like them to just save. They must realize that Conquest economy is pretty solid right now. Yeah, instead, Fur's going to share the wealth, drop a couple Tech 9s to the rest of his team. This will allow them to get full AKs into the next round. Potentially even an AWP if they want to for Fallen. Prefer this play over the straight-up force from Luminosity. Again, if we were casting E-Frag, you can absolutely bet it would be like a force. Almost guaranteed. This is the way they play the game. But back into standard round here for Conquest. 3 on A, 2 on B. Luminosity chilling up mid. We're going to see some pop flashes coming in, and the Tech 9's in effect. Shazam, though, does get the AWP shot just beforehand. That's a flashbang that lands on Steel. I think that was from his teammate as well, so Shazam's still alive. Switches across the no-scope is real. He looks for a second one as well. Doesn't connect it, but the AWP will be picked up from Daps. As like a plate just fell off my table. I hope you didn't hear that.
Like, that sounded like a plate.
That's how excited I was. I knocked my table and a plate fell off. Rip. I'm going to quickly just go
That
and...
has flipped his table.
Yeah.
Luckily his monitor is wall mounted.
It was too sexy, I couldn't contain myself. Right, be right back, picking the plate up off the floor.
Yeah,
I hope it's not smashed.
That seems reasonable. It didn't sound like it smashed. Don't want to glass in anybody's feet here, as Shazam will now take his op over. Going to try to keep these terrorists guessing. He'll take it over towards B, but we see they're through X-ray. Very far away, all the terrorists are running up alternate and setting themselves there for perhaps the first real set take on the A site. Little did they know, with 3 people over towards B and actually Conquest having pushed down pretty far into the apartments, that would have been a very easy opening. And actually, they'll slide through the cracks anyways. They're all up arch side. Colds is going to hit a very, very nice shot onto Rush up on the balcony. They've definitely got to expect one to be in the pit, and they will throw that Molotov. Doesn't actually quite clear out, though. Smoke going to go down, leaving a little bit of a gap still for Ricks to shoot from. He will spot one, and oh my gosh, Fallen reacting to that so quickly. He's able to bring down Ricks, and now it's a 5 versus 3. Colds there on 1 HP. And just like that, the CTs are going to go ahead and back off, as their money is still not very situated here, even with the 3 rounds in a row.
It is a potential weakness for Conquest that we've seen a couple times at Luminosity. You've been able to get up arches. Like, typically Shazam is there with the AWP, and if he has to get pushed back, there's not much in the form of support. Like, typically with a lot of teams, you'll see someone arches, and then a player will come from the A site and watch you have like this double crossfire down from around library side of arches. But as it stands, it's pretty much just Shazam by himself. Luminosity, they are starting to cotton on to this, and they're starting to realize, okay, if we go up mid, we have a couple pop flashes that land on arches, we can pretty much just claim that real estate for ourselves. Like, there's no way they can deal with that. Maybe Conquest need to start having that player on the site, shifting across to maybe have like this double stack on arches instead, and seeing if that works out for them. Regardless, though, as you say, they saved the weapons, and both teams have a very healthy buy-up here for round number 13, so this is anybody's half here.
I mean, that round for Conquest was similar to the one on Cobble, where they played 2 over towards A, 3 on D flat, and ended up pushing through and no one and dropped, right? That one worked out because the terrorists kind of played right into it. They were going towards A and they started getting flanked. This one, though, Conquest pushed aggressive towards the apartments with the 2 A players. They put 3 over towards B, and Luminosity just walked quietly up their way, top, middle, down through Arch, and no one saw anything until the first conflict. And at that point, it was already too late, and they're able to get into the A site and take the round. And the 3 players at B just go ahead and save. So, I don't know. High-risk play doesn't work out for Conquest. They took 3 in a row, but now they will drop 1. It's tied 6-6. 6 rounds is already, you would think, just enough, maybe even too much already that Luminosity has. But I'm not willing to discount anybody in this matchup after what we saw in the first 2 maps. I still expect this one to go the distance.
Oh yeah, that's fair. So Rix is coming up short. Has connected up to steal it for the second frag. It's all the bomb's been planted. Dap's coming in as well through library. Has himself a molly, a smoke, and a defuse kit. 2 players are low, and Fallen's only on 62. So I mean, if he can get this first kill, this is possible. There it goes down. Not a clean kill by any stretch of the imagination. Bolt is only at 2 HP. He's about to get picked up. It's a 1-on-1, and this is a horrible place for the bomb to be planted. From Cole's perspective, the smoke goes down. This could be a defuse from Daps, and it is. The 1v3 clutch. You've seen the heroics from Nafly now, and Daps, and just to add salt to the wounds of Cole's, he's picked up after the defuse comes in. Conquest somehow sneaks by with another round. And just as you said it as well, Helium, you're not going to call this map just yet. We have a ridiculous clutch.
Man, that second Tech 9 shot was insane. And then, of course, I for a second there had to, like, remind myself that you can actually throw nades while defusing. I'm like, oh, the smoke went down. He must be off the... Oh, wait. No, you can just drop it while you're defusing. I wonder if the Luminosity player kind of fell prey to that train of thought as well as, I don't know. You don't see it. I mean, it's not something you see all the time, but it's definitely something you have to remind yourself of. Either way, I mean, ridiculous shots from Daps. And he even closes it out with the third one, even though it was unnecessary. It's got to feel good. And that's 7 rounds. That's a big 7 rounds here for Conquest. We would love to close this one out 9-6. Anything closer might be too much to come back from. I mean, I haven't really seen their T side. They haven't really played a team of the caliber of Luminosity yet on Inferno. Luminosity already with 6, and clearly showing they could have more, right? I mean, that's a round that probably should have gone Luminosity's way. That there's 1 or 2 others, so I mean, it could have been Luminosity already with 9 rounds. It could be much worse than this for Conquest.
Completely agree. It's a poor Molotov from Shazam. He's hoping to get that out of life to stop this push from coming in, or at least heavily tagged up LG, but he's pushed through anyway. 1, 2 frags, he knows where Cole is, looking for the third, and connects that as well. And Luminosity, again, in a position that, fair enough, that was a 4-on-3 retake in favor of Conquest, but you'd expect them to get a few more frags from there. Again, that's another round that Luminosity will be very bitterly disappointed they let go by. And I completely agree with what you said, Helium. This could easily, in another day, be Luminosity on 9 or 10 rounds. But 2 huge clutches, a 1v4 and a 1v3, give Conquest the ability to potentially get the 9-6 half, which may still not be good enough against Luminosity, but it does give them a real fighting chance.
And let's see, on to the last round of the half right now. Money wasn't there for Luminosity. They go for the Tech 9s across the board. 1 Galil there on the other end of it. And a whole bunch of utility on everybody. I would expect the B strat to come out here, and as they do take that left turn to Banana, maybe that's what it'll be, but you never know. Terrace can also play this very, very slow and start to spread out, but I expect this at execute, and it looks like everyone's kind of in their positions ready to throw these smoke splashes, Molotovs. Could be even still a dangerous round from Luminosity. They'd love to get 7. And almost, I would even say they need to get 7, just based on how the series has gone.
7 would be a dream for sure, especially with these weapons as well. But again, Conquest have consistently played a passive B. We haven't seen them often push down B, get like banana control with the smokes, happy enough to just back off. The smokes, the Molotovs all come down from Luminosity. It has forced Daps back from the site, which is a minor victory, but then you have to execute on afterwards, and Nafly is holding down the trigger. It's already picked up 1 frag, it's going to be forced out of position, gets the double kill while crab walking. The cheekiest double kill you can imagine. And yes, the bomb's going to go down, but this retake surely going to be successful. Fallen now in a 1v4. He comes out of his little hidey hole and is put down with authority. And 9-6 will be the halftime scoreline. Nafly, again, pretty much single-handedly winning that round for his team.
And that makes about 3 that Naf has pretty much pulled out of nowhere over towards the B site. So he's done, I mean, the one 4K obviously standing out. Can't remember quite what that round was, but Naf picking up the only 4K. There's actually been a lot of 4Ks this series. Naf is, I think that's his 3rd of the series overall. I believe he had 2 on train and then picking up 1 here. I think Shazam might have had 1 as well. So it's been a pretty flashy series from some of these guys here, but now we're going to switch sides. Conquest with the lead, moving over to T side right now. Not a very substantial lead. It's a lead that could vanish if Luminosity get these pistol rounds. Starting off the second half, and then being on the better side and tied up, you think Luminosity would feel pretty comfortable, but Conquest has showed us more than once today that we should not count them out.
Yeah, and some people in chat have been saying this, and I definitely think it's a valid point. Like, calm down, guys. It's a CT-sided map. So I think if you offered Luminosity before starting Inferno, and you said to them, look, guys, we'll give you 6 rounds at the start of this on T side, yes or no? They'd have taken that. I think 6 rounds is a good amount of rounds to pick up on T side. So, yes, Conquest, you have to take the previous maps into account. They've gone back and forth, have been crazy action. Train, for example, T side was strong for both teams, so take from that what you will.
Was really weird.
On paper, Luminosity, I would still say, are slightly the favourites from this scoreline. Because of the fact if they win the pistol, it's likely going to be 9-9, and then they have the much more comfortable side to play with. And this is a map as well where Fallen with the AWP can be an absolute devastating force as well.
Yeah, they didn't really see them pull that out on the T side. They did pull it out on Train a lot. Both teams even having the AWP there on the T side of Train. And a very early auto sniper from Steel. That was interesting, going way back from to the start of the day. And you can already see in the pregame, I don't know if that's indicative of too much. I guess you guys can't see it, but we have both Colds and Fallen with the ops out, kind of just hitting some shots in warm up right now. As someone had dropped out of the server, but is now back, and I think it must have been Rix. We're just waiting on Rix right now, and we can start off the second half for the last map of the first series of the day. They're in the semifinals here in the iBUYPOWER Fall Invitational. Up next, CLG versus Team Liquid, and that should be an absolutely awesome match.
Yeah, we've been kind of spoiled today, haven't we, Joey? Well, I didn't expect this game to be as close as it's been, in fairness. It's been a pretty awesome best of 3.
Yeah, we've got pretty lucky with both these Luminosity series. We thought Luminosity would walk over Luminosity versus Mythic. We thought this wouldn't be too difficult for them either, but it has proven extremely difficult. Maybe we think too highly of Luminosity, or we don't think quite highly enough of Mythic and Conquest. Maybe a bit of both, but either way, it's been a pretty solid day of Counter-Strike here in North America.
I feel like Cologne definitely, jumped up Luminosity quite a bit in the minds of a lot of people. Their performance there was pretty solid. And since then, I wouldn't necessarily say they've been on a slump, but I think the CSGO Lounge odds also, the kind of testament to this, that a lot of people expected these to be pretty simple best of 3s for Luminosity, and they've been anything but, like 77% I think it was for Luminosity coming into this game, somewhere around that. But let's jump into that second half as Shazam will break the deadlock and will put down Bolt. However, Fallen's coming around very aggressively. Nafly with a Tech 9 will be tapping his way to victory, but he also gets picked off. Bomb's been planted on the left side of the site, which was spotted there from the CT player of Steel. So they now have an idea of at least where the remaining Ts likely will be. They've spotted Rush on new boxes. Last 2 players are in ruins. They know Shazam's there. The Glock headshot's real. There's Rush as well. And it's all on Colds. Can he pull this one off? He knows where Rush is. The other 2 players are going to be snaking around behind him. And the bomb's in a precarious position. He's got no defuse kit. This should be a round for Conquest. And indeed it will be. And just what they were looking for as well. They can edge even further ahead of the Brazilians now.
When faced against a P2K close range, just start jumping up and down. That's what I've learned there from Rix, as he will get that kill. And Conquest starting things off right on their T side, and that's very important too, because you look back to the start of this map, and Luminosity did take the pistol round and the next 2 follow-ups, surviving the force buy there of the CTs. So important that Conquest gets the other one, otherwise it does very often skew results in terms of the team that gets both of the pistol rounds. And of course, getting more rounds on the T side earlier on, and likely being able to survive through this one, as Steel has already taken so much damage with those nades going in. And Daps, oh wow, pulling out the flash. A flash will allow one to turn, and Fallen very, very blind, can't help assist Steel whatsoever, can't find the trade out. And Fallen with that scout, still trying to go in and land some shots, but he can do nothing. And Conquest now sliding that bomb back around towards A. It'll be Daps to remain over towards B. Rush finding the opening up here over towards port side. He'll bring down bolts. Daps will finally kill Fallen, so the scout out of the hands now of Luminosity. Fallen looked pretty good with that scout on train. Cold Zero will be the first one for the CTs to find a frag, and almost a second, but Rush is there with the MAC-10 and the kill.
Well, Fur bags himself the frag and could very well save this MAC-10 going through into round number 18. But Conquest will be very happy with how this second half has started off for them. They will be 11-6 to the good. Nice shot from Fur. Actually trades out the MAC-10 for a scout. And that could go into the hands of Fallen, and things could get interesting if he can save this. He's got two more players pushing his location. Pushes to the CZ for close confrontation. Gets the frag through that. I actually think he's got that kill through Riggs. So, Luminosity do take down 4 weapons, but lose the round.
I've noticed that Rix is a player to shoot at the corpses quite a bit. And I know that some players do go on tilt when they see that on death cam. I wonder what that's all about. If we had a post-game interview, I'd ask him, but I don't think we do.
Rip the dream.
Yeah, so the dream is dead. As very quickly, Daps moving up here into Banana, naded the car, Molotovs to the sandbag. Banana is controlled right now.
Only 2 players on B for Luminosity, and they've both been spotted. Daps unable to land anything, but there is the next line of fire coming in from Nafly, who gets coup with the P90. Bomb's going to get planted. 12-6 will be the scoreline. And now Luminosity, this is a make or break round for me. They're going to have enough for a buy-up, but it's not going to be a fantastic one to start off with, so expect to see some FAMASs, potentially even a MAC-7 if they want to run that into the apps. And then if they lose that, they'll be back onto Eco, and you're looking at 13, 14, 6, a score like that, in which case, yes, you're on the CT side, but there is no room for error anymore. This is quickly getting out of control for Luminosity. And Conquest seems to have just stepped it up a couple of notches.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that does mark 6 in a row, actually, and 9 of the last 10 if you look further back into the first half. But of course, that includes CT rounds and also just the pistol for the T side in the next 2. This is where you really, after this round, you can truly judge Luminosity and their performance here on the CT side of things. That being said, okay, I thought Rix was actually just going to stay, but 3 AKs come out, a couple, I mean, a P90 and a MAC-10. The SMG is still on the board here for the Terrace against a FAMAS and a P90 onto Steel. You would actually think Luminosity would be able to get this, but of course, I mean, we've seen this time and time again from Terrace teams. They'll keep some of those submachine guns online because they know when they drop the round, they'll still be able to have a rifle in the next one, and very much the case here for Conquest.
Yeah, interesting to see that they go for the P90 instead. But so far, Steel has gone for that a couple of times on Cobblestone. I think we saw him do it on Train as well. So let's see if this pays out for Conquest. They do have 2 SMGs, but of course if that MAC-10 from Daps goes down, it's no huge deal for them. And if they start to get into the faces of Luminosity, they can trade across those weapons. But here we go, the Molotov's coming down. The carpets of flashbangs. This is perfectly played from Steel. He's got 3 frags with a P90. Just holds down the left trigger. Left click, I should say, and the trigger until he gets those 3. And in doing so, he's put a massive gaping hole in Conquest aggression. Although they do still get that bomb planted. And these last 2 players have AKs and full HP, so who knows, maybe they can pull this off. Rush and Rix, your 2 last remaining terrorists. Rush is going to get the first frag. Fallen coming through Ruins. The other 2 are going to be coming through the CT side. Rush has got another one. He's so awkward, but Rix is doing the work elsewhere. Fur's going to hold on to this. He's dropped the weapon as well, and still gets picked off from Rix. A 2v4 clutch for Conquest. And they're going to get their 13th round.
Yeah, that's a very, very big round, and we know that they kept the P90, they kept the MAC-10, so a lot of people not spending money, and of course the plant going down, and then the round being won as well. Very nearly there. At first I was like, man, he's gonna stick this. Rix is low. The CT player knows that he's done damage at that point, so kind of expecting Rix to run away and try to bait him in for a chase. And I thought for a second that sticking the bomb was actually going to work out, but then the repeat comes and Rix was able to close it out. So that's 13-6. Everyone with like almost some people with 8K on this terrorist team buying up, so they're starting to sit pretty on their money. And this should be another round. This should be the 14. And that's already going to put Luminosity in a place where they're playing with 6 rounds up against more than likely 14. They'll be in a position where they're going to have to keep on forcing every round no matter what.
Yeah. That's exactly it, Joey. There's no more room for error anymore for Luminosity. You screw up one more time, that's it. It's game over. So, I do not envy their position at all. They do have the weapons, though, to maybe make this costly and maybe even turn this one around, but it's almost like the confidence is going somewhat as well. They're missing shots that they'd normally be landing. They're kind of misplaying situations that we'd be seeing them do if this is the previous half on the likes of Train, where they look pretty solid. Alex there with a frag. There's Rush as well, who has been chugging along with frag. 17 for 12. Maybe about to move on to 18. Coldzera's in his crosshair. There we go. Gets finished off. It's all on Fallen. 14-6. Is he going to save this AK? I don't think he's got any chance as soon as he pushes out here. There we go. 14-6, Joey. What do you reckon? Is this ripping pepperonis for Luminosity?
Pause. Pause. The power of the pause.
Tactical. Yeah, completely understand. For me, though, I think this is too late. I think they should have called this a round or two ago.
A little earlier, yeah. I mean, they're the one thing that we've actually seen using it. Actually, I guess I can't say that with 100% confidence because I didn't watch too much of the NA games last night. As I did this really strange thing called going outside. I don't know, I've been trying to do it a little more recently, but it's strange out there, I gotta say. I don't know what to do without Twitch chat.
Twitch chat, we love you. Did they hear you there, Alex?
No.
Oh man, our producer just said Kappa.
His whispering Kappas in our ears.
Yeah, sweet Kappas.
But we've seen Luminosity taking these pauses. One time it actually, I think only the one time it didn't work. It was a bit of a disaster. After the pause yesterday, they just run. I think that was on Overpass. They took the pause. They tried to do a strat, and they just get sprayed down in the connector stairs of Overpass yesterday, and it looked embarrassing. But then after that, later on in the series, they took some more pauses, and it worked out. And we've obviously seen the power of the pause in these major tournaments. The teams that take them have more time, obviously, to talk about their round, set up more complex strategies. I guess in this case, more complex, crossfires and defenses, or maybe they want to go on some aggressive push and try to gun down the terrorists early and disrupt Conquest and the flow that they've been able to find themselves on the T side. And it looks like they are ready to go. It will be, there's the op coming out for Fallen, the last one to buy.
Yeah, I suppose the issue now is if you want to play aggressive, it's that same thing that we talked about before. If you're going to come back on a huge deficit on CT side, not only do you have to win rounds, you have to win them convincingly. So you need to keep like 3 players alive, minimal, I would say. If you don't, it's pretty much GG anyway. So playing aggressive, trying to push down mid or trying to push down banana can cost you lives, and in which case it could cost you the game going through into the later stages. So you can see here, they are going for a 3-man stack on banana. With the smoke, this is something we never saw from Conquest. And they've still died. That's a Molotov kill. What? How?
I am unsure.
Hold me, Joey. I don't know what's happening.
Or unfortunately a bit far apart. Maybe at Sivo land. But 5-4 right now with Steel going down. And now Fallen trying to hit a shot. Did he actually connect with some damage there? Can't quite notice. Looked like he might have through the pillars. Yeah, he did actually get a chance to watch it back right now. So Rick's down pretty low because of that. He got legged. Rush is going to find the kill onto Coldzera, though. So obviously 3 players low here on Conquest, and that's one of them. The first one going to be taken down, Rush. And now Nafly, who actually 100 HP, Ferd making a big stand here at the top of mid, will bring it into a 2-on-2, and Shazam running around with his, I don't know if it was his knife out, but quick switching or something, going to get caught also jumping. That's rough. Don't want to see that. I mean, that was a 2-on-2. He maybe could have just got back together with Daps, who was coming out of the apartments over there towards Pit. Instead, he was kind of running arch side, and I wonder what that was about. Miscommunication or...
Yeah, potentially. I'm not entirely sure, but what we do know now is that Conquest have the bomb. They're going to get this planted as well in enough time. It's going to be close, but he will get this. And now it's 2-1. Now, if Luminosity Gaming lose this, this is pretty much just going to summarize the entire map. Yeah, I was going to say, if they lose that, it just summarizes everything. Because it would be, what, like the 4th or 5th clutch that Conquest will pull off. But Luminosity win the round. But here's the issue, and this is what I was talking about before. Yes, you've won the round, but you lost 4 players. So now your buy is going to be absolute garbage. It's going to be like FAMAS's, it's going to be a couple of M4s maybe, but not fantastic stuff. So Luminosity, yes, they're winning, but it has to be more convincing than that. It's going to be a P90, a FAMAS. They've got more grenades than I actually thought they would do, but in terms of weaponry, they're coming out behind here. So Fallen's going to have to pull off some crazy AWP shots.
I mean, that's what he's known for, right? So I guess you can't be maybe that worried. We are still losing at a 1-to-2 ratio right now. That's a bit rough. Rex has again taken some early damage over here. Nafly almost shooting Shazam as he tries to kind of pre-fire the right side of middle. 5-on-5. Again, a player deposited here in the banana. This time it's going to be Bolts with that smoke down. That'll allow Fur to rotate back over, but he's even not 100% sure what he wants to do. He's just staying kind of close. Wandering around a little bit in no man's land. What's he doing? I guess we're looking at Rick's. I was looking over at Fur. Just aiming at like a really random spot. I thought he was lining up a flash, but I didn't know to where. Anyways, the terrorists kind of low, kind of bruised and battered, making their way back over towards this A site slowly. The CTs have backed off very defensive. They're not patrolling the top of mid. They're not pushed down banana aggressively anymore. Time's getting low. They're holding on to these sites.
Yeah, and trying to exploit arches, which Luminosity Gaming did, of course, so many times on their T side. That Molotov comes through, Fallen maybe instinctively thinking that was a flashbang, pulls back. Very nearly connects that shot as well. That would have been craziness. Luminosity Gaming, though, have good positions. They've got the time on their side as well. Time itself is an enemy of Conquest at this point. Rinks is low. He's just been finished off. A great hold from Luminosity Gaming. Absolutely. Perfect hold.
Oh, come on,
perfect
Steel.
time. P90. Just rubbing salt in the wounds. But they keep all the weapons alive. So
He
that
took
bank is
the
building
ace. Cold Zera had that kill so easily. Took the
Scumbag.
ace away. I mean, I can understand why, right? You just want to kill these players. You're on the massive
Yeah.
comeback. One mistake. Maybe Daps gets out of control there after killing one of them, goes on a rampage and kills everybody, and it's Conquest with 15. But you hate to see the ace stolen away from a player like that, who, from the pit, granted, it is the easiest position in the world to play, but still, finding 4 kills at the pro level is never easy. But still not quite enough to break the economy of Conquest. They'll have one more rifle round here. This will be big. It gets a free round on the board from Luminosity's perspective.
And of
Help
course,
them out.
if Luminosity win this as well, Joey, you're looking at 14-10, and that's when the comeback starts to become a reality. It's not quite there just yet, but they get 14-10, then I'm going to be like, okay, Luminosity have a chance here. And we saw a similar kind of comeback come about on Train, if you remember, as well. So they've already done it today. This would be the second time, and so far so good. It was only the Tech 9 Ricks that was taken down, however, so there's still 4 AKs in play. The issue that Conquest had last round is they waited way too long to push on. Like, as I said at the time, like, time was their enemy, really more so than anything else. They had to push in, they couldn't check all the angles, they couldn't get all the grenades set up in time, and so what's going to happen here again? Fallen with the point blank range off there, two frags looking for a third, he's not going to get it, but Steel is there to help him out on the second consecutive ace from Luminosity without losing a single player here. Well done by them, and here comes Eco.
Man, who plays there with an op?
It's so weird, right? That's probably what CQ is saying right now. Like, what the? Hello,
I mean, it
Fallen?
makes sense that you can hit that first shot, but then you got to expect to be rushed. I guess the smoke being down and Conquest jumping through it, they kind of jump right past him. Steel was also close by, standing out in the open, just waiting for people to push through that smoke, and there was no pop flash really accompanied with it. And once again, Fallen getting out aggressive with it up, will find it open to kill. Steel once again in the same spot, right out in the open, and then spray down 3. He's finally brought in by Daps. And again, this is just a pistol no armor push. And Luminosity won't want to lose any more from this position. Daps, though, does have an op, but burning alive, down to 26 HP, able to back off, is flashed, is now kind of smoked off in a corner. with a minute to go and the bomb, but players wrapping around construction right now.
I just realised that Rob does play that position sometimes. Kenny S. I was casting with Launders when he pulled off that ridiculous four-man from the same place. So maybe Fallen taking a couple of pages out of the Kenny S. textbook.
It's not a position for your ordinary opper.
No, definitely not. Fast reaction speeds required. Speaking of which, Daps has connected the shot onto bolts. It's pretty much just a drop in the ocean, though. Because you're expecting, with an AWP with 26 HP, with no utility, the guy's going to fall down eventually. It's just a matter of time and when. Unless Luminosity Gaming just absolutely drop the ball here, which they have done a couple of times in fairness. This is effectively going to be a couple of 1v1s, and he's landed the shot.
Oh,
what
how
is
that
going
was a
on?
headshot, but it did look like it connected.
Is this going to be another clutch? Daps has already picked up a 1v3 and gets another one! Unbelievable! Conquest have just stolen rounds from Luminosity here on Inferno multiple times.
Wow, that was, I mean, you see Daps, he goes for that fake plant in the 1v2. He wants someone to peek him. He wants to hit the shot, make it a 1v1, but Cold's, you know, nerves of steel, just, or I guess ice cold, or whatever the saying has been going around these days for nothing that he's been getting. Ice in his veins, that's what it was. Doesn't go for the peek, so Daps has to go. He pushes up, he gets the shot onto the face, then he plants the bomb, makes the read that the player's coming up through Banana, probably hears him as well, and hits a really nice headshot again with that off. And Daps is not the player that you kind of expect to pull off those sort of plays, and he's done it a couple times here in this series. Everyone playing very well.
I'll tell you what, the Luminosity will be gutted at how they've been playing on the Inferno. How many rounds is it now, Joey? Like, I may actually go back and watch this game afterwards and count how many clutches and how many rounds Luminosity lost, which they really should have won.
Yeah, they should have had a bunch of their T side as well. It should have been like 10-5, maybe even 11-4 if you also take into consideration that those rounds would have then broken the CT economy of Conquest at the time. But instead, it's Conquest just fighting back and making the series ridiculous, and at this point, probably winning the entire series 2-1.
Well, you know what? Even though it's 15-9, I still can't count Luminosity out just purely off how the other maps have gone so far. Fallen does connect the shot, but doesn't get the fragments. Yeah, knocked him, I think it was through the wall there, which is why he's down at 16. But Rush with a double, a grenade and a headshot on Fallen.
Whoa, where was...
Colds
Oh, construction.
comes in from construction and gets himself two as well.
Through the smoke, though?
On Shazam. Yeah, I think he just held down the trigger and then lined up for him. I didn't quite catch that. Fur comes in, though. It's going to look like this clutch is coming in. Surely not another one. Surely not another one. Rix is not going to pick it up. I was going to have a heart attack if we saw another clutch there. Luminosity, though, have picked it up.
I mean, that clutch, while it would have, again, been another 1v3 for Rix, it at least would have made sense, because it's Conquest that should have won that round. But getting to like 5-on-3, Coldzera just holding down the trigger, is able to get two through that smoke. I mean, that's a bit fortunate for your retake onto the B site. But hey, I mean, it's Luminosity versus Conquest. Apparently, anything can happen. As it will be Conquest knocked down a pig onto a Tech 9 armor buy with some PT-50s in the mix as well, a couple smokes. So it looks like with 3 smokes, they might have a plan. Rush will throw the first over towards Banana, which is, I guess, completely ineffective considering the CT smoked it first. But they're working through the apartments.
They are. And Luminosity, on paper, should have this round. And I use the word should very loosely, because my mind is kind of screwed from all the action we've had today here. Injustice best of 3, and of course we have another one coming up straight after this, but let's jump back into the action. Rix just charges in with the Tech 9. He's picked himself up a frag. Bolts has dropped the bomb. Does he realise that Nafly is right next to him as well? He has just known now, and there's information that will be called across to the rest of his team. But an M4 now in the hands of Nafly, who has Kevlar as well. He spotted the head of Colt and converts it into a frag. And Conquest, again, could potentially pull this back up until the moment where Fallen rips off the life of Nafly. Rush with the peak, does tag down Fallen heavily, but Luminosity Gaming just about hold on and pick up their 11th. It will be a buy coming in for Conquest.
Yeah, and even for Luminosity, having lost 3 players there, gonna have to drop a couple guns down. That'll exhaust the money. I guess that doesn't matter too much now, as long as they have rifles in their hands for this round, because there will be not another one if Conquest can win one. They'll go full AKs, decent amount of nades. Daps leading the charge over. Nice flash up towards B. He'll even grab Steel, who was all the way back in sight a little bit, and Fallen will post up and watch that smoke, but now falling off. And good timing, because there were 3 nades coming right for him, and the one happened to bounce up.
You can see that Conquest maybe a bit nervous here as well. Shazam just darting backwards and forwards, checking every single angle, even though Luminosity typically have never played aggressively through apps, and maybe this is something they're going to change up in the future. Maybe the next round. Not really pushing in, getting too much information, just biding their time, sitting back, playing passive defense. This does mount the pressure, and we can see that here comes another push from Conquest onto this B side. Steel's in a good position, he's going to throw down that smoke, and then behind him is Fallen on the coils. So that's going to stop Conquest for now. Here comes the flashbang. The smoke should be firing in soon as well from Steel. There we go, another flashbang, just stopping as much as time as possible. Fallen lands the first shot. He's still aiming down there. He's looking for a second, and he has connected it through the smoke. And there's Steel with a P90, just tripping on through. The bomb's been dropped. Luminosity Gaming on pole position, and Fallen with the no-scope onto Ricks, 15-12. And they keep all their players alive. Is it doable, Helium? Are we going to see another overtime?
Oh, man. I mean, at this point, probably. That's what we would have expected coming into this map, the fact that it would go down to the wire, and here we are in round 28. And probably we'll be seeing round 29 since Luminosity Gaming haven't kept everyone alive. They've got a full buy coming in. And it's just the pistols for Conquest. We'll try to go up towards Banana again to start things off. Daft taking a big nade though, and without armor, that hurts.
Definitely. So that 54 damage from one nade. Worth $300 well spent.
I'd say so. Daft's still going to move in and lead that charge. Flash is going into the site, but Steel here with the AK behind first oranges and falling with that op once more. These guys have been a team. This B site is kind of scary. But wow. Oh, wow. Rush with the TK. That could have been a 2-on-3 with maybe another gun in your hands. Rush could have used help since he has picked up the op. He could have used a buddy to kind of throw down a distraction, but there's Cold. He doesn't quite finish that kill right away. Nearly had his head taken off from the op, but will finally get the kill.
Oh man, Luminosity, you have to hold on for 2 more rounds. Just 2 more rounds to sanctuary of the overtime. And in fairness to Conquest, the last time it went to overtime, there's a double overtime on Cobblestone. They did win out there. I think it was 22-19 in the end. So history favours them in the overtime, but of course this is a whole different game altogether when you consider it's Inferno, not Cobblestone. And Luminosity still have 2 huge rounds, which must seem like 100 miles away for them right now.
Yeah, the other rifle coming out for Conquest. I mean, Luminosity able to put a couple together, actually 4 in a row right now, winning 7 of the last 8 rounds. It's pretty big. Finally got situated. It got a bit rough when they lost the first and then second rifle, but they were finally able to get things going kind of halfway through the second half. Conquest just have to find that magic one more time, and a lot of the rounds, of course, coming very, very close. Down with a sick clutch with that up. I think it was a 1 versus 3. Bricks nearly had another later on. I mean, and Conquest should have been able to close this out. They had a 5-on-3, but they lost in that B site. And maybe they'll still have a chance. Coming up the arch side, push through that smoke. Cold will bring down 2. Shazam blind will get 1, and that's going to allow Steel now from the arch to peek out, find another 2. Meanwhile, Fur kills Daps. And it's round 30 for the 3rd time today.
And it's a decent enough economy for Conquest to get some weapons, but you can see the tactical timeout now called for Conquest. And Luminosity Gaming have done it again, right? They called a pause, suddenly they're right back in the game. These guys, I don't know what they do in these pauses. Maybe eat their spinach. I have no idea. I'm running out of ideas right now. But Conquest, maybe Rush is going to go for a Galil. Make sure he has some grenades here. I'm not entirely sure. Like, there's definitely a decision to be made. You can see Galil on Nafly as well. 1 for Daps. Is Rush going to go with the AK? Only time's going to tell. But it all comes down to this, Joey. The last 2 maps that came to this point, if Luminosity Gaming can win this round, we will be heading to overtime once again. If Conquest win, it's going to be a major upset. I don't think there's any two ways about that. I expected Luminosity to win. I think most people in chat felt the same way. And Conquest are right on the brink of maybe taking this one home for themselves.
Yeah, it would certainly be a big upset. And I wonder if Conquest, we kind of criticized Luminosity for not taking their pause earlier, but even after the fact of their pause, that's when they started putting all their rounds together. I wonder if Conquest didn't take this pause like 3 rounds ago. You know, maybe lay out kind of 2 rifle round strats since they knew they would have a few since they've hit that max bonus in terms of their loss right now. But here it is. I mean, will the power of the pause win the best of 3 for Conquest? It all comes down to round 30. And even after that, it won't be over, of course. Luminosity get this. It's just going into overtime, where Conquest did win on Cobble. Fallen with this op. He's been terrorizing. I'm so surprised they keep going over towards B. They're just going to walk on through the smoke. I don't know about that. You take a pause to just walk 4 men through a smoke?
It's questionable. And then
You need a pause for that?
Oh my god, you could go to any silver game in the world and you can see that. Good times, good times. Questionable decision.
I guess the idea was like, yo, make sure we really spread out going through the smoke so Fallen can only op one of us and then we'll kill him. Like, that almost makes sense. But the fact that Fallen's there and steals over towards sandbags, I mean, you're walking through a smoke. If you're walking through in a straight line so that, you know, you're all spread out to Fallen, then from Steel's perspective, you're actually all just perfectly lined up. I don't know, man. That was rough. That hurt to watch.
This has got to be one of the longest best of 3s I've ever casted.
Yes.
When I think about it. First map was 16-14. Second was 22-19. We're now into another overtime. This has been like 2 matches in one. It's been a fantastic game, though, of Counter-Strike. And now here we go. We're back into the overtime scenario. Conquest still on the T side. Definitely had a bit of a falling off, cooling down period towards the second half there of their T side. And Luminosity will be feeling good right now. How many did they win in the end? Was it 5 in a row? Or was it 6? Maybe 6 in a row enough for Luminosity Gaming to bring us into overtime.
I don't know, but I'm enjoying the in-game overlay refusing to go on the screen. It looks like it finally has, so that's good. So I kind of missed your question. I'm sorry, Metas, but I'm looking for Conquest.
We're done.
At least 1 round here on the T side in overtime. That's going to be a must.
We're done, bro. It's been fun. Now it's just I can't even remember what I asked you now. My brain is basically just melting.
Yeah, mine's actually turned into mush as well.
Yeah, this has been a lot of energy expended to cast this game, but I've loved every second of it. Shazam has picked up the first frag. Oh, that's right. I said, was it 6 rounds in a row for Luminosity Gaming to take us to overtime? It's like 15-9, wasn't it?
That sounds about
14-9?
right. I'll have to look back. We can check that on the box score. We have the technology. But already Shazam has started off with a nice op kill. It'll be the op to open it up here for Luminosity as well as that. We'll find Rix. And with 4 HP, Fallen playing so close. Rush will go through. Pop Flash was there trying to let Fallen fall back, but even still, Rush hand over face will find the frag. And now planting the bomb on the grill. And the CTs never barbecue anything again.
I can see that Shazam at the back, who did pick up one of the first frags of the round, is still just tapping across into CT. Unknown to him, though, all 3 players will be coming through from Ruin side. And now he does realise. He shifts his aim across, picks up the first, looking for the second as well. And that's going to be Fur who comes in. And Bolt is picked off. So Conquest managed to do something that they haven't been successful with for about 10-15 minutes. And that's win a T side. A T round. And what a time to start pulling this off. There's the first one. Of course, 19, the magic number to win this best of 3 series.
And it was 6 in a row for Luminosity to push this into OT. It was actually 3 in a row, the 1-up win from Conquest, and then 6 in a row for Luminosity. So going from round 6 in the second half and onward, it was all CTs, all Luminosity, all day. And then right away into overtime, Conquest is able to sneak out a round just like that. Now 16-15, they're in the lead. I kind of already mentioned that they really just need the 1 round of the T side. But if they can get a second, I mean, hey, you're not going to see any complaining from anyone except maybe Luminosity.
Potentially.
And 77% of the community.
Yeah, I was about to say. There's going to be a lot of angry people out there, I'm sure. Oh, that's that Trek Fire Serpent, though. Hing! 10 out of 10. Good flashbang. And, well, yeah, the fact that Fur has been dropped first as well is definitely going to hurt Luminosity Gaming, because now I have to maybe put a player extra on A, but what a shot from Fallen. Just peeks round, gets the one-tap onto Nafly. And he is now the lone defender on the site, but if he's pulling off shots like that, you could have this in the bag. 35 seconds left, Bomb is moving towards the B side.
So the 4-on-4 Fallen is here. He's in a position, and it is Fallen, right? And he's got that pop flash. If he plays this one right, there's one flash out. He's gonna now throw the second. Players might have been a little, they might be a little too passive right now, but it won't matter. Fallen's able to get the first kill on to Rush. Shazam with the Tech 9 able to clean it up. So it remains 3-on-3, but time getting very, very low, and Shazam now just finding the space to plant right on top of the girl. Smoke on CT, smoke on construction allows him to do it, and the Terrace got to hold on to this post plant. 3-on-3, but they're pretty low. Shazam with an op, peeking off the back of Nubox, hoping that Bolt will give him the peek one more time. Does, but Shazam will miss the shot. Now they kind of focus over there towards construction, then back to CT. Double peek, Bolts will find the frag, and now they smoked off the Terrace. It's the Terrace now that have to retake their own site on the post plant. One's gonna go through the smoke. Riggs with the spray down. He kills one, but he doesn't get the person on the bomb. That's gonna be Bolts. The man, the myth, the legend. He lives on very minimal HP, many rounds in this best of 3.
I've got to question a couple of decisions there from Conquest. First, if you put 2 players in Banana, you must know one smoke neutralizes that. I realized I had the pre-aiming effect, but it just wasn't on point. Secondly, if Shazam knows that 2 players in Banana, why is he consistently re-peeking after missing the first shot? Like, it's Luminosity who have the pressure on them, right? They have to get onto the site, they have to try and make something happen. If Shazam gives his life away, suddenly Conquest are on the back foot there. That was a really strange decision, which could cost them huge here at the later stages of this best of 3. I feel if he just sits in, or if one of the Banana players pushes through the smoke to help him out, they could have actually got that round in their favor pretty convincingly, but instead, we're at 16-16.
All tied up once again. That's going to be flashed. Bolt's not really knowing how effective it was, but it looks like Fur wants to work his way up. He's just going to go up onto the balcony. Thought he might give the long hauls a peek, but I think with the man advantage, that's really unnecessary from the CT side. So making the better play to just set up there this crossfire with Bolts by the truck, as it does appear that Conquest do want to work in. I mean, we've seen DAP sitting there forever. The Molotov's going to go up as the smokes come down, and that's going to go ahead and telegraph this play a little bit. LG getting 2 kills, but into the 2-on-2 as Rush gets 2 of his own, both headshots, and he'll plant the bomb, so it's going to be up to Fallen and Steel to retake this, and they are just making their way up middle, rotating over from B. And are they going to stick together? Looks like Fallen, yeah, running off towards port side now. Steel going out as well. Smoke down, that'll try to neutralize Shazam a little bit, at least force him to go in towards the new position. Player at the single box, Fallen takes it down almost immediately. Now the bomb is not planted here for Shazam.
Oh my god.
And yeah, he's got. I'm sorry, I had to like be quiet. My game sound was low to hear those beeps, and yeah, he's got it no problem. Fallen killing 60% of the team.
That's 2 rounds in a row that Conquest should have had. They should be finishing this half 18-15. That's really sad to watch, because you can almost feel like the pressure is getting to them. But take nothing away from Fallen, that was crazy. From Luminosity as well, that retake was sick. But I feel again like you've got a really solid position. You've got a player in pit. You've got a player on site. Get the crossfire down. You're good to go. That's a round for Conquest. Of course, the Fallen factor came in there at the end. 29 for 23. I think he's on around 30 frags as well on, was it Train? He just went completely crazy. Had a bit of a quiet cobblestone, but 17-16 here for Luminosity. We're waiting for players to ready up.
Yeah, I think Fallen did better on Train, and then Rix had the crazy cobblestone performance for Conquest. Getting up above 40 in the double overtime. So about a kill per round in 42 rounds. That's not too bad. And even here, everyone pretty neck and neck. No one's extremely carrying. I guess Fallen is at 29, a bit higher than most. Nafly up to 26. And Rix again. I mean, the player of the day yesterday for this team. Definitely very strong on that second map, Cobble, but 15 and 24 here on Inferno. So maybe on the CT side, he can start to turn things around. We'll see. As it's been a very long series, so I can understand that some of these players at this point are actually people probably have to go to the bathroom, probably are hungry. I can relate.
Uh-huh. I've had food in front of me for like an hour, and I want to eat it so bad.
At least it wasn't on the plate that fell off the
Yeah,
desk.
yeah, true.
That would have been rough.
It didn't smash, by the way, for those of you that are asking.
I was
Just,
actually very curious about the plate report. I meant to ask for it, but then kind of forgot.
It's okay, man. It's all good on the plate front. We're all good.
Nice. Hate to see any casualties during the tournament.
When is the CLG Liquid game? That'll be coming up right after this, guys. This
2
has
hours.
quite literally been, yeah, probably in about 3 hours' time after this overtime is done. This has quite literally been the longest best of 3 I've casted. I'm pretty sure it has been. Every
Well,
map's gone down to the wire.
What time is it now? I don't even know if I want to look.
We started at,
About 3:40 Eastern right now, and this started at noon.
yeah, so it's
Give or
what,
take,
3.5
or
hours
Probably
now?
give 20 minutes.
3.5, 3 hours, 40 minutes. Or thereabouts for this best of 3.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Like constant action as well. So if it's tiring for us, you better believe the players are just feeling this right now.
Yeah, they are almost ready. And here we go. Actually, everyone's just readied up to go into the second half of the first OT of the third map. And it is actually the third overtime of the series. Cobble having gone to double, but we're back into it on the pistol round. Pistol round, what am I saying? Whatever.
It's okay, bro. We understand. We understand. Casters, what's your name? I met this, and the other dude is Healy Umbrella.
That's me.
Also known
I'm
as
a
Joey.
dude.
He is. Well, I can't confirm that necessarily, but I'm pretty sure he is. See you at LAN, Joey. We
See
can
you at
confirm it,
LAN,
bro.
yeah.
Not even awkward. Let's go.
Continue on. We got AKs and utility here for Luminosity. They were very B focused, which I wasn't too surprised to see. And wow, look at this aggression from Conquest going down as 3. They've done it in a couple rounds. It's worked out. They've done it in a few rounds and not seen any terrorists, and then deposited one with a nice smoke. But here it gets them to a 4v4 situation, and that will actually be favoring Luminosity. So Conquest were hoping for a little bit more on that push down towards Banana.
They were early trade, of course, going to favor those Luminosity gaming players as they look to try and make the most of this. Interesting enough, Conquest have not sent anybody straight away to go and deal with this. Feeling like maybe it's a bait out. Having a lot of confidence in Rix, and why the hell not? This guy has been fantastic today. This is his weakest map, though. 15 for 24, 7 assists. I think he nearly dropped a 40 bomb on Cobblestone. Here we go. That smoke is going to stop them a little while longer. Steel setting up for a grenade right now. Daps is coming round the back. It's just Fur who's waiting on the A side just yet. 35 seconds. Here comes the smokes. Steel looking to push in with the rest of his team. It's going to be a 3-on-2 scenario. Fur is going to keep the CTs interested on A though. But there is Daps picking up his double, the Molotov kill, and also the M4 onto Fallen. And this is a round that I thought Luminosity would have in the bag, but all credit to Conquest. They've kept this one going. The issue now is they've only got one player on A, and that's where the bomb is coming. It's all down to Nafly. He's got the first and the second as well. Unreal hold from Nafly, giving Conquest the tie score of 17-17.
Why doesn't Fur just wait for his teammate? And they can double peek Nafly, probably get the kill and at least get the bomb down. I mean, worst case, you're leaving it to a 1-on-2 with a bomb down in that situation. Or, I mean, you give Nafly the double peek, he doesn't get anything, and you got a 2v2 post plan onto the A site where you're going to be extremely favored as a terrorist. I know time is getting low, but I think if they were a little bit more careful to make sure that they peek that together, that would have been a lot better of an outcome for Luminosity. Instead, Nafly makes a big play, kills them both as they come one by one.
Yeah, I certainly agree. The strength in numbers. Avenging frags is always such a key integral part of T-side. Maybe just getting a bit desperate there because the time was ticking down so quickly. But Shazam with the AWP once more. Rest of the players filling in with assault rifles. Conquest throwing down that smoke, forcing Luminosity to take a few more seconds. It's crazy to think of how far these two teams have came today to this point. And it could all come down to one huge player, one slip up from any of these players. That's how close this game is.
Once again, Bolt's going to throw down that smoke to try to get up into the site, maybe get that plant down at first oranges or a crossover towards the grill. We'll see. Dap still back at first oranges, actually. So he'd be there to defend that and smoke onto the spoles. That makes a bit of a wall. And that's actually just the walls that the players can push the TFT, trying to pinch on A from a different direction. Luminosity Gaming are really digging deep in their pockets, or flipping through the strap hook to find this one. But even still, holds. Oh man, that's a kill that he wants another shot at. Could have brought down one of those rotators. Most likely would have left it still in a 2-on-2. I wouldn't see him killing more than one person from that position, but instead he gets 0. And now Steel and Fur with 1 HP and 61 HP having to go in for this. Or rather, not going in, but more so just surviving the post plant. They planned it over towards default and are kind of both still stuck in towards the site. I guess Steel made his way over towards Graveyard, but he'll immediately be taken out. Fur now shooting will reveal his position. Nafly's able to close it down. 18 rounds for Conquest.
And once again, on match point, I think they had, what, 5 or 6 of these in regulation times. This is going to be their 6th or the 7th time now. Luminosity showing great resilience to battle back when it looked like they were dead and buried in regulation. If you've just joined us, I think a fair few of you probably have. Conquest were really kicking themselves after letting all those opportunities slip by, but maybe they're going to make amends for that right here, right now. If they win this round, it's game, set, and match. If not, we're going to second overtime for the 2nd time in this best of 3. Cobblestone went the same route. Berate's coming down in Banana, more aggressive plays this time from Conquest. Didn't really see them do this in regulation time too much. It was mainly Luminosity that were going for this play. But so far, so good for them. They've got Daps using an off angle, just watching the cross near sandbags. And then if everything goes to hell, you've got Nafly watching his back. So Luminosity just kind of stuck in a position right now. And we're going to need to wait for this smoke to clear, then I think we will see a push coming in.
Yeah, Daps is getting real close, hoping they would push through and he'd be in a good spot to do some damage. But as it starts to dissipate, Daps will also pull himself back over towards the site to set up another crossfire deeper on into the B site with Nafly. And 3 people still over at A. No one really playing too aggressive towards top. Actually, as I say that, Shazam will go ahead and peek across from the outside to the top of mid, so getting some information. And actually, with that, he will rotate. But when it's a B take, I mean, you really do have to expect one player lurking up towards Arch, and exactly that is the case here with coldzera, who's, I mean, 1 more millimeter moving, and he would have peeked that AK up into Shazam's view instead. Shazam will now make that rotation. Rush will clean up coldzera, but Fallen hits the entry over on towards the B side. That'll bring down Daps, but look at this! The bomb is over towards A! What a fake.
Fantastic fate. We've not seen too many of them so far on any of the maps, in all honesty. Teams have generally been very one-dimensional. I don't say that in a negative way either. They've just been executing their strats, so now the retake's in effect. Rick's going in first, spots himself first. This is such a crucial frag, and he doesn't get it. And that gives now the terrorists such a good chance at clutching this out. Rush comes in with 2 kills. Maybe there's another twist, there's another turn in this tale yet for Conquest. Bolt is in a prime position to stop this bomb plant. Here he comes with the spray. He gets the bomb diffuser. And there he goes with the 3-man. Luminosity take us to second overtime once again.
Yo, I mean, this seems to keep taking us to second overtime. Like, which team's going to take us to second breakfast at this point? Because it's been a long day of casting. I need to re-energize.
Oh my goodness, man.
What a game.
I'm loving casting this, but this is the most tiring game I've ever casted in my life. Insane action throughout. What a fake, though, and then Bolts with the triple spray down. Just ridiculous.
CLG and Team Liquid are like, yeah, so we'd like to play our game today, but all these overtimes, we had 4 overtimes, full 3 maps. Shazam, whoa, warming up with some pistol headshots here. Waiting on at this time. Yeah, I was about to say, look at Conquest. They're ready to go. All readied up almost instantaneously to start this second overtime. And even with the last round going the way, and you would think building some momentum for Luminosity, they're kind of waiting and talking about this. Because again, I guess they will have to play that T side one more time. And they'll be starting off on it. And they want to try to get, what is it at this point? I got to take a look at how many rounds have gone the way to the terrorist teams in overtime. Just 1 apiece. It was CT favored, so you'd think it would come down to the team who can put together more rounds on the T side. And that's going to be Luminosity with the first attempt at it. And also Conquest, if you want to flip the coin with a chance to do better on the defense and allow no terrorist rounds. That's kind of the other scenario I see finally putting this map to a close.
Apologies if I'm a bit quiet. I'm trying my best to keep my voice alive. I feel like it's about to run away from me.
Yeah, I need to make some tea after this. But since this has gone so late, I have a feeling the next game is going to start very quickly.
Basically, yes. Right from one best of 3 into the next one. And with it being CLG and Liquid, there's every chance that we'll see that go the distance as well.
Yeah, the same type of game there.
But here we go. Let's keep our eyes on the prize, and that is Luminosity Gaming versus Conquest. What a fantastic best of 3 this has been. And honestly, both teams can be pretty proud of their performance. We've seen backwards and forwards action throughout the last 3 or 4 hours here of gameplay. And here we go, second overtime. If history is anything to go by, Conquest will be favourites because we got here on Cobblestone and they won it 22-19.
All right, well, Luminosity started bringing out some, definitely some more complex strats over in towards overtime. They had the smoke wall at B, trying to pinch A, wrapping through CT spawn with the 2 players that just ran through B. And another couple coming up middle. Then they threw the fakes very, very nicely. So they set up with the B fake with even one man lurking over on the arch side. He shows himself. That was Cold Zero, who then goes down. The B push continues on. Rotations go all to B after they kill Cold Zero when the bomb was actually in apartments. And that was the very final round that allowed, I think it was Bolts that then gets the triple spray down up there from apartments, somehow still winning it. And now Shazam from the arch side. He'll need to back up, and he will. Shazam sometimes too willing to go for repeaks, but here he will back off. I think he realizes the what's at stake right now.
A huge round for Conquest. And so far, it has been pretty solid for them. 10 seconds. Luminosity have just lost their Pro 90 player, I want to say, for this best of 3. He's been using it quite a lot. So he is dead. It's all on Bolts. He's going to die after the timer runs out, and he gets shanked from Daps. The drive-by shanking as well. That was with style.
All I can do is make noises.
It just hurt, right? Hurt to watch.
I mean, not that the $1,500 matters too much at this point, but that is one heck of a way to die after time. That's got to hurt the confidence.
But absolutely destroyed. To be fair, the Daps finished off with style. That grenade does do significant damage to Shazam. It's one of the first times he's actually peeked the apps. I did mention this before, that neither team seemingly too happy to go into the apps and play aggressive over this side of the map. Seems like the double overtime has called for different measures to be implemented. There is Russian Steel trading out frags. Molotovs do stop Rix from getting through here and causing some havoc, and Steel is there to greet him. With a big smile on his face, he shuts down Rix and now gives Luminosity the advantage once more. Here comes the rotation, and in fairness to Conquest, they have called this. 2 players will be stood here waiting for the Brazilians to push through. Molotov connects as well. Fur is burning, he has to back on away. They have started to get onto the site though, and now Nafly with it all to do. There is the spray down in effect. Molotov will stop him for now, but Daps meanwhile is doing work. Nafly is still trying to buy time for the rest of his team, and it's just all down to Steel. 27 HP. He's got the bomb. He at least may catch a player off guard, but he has to make a move soon. And Shazam has his back to him. Daps could get this frag maybe afterwards, but no. It's going to be Steel getting the kill for free, pulling his way to the A site, and he should get this bomb planted. Or not. He's going to go for the frags.
Oh, he's going for the mind games and then maybe starts to doubt himself there. He's still willing to get the frag. Oh, Nafly now continues running off. I guess it does make sense to get it into the 1v1. I thought he might just try to juke and go back towards the B site, but getting the kill is even better. Now the plant towards the default bomb. But not enough time really to get out of the default. Oh, wow, that flash was maybe more effective than Steel thought. Now we'll finally be able to spot Daps. Daps has been the man that has actually had to show up in clutch so many times, and he's actually been delivering. One-on-one, he will win it. Conquest. 2 rounds now on the CT side. Luminosity will have a lot of pressure coming down onto the last one. They need to at least get 1 on the board in these 3-round OT halves.
Man, that round pretty much sums up this entire best of 3 in a nutshell. We saw twist turns. A team looked like they're going to win it. Then they looked like they'd thrown it. Then they looked like they're going to win it again. And then another clutch comes in. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Conquest, somehow, win that round. Nafly needs to take a bow there. That play from Ruin's connector was fantastic. And then Steel had a 4-man, very nearly clutching it for Luminosity. As it stands, though, Conquest definitely in the driver's seat. Looking good here. Again, we're seeing LG now push through the apps. Not trying to run onto B too often. That pop flash connects, and Rix peeks round the corner, picks off Fur, and gives him his 26th death. Steel, in the meanwhile, is trying to avenge his fallen teammate, but in doing so, he could be walking into a trap. Look at this stack onto A. There's 4 players here, although Daps is kind of playing a floating role, but now it looks as though he will be locking down onto the A site. This is the perfect ball. Rix goes in for seconds, maybe a bit too aggressive. That cost him his life.
Yeah, he had the pop flash there from his teammate to assist, but Rix, not realizing Steel was close enough, completely dodged that, went off to the side of him. So Steel will find that frag. The first one on the board for Luminosity here in round... Well, I can't even add it anymore. 39? Seems about right. Into the 4-on-4. Fallen with his op, still looking for players to clear out of this A site, of which there are actually 2. One here behind the single box, another further back behind the more spammable one. That's Daps watching the apartments exit here. 4 terrorists about ready to spring on into the site, and immediately they will pounce onto those CT players. Daps and Rush both going down, and it looks like Luminosity will find, you know, kind of the bare minimum here. The quota they wanted to hit. The 1 round on the T side. We've got to hold on to a 4-on-2. We've seen Naf and even Shazam do some ridiculous things so far in this ridiculous series, but this is a pretty tall order. Shazam will start it off with 1. That was Steel, though. He was very, very low. Nafly working his way in, gets a kill. It is a 2-on-2 right now. Player from the pit has been spotted. That's going to be Bolt. He's brought down by Nafly. Now it's just Fallen they have to contend with behind the single box with the op. Shooting and missing. Do they have the time? Shazam is on the bomb, and he has it.
Bomb has been defused.
Wow, what a round to let slip away, as Conquest will take CT half 3-0.
Fallen missed 2 AWP shots there that I would have bet my house on him landing. I would now be homeless, Joey. I'm a bit lost for words, honestly. Unbelievable. That's another round where Luminosity Gaming should have that. Again, they had the perfect post-plant positions, pit and on the site. 2 players low, pushing them from the same direction, and Luminosity can't seal it up. I'm at a loss for words.
Well, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's so many rounds that have happened to both teams that shouldn't have been lost, but obviously have been, and it's got us into a crazy series. I thought Inferno, I mean, had a chance to go close. I really didn't expect another double overtime. And even with Luminosity now going to the CT side of things, there is a chance that they also just take 3 in a row. But there's got to be a bit of momentum. They've got to be feeling very hype off of that 2v4 retake to close out the first half of the second OT. But here we go. There's no mistakes allowed for Luminosity Gaming. If they make one, they will lose the map. They'll lose the best of 3. They'll be knocked out of the single elimination tournament, and they'll be... Well, I guess not out of the money. They'd be put down to the 3rd and 4th consolation match against the loser of Team Liquid versus CLG. So they'd still have a shot at $2,000, but playing to get into the finals. First place, $9,000. Second place, $4,000. So a lot more money up for grabs if you win this map here.
Yeah, plus of course the bragging rights as well. Luminosity Gaming's position is you have to win all 3 rounds here to take us into 3rd overtime. There is no more room for error. There are no more rooms for slipping up. But we saw them come back from a 15-9 deficit and regulation time. We know they're capable of pulling this off. They have looked a bit edgy, a bit sketchy over the last couple of rounds, however, with some key frags being missed out on. So I wonder if their confidence is dipping a tiny bit. Bolt is saying no to that. He does look away, not expecting a double push from balcony. It's all on Rix right now for Luminosity Gaming to pick off. We've already seen him clutch a couple times today. He's been spotted. Very fortunately for him, he ducks down at the perfect moment there. Not on purpose, but he does get finished off anyway. So Luminosity Gaming, that's the first out of 3. 2 more to go.
If I had to make a dodgeball team out of Pro CS players, I think Rix would make the cut right there. He's got the dipping, the ducking, and the dodging down, or whatever they were. I need to rewatch that movie, actually. But here we go. That's exactly what Luminosity needed to do. Winning that first round, they get aggressive down Banana to start things off. That actually just ends up in a 1-for-1, and that's not really that great for the CTs. But then up towards middle, Fallen hits the shot, gets the man advantage. He swings off over to B, and Bolt is at least good for 1 kill there from the pit. And Luminosity able to hold on, and this time the aggression will pay off. It leaves them with the man advantage. 4-on-3 here. It'll be Conquest fighting their way back into this round with 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock.
See a bomb still back near at the T step, so really Just trying to keep their options open here. The issue is that they are a player behind. They do still have 3 smokes in play. That Molotov thrown down behind logs. Shazam clearly a bit worried in case the aggressive banana play was in. That's not the case. Fallen again in this position. We saw him land a couple of no-scopes from here previously when smoke was down and looking to rinse and repeat. They're about to walk right into him. He's seen the gun barrel sticking across. He knows the play and absolutely smashes Shazam between the shoulders. The smoke and the flashbang comes down as well. They will be pushing his location. That's past him, but did you not hear the upshot? It was right next to his ears. It probably tested him more than anything else, and now it's all on Fallen. The teammates are scurrying around. Rush decides he wants to live up to his name and pushes the site through the smoke and a flashbang. Fallen is still there. He's been dealt with. Here comes the second potential frag, but Bolts holds on. And Luminosity, again, just about hold on. One more round and we will be into triple overtime.
We've also been experiencing a lot of deja vu in this series. I mean, Fallen has done that. That being the second time. He stays on the corner, gets the first frag, takes a shot, misses, throws some nades, throws some flashes. They try to push. They're like, surely an op playing on that corner. Any sane person has fallen back. So when they push through, they don't even bother to check it. Fallen's still there. He's good for another frag. That could have been very, very different if it was checked and Fallen went down. But now it is just the last round of OT number 2 here. As that glitch always catches me off guard. It seems to go to OT N-1 on the very last round. I don't understand, but it is second overtime. Conquest want 1 round. They want the Magic 22 up there. They want the victory. They want a chance for more money, but it's Cold Zera there from the Moto side with a flash. It's there, but not quite in the nick of time. Rix, well, I guess it allows Bolts to get that easy kill, but Daps to even it right back up into the 3-on-3. Daps with 10 HP, though. Shazam trying to work his way into the site. Bolts still alive, will kill Daps. 24 HP. They're in pit. It is a 3-on-2 retake situation. The bomb is going down. Shazam in the site. He's going to go down to Fallen. Now Napoli all the way in the back with a lot of fire around him. And the bomb to be defused. And we're going in to triple overtime.
My bladder is not happy. It's revolting against me. Triple overtime. Man, this is ridiculous. Conquest again needed to just get 1 round, and Luminosity Gaming just refusing to go down.
All right, so the longest single map that I've ever cast had, I think it was Affinity at the time, but that's now 3's up, or at least most of them anyways. I think it went to 6 overtimes. The score ended. I know the math, or like the number I throw out might not be required to win in 6 OTs, but I'm too lazy to do the math. It was something like 37 to 35 or something insane like that. And maybe we're going to see that again. I don't know. The series has been strange, awesome, ridiculous.
All of the above.
An upset? I mean, you can even call it an upset. Luminosity Gaming, the community thought they'd win it. We thought they'd win it, but Conquest clearly was something to prove here under the Canadian flag. Although I do think only 2 of them are actually Canadian. But either way, man. Canada versus Brazil. You don't normally see this matchup. The only sport you see it in is probably the Women's World Cup, right?
Maybe?
About
I
like
don't really follow.
They have Canada has a pretty decent women's national soccer team, I think, that make the World Cup. That's about like the only thing I could ever think that you'd see these 2 countries facing off against one another. And Counter-Strike, of course.
Well, if they're all this close, like, you know, going right down to the wire, I may have to tune in next time. But Luminosity Gaming again are going back to an aggressive defense in the apps for. And Bolts have each other's backs. They've got a pretty solid crossfire down. Daps was thinking about this for a few moments. He didn't even flash into Darkroom, but didn't push in. I'm not sure if they heard noise or what, if that was just like a standard flash they've thrown down. Haven't really seen them throw that flash before, though, honestly, so far in this game. But here we go again. Information being gathered across both teams. It's positioning itself nicely for an explosive. Little push in, has fallen caught a glimpse, he misses the shot and he will be traded out. That's now to go right in. The steal holds down the trigger, he gets traded out, and Conquest again pushing onto that site. Cold Zero was there, he gets himself wrecked in the face from that fly. Bomb will be planted, 4-on-2 retake.
I mean, generally you'd say, hey, you're not going to lose a 4-on-2 retake, but based on the way that this series has been going, Luminosity going in for it. Molotov. Oh my gosh, Ferg gets a kill with the Molotov first, then Rex pushed off a new box down to 17 HP. Bolt knows exactly where he's gone. He's got the read into the 2-on-2 right now. Both these players over towards Banana. No smokes on either counter terrace. for the time being. Shazam very low with the op, gonna peek out with the Tech 9, will find one. Bolts on the bomb, will get off of it now to find the frag, and he's got the time. That's another 2v4 retake.
Terrorists win.
Unreal. And most of these have gone against Luminosity, so it's good to see the show on the other foot, so to speak, and maybe Luminosity will be able to close this out if they have the kind of advantage that Conquest have had. I've lost count of how many match points Conquest have had. It must be at least 10 now. At least 10 rounds that they've had.
I've run out of digits to help me keep track.
Indeed. So Luminosity, it's the first time we've really seen them start well on one of these overtimes, and maybe that is indicative of how things are going to play out here. Aggressive push, once again, into apps. It yielded pretty good results last time, so why the hell not try it again here? And it is the same two players that are going to be locking that down, Fur and Bolts.
That smoke's gonna go down. Conquest will decide to back off. I thought for a second maybe like, oh, we could beat the smoke, maybe we'll push this and try to find a frag. But it's probably good that they didn't. Bolton Coldzera had a pretty nice crossfire at the top of middle. There might be another little battle between Fur and Daps. Daps is working up. He's going to nade in there. About 30 damage there. It's a Fur who's holding up in the dark room. But Daps is not going to push up. Kind of just making some noise. He's going to start throwing some smokes, flashes over onto the A site. Try to sell the fake there a little bit. But so far, neither Steel nor Fallen really budging for the B site. And these two have been quite a force to reckon with here on B. And now the real take is coming. They know the smokes are here. They see the flashes. Rotations being made. Even still, they're actually not pushing into the site very quickly. Daps is now just falling off of middle. Rush will be the first man in. Still in smoke. Oh, actually, he's pushed through to CT. Meanwhile, Fallen and Steel both connecting with shots onto the entering Conquest members. And wrapping around, but completely reading that is Fallen. Steel from second. Oranges to have his back, and Fallen to turn around in time to kill Daps. Beautifully held there by Fallen and Steel.
Uh-oh, we're getting into that kind of situation.
I can't even hype it up anymore.
They could potentially get all the rounds in this half, and I think
hasn't it happened already? It's happened already, though.
It has for Conquest, but not for Luminosity.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, can we really hype this up? Because for all we know, Conquest just fly back themselves, and
I mean, at this point in this series, the insane is just the routine.
Yeah, that's the thing. So it loses its special uniqueness, I suppose, in that respect, because this game has just been so ridiculous. 2 Tech 9s though for Conquest, so it's not as if they're coming into this round, you know, with a healthy full assault rifle BUYPOWER or an AWP.
Oh, Fur might be in the perfect spot. He might have even been
so
spotted. So now he'll drop off. And Bolts is there to get the first frag, but Rush out into the arms of Fur, but Daps from up top will get the kill. Coldzera onto Shazam. The trades are there in Luminosity. Nafly and Daps are extremely low. They had 18 HP combined. Now goes to 12 here on Nafly, and 1 versus 3. And the Queen Sweep on the CT side for Luminosity.
Right, so now Conquest have to do what Luminosity Gaming did to them, and that's hold on to all 3 rounds of this half. Otherwise, Luminosity Gaming will be getting themselves into the finals to face off against the winner of CLG and Team Liquid. So, Conquest, now is the time to dig deep. I mean, to be fair to both teams, they have both been digging deep for the last 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, that is true. Looking forward to maybe what other ridiculous strats, complex strats that Luminosity can pull out. We saw them already bring a few out into overtime. Maybe there'll be a few more. But then, of course, Conquest is going back onto that CT side, where now, the last 2 halves in a row have gone 3-0 for the CTs.
Well, let's see. The Luminosity, a bit of pressure is off their shoulders in the sense they can afford to lose at least 1 round before they have to worry again. We better believe they're focused. They're taking this 1 round at a time. That's the important thing for both teams. Like, don't get too carried away. Yes, you're in the triple overtime. Yes, Luminosity Gaming have 3 match points, but just take this like it's any other round, like you've done 1,000 times before. On paper, Conquest should be okay to at least pick up 1 or 2 of these rounds. You'd assume on the CT side of Inferno, at least.
Yeah, I thought it was only the last 2 that went 3-0, but actually the last 3 have went 3-0, since obviously we need to finish out the half with now Conquest on the CT side. So a chance for 4 3-0 overtime halves in a row here. It's all up to Conquest, really. Daps will find Fallen, but both will find Rick. So back to a 4-4. And Fur's going to go down to Rush. Traded out by Steel, but then there's Shazam over from Moto with that op. Going to bring down Steel. Man advantage for Conquest. Molotov onto the bomb. as well. And Nafly kind of pinned down by the fire from the AK of Cold Zero, who will actually get the kill now 2-on-2. Daps moving around the other side. He's going up under the porch. Bolt's a little bit pinned in here. But I actually don't know if he's even in Graveyard. Daps is checking everything but this. So Bolt has got into perhaps a match-winning position here. Oh, he's been spotted, but Daps didn't notice.
Hasn't noticed. Bolts. He's looking again. He's going to go for the spray down. He connects the shots. It's all down to Shazam. 1v2 to save his team and potentially take us into a quadruple overtime. He's gotten up. Not the greatest of weapons to be playing when it's close-knit, claustrophobic stuff. So he's going to pull that 5-7 out. Molotov stops the progression through from the side. He misses the shot. And Luminosity Gaming have finally finished this best of 3 up after being 10 or so match points behind. Unbelievable best of 3. One of the best that I've ever casted, Joy. That was an absolute delight.
Yeah, that was insane. One of the longest best of 3 series. Probably, I mean, it might even, obviously not counting delay. Obviously, some series can go for what seems like forever when you count in the delay. But in terms of rounds played, this might actually have been one of the longest best of 3 series. We'd have to have someone check the record books for that one. And we even still have, 3 more coming up today, right? The whole iBUYPOWER Fall Invitational will finish today. Myself, Helium, and Med is here. We'll be finishing off the semifinals. This was the start of it, Conquest Luminosity, and it will be Luminosity Gaming moving on, winning Train 16-14, losing Kabul 19-22 of Conquest, and winning here in, what was it, triple overtime, 25-21. So congrats to the Brazilians, but well fought from Conquest. So many ridiculous rounds. Probably can make a highlight video out of this best of 3 for half of these players. And we're going to be moving on. We're going to take a break. Unfortunately, we don't have an analyst desk to throw this over to, because this is certainly a match deserving of that. But we're going to take a quick break before getting into Team Liquid versus CLG, which at this point is well overdue. So stay tuned, follow up. Twitch.tv/iBUYPOWER, the point of view stream. Vote for the player to watch in the next round. That's iBUYPOWER 2. And of course, get involved in the giveaway. Look for the link in the chat from Nightbot, from Tasky Man. Get involved in the giveaway. Gaming PC, gaming laptop, and peripherals, all given away by iBUYPOWER. And yeah, we'll be back in a bit, guys. So stay tuned.